And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll with Atlantic. Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
This is the final go, no-go poll for today's operations.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing because no one had ever done something like this before.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Max Q.
Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost a Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is safe.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Starship time again, we hope, because the weather is a watch item. We'll be talking about that a lot during this Stakeout stream for sure. But this is currently still on target for a launch later on today of Flight 13, Booster 20, Ship 40. So we're all hoping well. Look at that site. I mean, that site, I'm watching the stream as you're watching the stream, and it really is kind of catches your breath a little bit still. And I can't really imagine the time it won't. But this is a Stakeout stream. This Stakeout stream is like a really relaxed, kind of like just let's take as many questions as possible. They absolutely don't have to be super chats or anything like that. We've got a panel here. The only thing we ask you to do is start your question with at NSF or NASA Spaceflight, at NASA Spaceflight, that is. It'll go into our panel, so it doesn't matter if it scrolls off the chat screen. We'll come back to it. It might take an hour because when questions come in, they come in thick and fast, but we try and get through as many as possible. So that's the way to ask a question, and we'll do our best to answer it. And luckily, we've got people who can answer those questions. Start with Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, let's see if we can have a launch today, right?
We've also got Magnus.
Nine hours.
Sorry, Alex, I cut you off completely there. But also we got Magnus. Hello, Magnus.
Hey, Chris. It's great to be great to have a launch day again. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Shall we discuss the elephant in the room? Because first of all, actually, I nearly forgot, and I always forget. Let's thank Ryan Caton, who's behind the scenes producing the stream. Without Ryan, without a producer, we won't be talking to you. So it's very important. We always thank the producer, and Ryan will be on the actual streams as well later on, as you can imagine. But let's go back to the elephant in the room, Magnus. The weather. Everyone's talking about the weather. SpaceX themselves said yesterday after the test, which we'll also discuss later as well, that the weather was the watch item. It doesn't look too particularly brilliant right now, but it is still a good 9 hours almost to the actual opening of the window. So let's discuss it, Magnus. What currently is the issue we're all watching?
Yeah, so as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we have a live view of Starship, and you can see the skies aren't entirely blue. On the main part of the screen, you see the weather radar, and the main watch item today is going to be the storms forming, the tropical depression and the storms in the area. There is a risk of lightning strikes during the window. The FAA and NASA have rules on lightning strikes within a certain radius of the launch pad, being 10 nautical miles. And if there is any lightning strikes within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad, they are unable to launch. There are also some thick clouds, which is not a huge issue, but it can be, because that allows for, again, increased chances of lightning. Lightning is not good for your rocket, but that's our main watch item today. is the chance of lightning strikes, which does improve further out in the window. But looking at the beginning of the window, it's not entirely great. But if you go about an hour into the window, it does seem to clear that 10-mile radius.
Very good. Now, here's a trick, Alex. We were talking before we started the stream about a certain incident in China with one of their rockets, and there's a question here straight away from Make It Rocket, which is a great username. Would a fueled up Starship ignite if struck by lightning? So let's talk about that first of all with what happened with China last night. I'm going to spam the video in chat from your account first of all, because I've gone mad with power. Let me go spam. There we go. There's a video on there. It's 47 seconds into the video where you see the lightning strike. But that Ryan's got a great photograph of the rocket literally being struck by lightning. First and foremost, Alex, was the actual launch still a success?
Yeah.
And secondly, let's talk about that first. So the actual launch itself was a success. They got struck by lightning, but the rocket said, I don't mind, and continued on without problem.
Yeah, that particular flight today, that was like, it launched less than 2 hours ago. It was a success. It reached orbit, and deployed the payload and whatnot. But not always is the case that a rocket gets hit by lightning and it pulls through. There's an Atlas that launched like in 1987, if I'm not mistaken, and that one got hit by lightning after it launched. I think that was like a really not a great day in terms of weather. It launched in about around the area of max Q or something like that. It got hit by lightning because it triggered its own lightning during ascent, and it basically, the guidance system was tripped, and it basically started yawing in the wrong direction, and yeah, the rocket broke up basically, and it was lost. It was a failure. So a rocket triggering an explosion by lightning, right? Like that sort of thing is not too. It's not something that really happens a lot when we've seen rockets getting hit by lightning. What you would see more often is things like, guidance systems, or in the case of Apollo 12, it was the power distribution system got basically overloaded with all of the different like it got hit by the lightning strike basically. It's not ideal. It's not a situation where you would say, oh yeah, let's continue. But the Chinese, also the Russians with the Soyuz, they don't care. They're just like, yeah, launch it and see what happens. And so today, about 2 hours ago, they launched that's a Long March 3B, and they launched it up, and within like 40 seconds of liftoff, it got hit by lightning. It triggered its own lightning, basically.
Yep. Chat is spamming SEE to Ox, of course.
Yep.
The famous incident where they literally had to recycle the controls after being hit by lightning. Of course, the situation now we've got is Starship, a big steel rocket sat on a very exposed launch site with a tower that doesn't have a lightning protection system as such. So the question in hand is, if, heaven forbid, a lightning strike directly hit Starship, what would you predict would be the outcome?
What do I think would happen?
Yes.
Well, let's hope it's just like the Long March this morning. That is just, it pushes through and goes into orbit very quietly and nicely and everything. Because I don't want to I don't want to find out what happens in the worst case scenario. Because we've already had full stacks of Starships, flying around and not being controlled.
Yeah.
So,
The thing I'd bring up is, and I always use this as a default, and some people think I'm being lazy by using this default, but it's a fair default to go to. And that is, SpaceX would have taken this into account, what ifs. And I'm sure they have mitigation for such issues, because they're not going to leave that left under the rug and say, well, we'd never thought about that. And if it happens, it happens. They'll have completely analyzed what would happen if a lightning strike was hitting a pad. So I would bring up my shuttle example, because that's what I do. And as people will look at 39A and 39B during the shuttle eras and see that lightning pole on top, it wasn't technically a lightning pole. as we were talking before this stream started, that was basically almost like a canopy holder for the canyard lines, which then went down the side of the pad's flame trench and down side of the actual ramp itself to dissipate any lightning strikes on top of the tower to protect the shuttle. But even strikes within a distance of the shuttle would cause them to stand down from what they were doing with the countdown and just check the electronics on the actual orbiter, because there was so much involved with that. So that was far more complicated situation. There was never a lightning strike during a shuttle launch itself. I would hate to think what would happen if there was one. So let's be thankful that never actually happened. But yeah, it's an interesting situation where we do have these procedures around all launch sites for lightning strikes. They call them phases for the weather and such. So they are fully aware, and we are just hoping that the general weather in question for launch itself during the window will clear to allow them to launch this, because that is the watch item SpaceX said it is. I want to thank some people, by the way. Troy Rupert has gifted 10 Red Team memberships, which is really, really generous for you, Troy. Thank you very much for that. If you did get a gifted membership, do say thank you in chat. You now have access to our membership program for a month, including this launch. And maybe, big question mark, maybe the next one. Because there's every chance, the way they're proceeding with Flight 14, that's not all that too far away. You know what? I'm coming back to Alex. Alex, am I getting carried away here? Could Flight 14 launch within a month of this, if this launches today?
Could be tight for the booster side of things, but not impossible to launch at least any time in August. Maybe more likely in the second half. We'll see.
Yep, I agree. I think with the way they're testing the next booster and ship, both are now gone through cryos. It's a question of engine testing next. There's every chance they could do it within a month. But also they are quite motivated to increase the cadence, because they need to prove that, because they'll need to launch lots of vehicles for not least the tank emissions for HLS. So there's lots in play here. Alexander, getting in first. Let's go launch. I'm going to boil my kettle, use my tea strainer for my tea leaf tea, with a splash of whole Devon milk, and enjoy. Yes, that is a reference to the absolute tragedy of hearing that some certain Americans boil their tea in a microwave, which is heresy as far as I'm concerned. Flippers makes a Leeds reference, because Flipper likes doing that, even though Flipper is not from Leeds. Flipper is American. Wearing I'm gonna put it on screen, Flipper. You keep doing the Leeds references to try and rile me, and it works, because I'm from York. People Americans won't understand the rivalry. Mac 1985, looking to distant future, would you think Starship will launch with a crew on board? Thanks to all you do and for hard work keeping us informed and perpetually in awe. Thank you for that lovely comment in the end. When do we think Starship will launch? Magnus, when do you think we'll start seeing crews on Starship? And I think I'll use a caveat by saying crew launches from the ground rather than crew entering via HLS on orbit. So let's go for crew launches from the ground on Starship. What year do you think we'll see that? And chat, join in with your guesses as well.
I think 2032. It's probably 2030 or 2032 is when we should see the first ones.
That feels fair to me. And I will, before I ask Alex for an answer as well, note that Elon himself said they'll be launching. I think he used the word thousands of times, but I think that was just an Elon way of saying lots of times before they ever think of putting a crew on board. Alex, when do you think we'll see, what year do you think we'll see crew launches from the ground on Starship?
Oh boy, I don't know. Sometime in the 2030s, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 2032 maybe, just like Magnus, just a copycat.
You know what? Most of the chat is agreeing 2030s. Some are going quite late into the 2030s. A few have gone 2029, 2028. I think that's pushing it, to say the least. But everyone's entitled to their guesses. 3030, I think you mistyped that one. We can't wait that long. Actually, there's a wide-ranging amount of guesses, but I would say the mean guess is around the mid-2030s, so we're not too far off on either side of there. Jay Blaze wants to know, if no go for launch days tomorrow, a better forecast. Magnus, I'm coming back to you for the weather. I know you're not a designated weather person here, but I'm coming back to you. Is the weather any better tomorrow, can you tell?
During the same window tomorrow, we are looking at pretty much clear skies and quite a significant better chance of weather. But it all depends on this tropical depression that is off the coast of Texas right now and how that moves. So weather is looking a little bit better tomorrow, but not too much better.
Very good. Alex, this is a really good question from S24 Lives On. So that's another username that is very, very much somebody who spends most of their time on YouTube on the Starship side of things. If you could choose for SpaceX to have done one thing on this flight, what would you have done? Booster catch, ship catch, orbital insertion, or something else? So what would be your main goal? I know what my answer would be, but I'd be fascinated to know what Alex thinks.
I wouldn't have done any of that.
Wow, okay.
I think I agree with them not trying like a booster or a ship catch, and of course not an orbital insertion, because it's definitely not ideal to try any of that without really testing all of the previous steps before that. You know, getting the booster to splash down, getting the ship to splash down again, getting the relight in space with the Raptor 3 and the version 3 ship. That's probably important to get before doing all of those things that they are asking. So, yeah, I agree with SpaceX. They, just repeat Flight 12 plan and actually, have all of the milestones being hit.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking SpaceXy. When I think SpaceXy, I remind myself of when they had their return to flight. I think it was after the CRS one with the failure rather than the Amos one where they had the first landing. Remind me, Alex, you'll know.
CRS-7.
After CRS-7, yeah. And they just basically went, okay, we're going to return to flight and land the booster. I'm like, whoa, hang on a minute, what? It was like an incredible SpaceX flex thing that they've been known to do. So if I was to answer that question, I would have not gone for booster catch. You're right, because they did need to get that right, and they did want to protect the pad. I'd have probably gone for orbital insertion. Now, why am I getting carried away, Alex? Why is it so much harder to go for orbital insertion on, say, Flight 13? What would it involve different from Flight 12?
Well, you've got the problem of not having tested the relight of the Raptor in space with the current version, because they did that with version 1, they did that with version 2, but it was Raptor 2 on both versions, and it was different propellant systems and different pressurization systems, even different ignition systems, because Raptor 3 now has the acoustic igniters. So you have a bunch of different and new things that could go wrong if they were to say, well, and that happened last flight. It did not go well. They had that engine out during ascent, and then they canceled the engine relight because of those engine issues that they had. So it's already a demonstration there that it doesn't really, there's still things to iron out, and that Flight 13 is the flight where they're going to be demonstrating that they have fixed those issues, and that they can go then for an orbit, hopefully on the next flight, and then start operational missions. But that's sort of the point. It's a big object that will be stranded in orbit, basically, if this thing went into orbit. And you really don't want that, because it's an object that has a lot of heat shield tiles, right? So it could, in theory, survive in good chunks, in good big chunks of steel through reentry. And so that is not a great thing, because when it is just stranded in orbit without any way to return and have a targeted deorbit, then it just is at the whim of the atmospheric drag at that altitude. So it could re-enter whatever. As long as it's within the orbital path, it will re-enter whatever. And so that's not a great idea.
Isn't? You know what? I am not joking when I say this. I have this panel open in front of me, and I can really sort of move questions that from chat that we're going to answer. I've got about 50 options already. At least 50 questions that were perfectly, absolutely fine, brilliant, interesting questions that I could put to Alex and Magnus. We're never going to get through them all, so I do apologize in advance. There'll be some people who ask a perfectly good question that we just can't get around to them. So we're going to try and get through as many as we can. And again, these are, we don't just do super chats. A lot of streams and a lot of subject matters only ever answer questions that have been super chats. We make a point of making sure we answer questions that are questions, but there's no hierarchy involved there. We'll always thank people, like for example Ricky, who's become a flight engineer member, which is the highest level of membership. So there's absolutely no way I'm not going to mention that on stream. So that's very much appreciated. But Magnus, here's one. UFO wants to know: could SpaceX eventually rent Jacqueline? And I'm going to do caveat of adding as well a landing ship like Jacqueline of their own for super heavy landings.
So, would they rent Jacqueline for this? No. Jacqueline doesn't have the necessary equipment to do so. Super Heavy doesn't have landing legs. You can't just land it on the engine belts. SpaceX did have a plan to catch Super Heavy and launch Super Heavy from 2 oil rigs, which they canceled the plan on. So if they would want to catch boosters downrange, they would have to build something probably based off of an oil rig infrastructure because Super Heavy is so tall. And even if they did want to slap landing legs on the side of Super Heavy and land it, it just doesn't seem like it would be feasible on any barge that currently exists within the spaceflight industry. So Jacqueline, probably not. And but they'd have to probably build in a completely custom thing with a Mechazilla in order to catch the booster.
Very good.
And it was
oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we go.
That's a throwback.
Phobos and Deimos. The oil rigs that they were actually converting. We covered this live. This was great. We had Mary and Brady out there. We were covering these purchases and arrivals for modification work. And I know we had a helicopter flyover during this. There's many. It was quite exciting at the time, must admit. And then suddenly, Alex, it stopped, didn't it? They just decided, nope, let's not go down this path just yet.
Yeah, they sold those a while ago. So, nope, not going with oil rigs. And frankly, I don't think that's going to happen for a long while. The more that you look at all of the infrastructure needed to launch a Starship, especially at the rates that they want, the more complicated it just seems to really launch from oil rigs. Again, especially at the cadence that they want. When it was maybe like even once a day, there could have been a possibility, at least somewhat realistic, of launching out of oil rigs, because it will have been like once a day from like across all launch pads or whatever, right? They want once an hour. That's 24 times more often. So there's just so much more that they will need in terms of, I mean, they will need their own air separation unit out there. They will need their own, I don't know, methane. I don't know how they would even get methane out there. Maybe like a big natural gas tanker or something like that, and then a purification plant on the oil rig itself. It will just be quite an endeavor there, because it's just bonkers. It's a lot easier probably in land to do all of that, even though it's already complicated on land. But now imagine doing it out at sea.
Chris W does this, one of our mods, saying, "Week tears for the week, coffee rolls, let's go flight 13. Appreciate the sentiment at the end, at least. John Ferris wants to know, anyone going to Saxford? Yeah, I'm sure. With the first historic UK domestic orbital launch from Saxford, we'll be definitely having people going to that. You can bet on that. Cool Kid wants to know, how long can a tanker Starship stay in orbit? And how long will it need to stay in orbit, Alex, more like?
Well, a tanker Starship can just be for the 48 hours that the ship is ready for. The baseline version 3 ship can do 48 hours in space. In theory, if you line up your launch with when the propellant depot sort of flies over the launch site, you can basically just dock to it within an orbit and spend the first day just doing the transfer of propellant. I don't think it will take that much, though. It would even probably take just a few hours at most. And with that, you can basically just return on, before those 48 hours just wrap up. So we'll see.
Very good. Magnus, I like to give this one to you. I have my opinions on this, but I'm actually myself more interested in what you think. Shaz wants to know, what future Starship operation are you most excited for? Orbital refueling, HLS, Mars landing, etc.
Definitely not data centers. Data centers, I know it wasn't an option, but definitely the Mars landing once we get there, because it has never been done before, and at least not in that scale. Landing a skyscraper on Mars is not an everyday operation, so I'm definitely very excited for that.
Indeed. Kiwi, sorry, I beg your pardon, I completely mispronounced that. Kiwi space enthusiast HE and H2 blamer. That's why I made a mess of it, because it's a long username. Alex, I know we're good 8 hours and 33 minutes away from the opening of the window, but is there anything happening at Tank Farm right now in preparation for this launch attempt?
Not much. Right now, it's basically dormant. And you can see the box fan is running a little bit there, as you can see, but nothing frosty. The subcoolers there, those so you can see like a row of black vertical things there. Those are all the pumps. There's nothing there frosty. To the left of that, you can see there's like a few tubes that are sort of grayish. Those are part of the subcooler system. It's not frosty at all. The two vertical tanks, that's part of the methane reclaim system. It's not frosty. It's not venting. Nothing at all. Right now, it's dormant, pretty much.
Yeah, I did a little chuckle live on mic, which is something you shouldn't professionally do. You should always mute when someone else is talking, because box fan always makes me laugh, because I kind of like made myself look like a numpty, which I am, by asking Ryan Webber, so Ryan, this box fan you keep talking about, what does it do? And Ryan says it's a box with fans. So it's become a Nightbot command now. Oh, yeah. Dearie me. Not to worry. But it's become famous. As soon as we mention box fan, about 15 people do the box fan command in chat now. So it's become a thing. I'm coming back to you, Alex, for this one, because it's European. Minor downfall. By the way, thanks for your support. Hello. We already know about Ariane 7. Will there be a New Glenn-like rocket? Can Ariane 8... I know, that's what I was thinking as well. Can Ariane 8 be a Starship-like rocket? Where in Europe where do you put the pads? So I think I would rephrase that question to what's Europe's plans past Ariane 6, which is where we are right now, on their next scale up of rockets.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Ariane 7 is even a thing. I have not seen anything of a New Glenn-like rocket. If there were news about that today, I have not seen that. But definitely not any recent news that I have seen say anything about Ariane 7. I know that whatever projects for our future rocket, they call them like Ariane Next, but that's Ariane Space, right? That's just one of the many companies now that thankfully have appeared in the European space sector, where you've got, for example, here in Spain, we've got PLD Space, we've got ESAR Aerospace as well from Germany, also from Germany, RFA as well, Rocket Factory Augsburg. So there's a lot of rocket companies out there from European companies. I could list a bunch of them, and we could probably be here for an hour listing all of these companies. Not just rocket companies, also satellite companies, engine companies, and things like that. We've interviewed some of those in here at NSF. We used to have these Europe's Future in Space series of live interviews. And so I think it was like 11, maybe 12 episodes that we did. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I cannot give you a straight answer about this, because it could be anything, to be honest. The European Space Agency has been also trying to get contracts with these new companies to be able to, support them and say, yeah, we're not going to be launching everything forever on Ariane rockets. We also want to diversify and being able to launch on other rockets. If they're cheaper, sure, let's launch on those, right? If they turn out to be cheaper and more economical, why not? And so what's going to be the next big European rocket? I mean, could be an Ariane rocket again, but it could also be any of these folks with the rockets. We'll see. Probably a reusable rocket too, because some of these are also being planned for use.
They need it. Evolve or die. That's the old saying. So I think everyone's working on that now. Hang on. First of all, let's discuss this. What's this, Alex? What's rolling back right now?
I don't know. It's an SBMT with something on top. SBMT is
Thanks, Alex.
module transporter, but I have no idea what it's carrying on top. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know every single piece of equipment out at Starbase.
What, Alex? Surely not. But that's actually a good thing to say, by the way. When you don't know, you say you don't know. If you guess, you end up looking silly. So that's always a good policy as we watch this roll by. By the way, I do note that when you do go into the store and get something from the store, you can use it as a way of adding a message. And Christopher has got the patch, the Flight 13 collector's item patch, and then added, thanks for all you guys do. Just that. Thanks for all you guys do. So I'm going to put it on screen right now. But the patch, Flight 13 patch, we're now over 60% sold. And I always make this point of saying that because once we do sell out of it, we can't order more in. The economics of it are impossible. You can't just order another 100. It doesn't work that way. So we always say when we run out of stock, as we have on some patches, we can't reorder them. So this is literally the chance to get them. And then after that, it's gone. There are the pins, but the pins are actually selling out faster as well. So I would not make it a sales pitch. I'm just making it a cautionary tale that if you leave it too long, you leave it too long. Simple as that. But it is an awesome patch, again by Jax, who's done our recent ones. Superb looking patch. And that is showing the landing burn we all hope to see on Booster 20, as it does a really targeted splashdown in the ocean, which will then lead to the potential of Flight 14 being a booster catch. Magnus, we are looking forward to these booster catch returning. Chat joining with this one. I'm going to ask the question to everybody, Magnus first and chat at the same time. Do we think that if Flight 13's booster does a successful splashdown in the ocean on target, that SpaceX will go, right, Flight 14, booster 21, we're bringing it back to the pad?
Yes, I do think so. And I was honestly surprised they didn't attempt a booster catch on this flight. So I think next flight, definitely expecting a booster catch if everything is 100% successful on this one.
Indeed. I will note, and this is completely expected, and there's no problem with it whatsoever, that as people join the stream and come in and out of the stream during the day, we're on 5,500 people now, that people will keep asking about the weather. And that's fine. We will be answering that question almost like methodically every 30 minutes or so, because it is something everyone is aware of as one of the main constraints for today's launch. Right now, we are thinking that it's because it's so far away from launch, that SpaceX are continuing and giving it a chance. Right now, with the launch is still on, because a lot of people are asking the question with the caveat, the weather looks bad, have SpaceX S word. I'm not going to, it's bad to say the actual S word in its full word. So the S word, no, they haven't. Officially, as of right now, as of this very minute, everything is still on. And I would fully expect that to continue. There is the weather radar. It's not great. But again, it's 8.5 hours launch. Magnus, let's go back to this. A lot of people are joining, and I think it's only fair that we supply the information to people who don't want to go scrolling back onto the feed 30 minutes and find your previous answer to this one. But this weather, we're hoping, won't be the same as we're looking at right now in 8.5 hours' time.
Yep. So weather at this very second isn't spectacular. However, the weather is going to get better as we progress into the launch window. The main watch factor here is going to be lightning within the range. There is a limit to lightning strikes within a certain radius. I believe it's around 10 miles for SpaceX, and that's the FAA regulation, but there are a little bit different depending on the launch site. So if there happens to be a lightning strike within a 10-mile radius of the pad, they are not allowed to launch this rocket. However, it does look like when I'm looking at the radar and weather predictions, we are just going to avoid that 10-mile radius once you push farther into the window. So if that is true, that increases our chances of launching. As in terms of weather tomorrow is looking better. There doesn't look like to be any lightning risk, but again, it is far out from the window. There's still quite some time to launch at around 8 hours and 25 minutes. So a lot of things can happen within that point in time, but SpaceX is on track to launch this thing today, given that weather continues to look good.
Very good. Now, we are looking at Pad 2 here. They are currently converting Pad 1 to a... Oh, we get some fancy graphics here. Alex, let's talk about these fancy graphics first.
I gotta ask, Ryan, is that updated? Because it looks like the same one as yesterday. I believe it has changed a little, but we'll see. Yeah, so these are basically just graphics of Yeah, it's the same. Okay, it hasn't been updated. This is a graphic of like the air temperature with the height, and then you also have the dew point with the height. And then when those two lines touch, that's a great moment for clouds to form. It's a very like basically you have a very saturated air. It's basically at its point where you just form clouds, basically, if the conditions are right. And so there you have it. That should be for sort of 75. Yeah, it's there on the right. 75 minutes into the window. I saw a little bit of an updated one. It seems like the clouds might be a little bit lower this time around with the updated data, but still, there's a likelihood that we might have a cloud cover at the very least. Maybe not rain, maybe not lightning or anything like that, but perhaps at least a cloud cover. And the wind shear, that was another thing as well that we were worrying yesterday. And I looked at the graphs this morning, and it's still the same. There's a chance that there's a lot of wind shear, like at around 2-3 kilometers in altitude. That's not great for flight either. So we'll see what happens.
Very good. I can quickly answer this one from Blackbird. Blackbird says, if no Jacqueline, how about SLS's Pegasus barge? Well, Pegasus has got a roof. So that's not going to be ideal for Pegasus. Ironically, did extend Pegasus from its shuttle external tank transport days for SLS core stage deliveries, but that is pretty much his job. Along with other things as well, it does other jobs in between times of transporting SLS hardware between Mashoud and indeed Marshall to KSC. But no, Pegasus would not be an option. I've got crewed with robots. That is a good point. When we talk about crewed missions, it wouldn't be human crews, but they have talked about, I know Elon's talked about it, about sending Optimus robots on starships. That would technically not be crewed, though, would it? I don't think. Magnus, would you class Optimus robots as a crewed launch? I wouldn't.
No, they're robots. The same way you don't consider ChatGPT a human. So I think that's an important distinction.
I don't know. Every time I talk to AI, it sounds like a human up the end. I'm like, am I really talking to a human or am I talking to the AI? It's getting crazy for someone older of my age, thinking this is bonkers. How on earth does this all work? Master wants to know, or Master wants to know, will SpaceX get more data from a ship if they catch one, as opposed to letting it go boom in the sea? If so, why are they not aiming to catch one ASAP? So, Alex, I'm going to use my shuttle SRB analogy by saying the main reason they brought the shuttle SRBs down for a parachute recovery and towed them back into Port Canaveral was to dissect them to get a lot of information from how the boost performed, which would then play into the next flight readiness review. That was the main reason, not because they saved money or anything like that. All they reused was the casings. They literally split them apart still. But with ship, I would assume most of it is telemetry. Right down to the last minute before it goes boom, they get all information from that. What more could they gain from information-wise if they caught the ship, took it back to the mega bay, and really sort of like looked at it in detail?
Well, I mean, the thing with this question in particular is that they have not aimed to catch one ASAP. You remember what I said before about the relighting space? If they cannot do that, they cannot go into orbit. If they cannot go into orbit, they cannot return to the launch site for a catch. So everything is tied together. You know what I mean, right? Like that is the deeper reason why they have not caught one of these ASAP. It will be neat if they were able to do that, because as you mentioned, Chris, they will get a lot of data. They will get lots of data. They will be able to analyze the heat shield, look at the engines after flight. They will be able to look at the structure of the ship. They will be able to do so many things. But for that, they need to go into orbit. And to go into orbit, they need to demonstrate that they can get out of orbit so that they are able to do the deorbit burn. And in order to do the deorbit burn, they need to demonstrate in-space relight of the Raptor. And they keep changing the versions and then keep changing the engine as well, right? And so now they still need to demonstrate that with Raptor 3 and with version 3. And once they demonstrate that, they'll be able to go into orbit and then do the deorbit burn and return back to Starbase. Like, that is the main key problem here, why they have not caught a ship ASAP. And I know there's been a lot of people out there, and I know yesterday, for example, there were some comments, sort of like trying to say, well, why don't they do one simple thing of just fly the ship, do like a suborbital hop and return it back and do a catch. And the problem with that is that is the least of your concerns. If you do another of those suborbital belly flops, you're not really testing anything. You're not doing the actual ship profile and doing the reentry through the atmosphere, at the most important part, which is the full orbital reentry, basically. And that is very important if you want to figure out what to do in terms of reusability. If all you do is just hop to 10 kilometers, go back down on a belly flop and do the flip and landing burn and catch, sure, good for you, but you only have demonstrated that it can, that you can return it back through a 10-kilometer hop. You're not getting any of the data. It's basically what you mentioned, Chris, that you're not going to get all of the data from the full flight profile and how it survived the full flight profile and all of the different things that can affect the ship. So it's that simple. They have not gone for the catch because they have not done all of the previous steps before that, and they need to do that.
Yep. Mr. ACP, Magnus, can we pretend it's July 23rd, 2036? What would we be watching here? So, future crystal ball time, Magnus. What do you think would be the scenario and what would the visuals will look like? Because there are questions about other pads and stuff like that, so we can round this all up into one. What do you think we'll be looking at Starbase 2036?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I mean, they've mentioned before that Starbase is going to be still remain more of a developmental site. And I still think that remains true despite them getting operational. I don't think we're going to see multi-hourly launches at Starbase, at least in the foreseeable future. But I do think we're going to see launches at being a thing that happens multiple times per week. I do think we might see we might even see a different pad design in 10 years from now. I would be surprised if we don't. And a probably surprisingly different rocket as well. But apart from that, Starship and Starbase change by the day. Making a prediction of what's happening in 10 years is impossible.
Yeah, it's also a collective, because I would say the future of Starship is not just based on Starship, obviously. It's obviously Starbase, I should say. It's based on the Cape KSC, potentially Vandenberg, potentially somewhere else, Louisiana, potentially somewhere else international. There's lots of plans in the future. And by 2036, some of these will be, well, at least the Cape side will be in play. So it's fascinating, really. And thank you for your support, by the way, ACP. I always make sure I say thank you, because it literally is, as a person who started SF 21 years ago, the reason why we're still here and why we can keep expanding on what we do. It would not have been done self-funded from me. My bank account overdraft would not cover it. No one's getting rich off this. We reinvest it because the fun thing is, I enjoy it as much as you guys do. When I see new things, new cameras come online, we get new views and what have you, I'm as excited as the rest of you. And that's thanks to your support that allows us to go out and buy these things, literally. Born West, for example, it's gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you for doing that. Literally giving somebody else a membership. Let's not lose track of that. This is somebody else who's going to spend their money on giving a membership to someone else in the community. That is really amazing. I'll never lose fascination with that. And these people have actually gone and spent their money and got something. They're going to get something, I should say, in the post, because William has bought 2 of the Flight 13 patches here. Thanks for all you doing, SF. Glad to be able to watch it with you all, guys. We've got Go Birds from Anonymous, because you'd have to put your real name in when you do a star message. And another Anonymous says, I recently found my passion for space again thanks to these streams. Thank you. That means the world. I mean, that's amazing. That not only is that someone buying something from our store, which obviously with economics means we make some money out of that, but it's somebody saying they've regained their passion by watching what we do. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. There's better words I could give to that, but it really does hit me to the point that I just turned to a mumbling fool. Glenn, let's go for launch day and hitting all the milestones orbital on Flight 14 and catch. Oh, Alex. By the way, you got 2 patches. Thank you for doing that. Alex, orbital on Flight 14? What do you think?
Again, if this flight is successful, they should. If they are able to do the relight in space and things like that, they should go into orbit already. Like, that's the thing of Starship, that they really need to move on with these milestones. And so if they finally successfully demonstrate that in-space relight, then they'll be able to demonstrate orbit on the next flight, be able to deorbit, and things like that. And with that, they might even be able to demonstrate a catch of the ship as well. So we'll see what happens. I think there's a good chance that if Flight 13 goes perfect with the booster and the ship, then we might get the full-on, the entire profile on the next flight after this. We'll see what happens. We'll find out hopefully in about 9 hours or so. Should be the start of entry for the ship.
Indeed. Claudius, curious about the fuel depot work that seems to be happening at McGregor. How long are they targeting for an orbital depot to stay up before boil-off becomes a problem? Longer is better for ops? ? And by the way, you got a patch and a whiskey glass. I'm going to put them on screen. You'll see them. Amazing. Alex, let's talk about this. First of all, what's going on at McGregor? Because we do have McGregor flyovers. We've got McGregor Live as well. So we get a good insight what's going on at McGregor. Can we confirm, because I'm not too up to date on that one, that they're working on fuel depot stuff?
I've got no idea about what is the fuel depot work, but if I have no idea about any fuel depot work in that sense. But yeah, I mean, how long are they targeting? Probably next year should be happening for the uncrewed demonstration landing on the moon. That's important, right? They will need a depot for that. So yeah, probably next year if they really want to hit their timelines. That's when it should happen.
Matt goes, you just mentioned box fan. What is box fan? Alex, don't say it's a box with fans. Let's just give them a quick technical overview on why they're fans in a box, Alex, at the tank farm. Nope, Alex doesn't want to talk about box fan.
Oh, I thought you meant Magnus. Okay.
No,
I was gonna say, yeah, it's a box with a fan.
Oh God.
It's in the name. I said this yesterday with I think it was in the booster testing stream where I was like, well, it's a box with a fan. It's in the name. It's box fan. It is just that simple. Like, it's just a method of removing, like, instead of dumping things and letting them pile up, right? Like you're venting nitrogen and it sort of piles up in the surrounding environment. You're just trying to blow it up and basically create an upstream so that it gets out of the way and that it's less hazardous for people to be around. And so that's basically what they're doing. It's a fan in a box, and it is like that because they have the exhaust from these systems where you have when in the previous tank farm systems, for example, you will see like a pool of nitrogen. Excuse me, a pool of nitrogen on the ground, right? Instead, you just have this updraft of this venting instead, like you can see here that we see active. It's a very small one though, but that's basically what it is for. It's just that fan in a box. I guess they could have done it in a icosahedron or whatever.
Well, that means the chatbot command is accurate, so that's the main thing. Kirk Puppy says, what are the chances of a V3 ship getting caught before V3 booster? Well, Block 3 booster and Block 3 ship, I can tell you the guarantee is they're going to go for a booster catch first before the ship. It's just the way they go work. It was the way they're working with V2 when V2 was having its problems that kind of delayed things, but it is about booster catches first, so I fully expect Flight 14 at the very best to be a booster catch. Ship catches will come later. So that is I can't think of any other scenario where that doesn't become a different situation. Thank you to Jeff Row-Row-Your-Boat, that's their full username, for gifting Red Team membership. Jeff does so many of those, so I always make a very big point of that for thanking. I've also got a good question here for you, Magnus. What operational Starship cargo mission are you most looking forward to? Are there any exciting things confirmed yet, like space telescopes and scientific payloads?
Yeah, so we've Starlab is supposed to launch on Starship, which is a pretty significant mission. So definitely looking forward to see if we can get some orbital space stations. Those are big payloads, and that's going to require basically I'm not going to pull a Rocket Lab here, but the Hungry Hippo fairing, the clamshell fairing. So that's going to something that's going to be very exciting compared to just the Pez dispenser. So looking forward to that.
Very good. Let's talk about two things, Alex, here. So I'm going to combine several questions into one. First, I'll read both of them out so you probably marry them all up together as part of the flow towards this launch attempt. What caused the abort on the first attempt, and what the heck was that test yesterday? Alex?
Sorry, I was gone for like a minute. Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's okay. It's okay. So the abort, we don't know exactly the nature of it. We only know that 4 engines at the very least did not ignite, and they had to change some of the engines. Some of them, the ones that they did not light, some others that they did light, and so we basically don't have a lot of information exactly of what was the cause of those engines not igniting. But other than that, we're not really sure exactly. Like the only thing again is just that they changed some engines. One of them was replaced, sent to McGregor, and then back, and was reinstalled, which is quite funny, to be honest. But other than that, maybe we'll get to know a little bit better in one of those documentary series. In one of those episodes, maybe they tell us in the next episode, because they sure like to tell about their different challenges and things like that. So we'll see.
Very good. Amy, I see your question about astronauts, and it would be unfair for me to take it now when we've got Sawyer arriving shortly, because Sawyer has met every astronaut there's ever been. It's a Sawyer flex. So I will leave that, Amy, for Sawyer to answer. The I can't pronounce that, the Landmark or something, for Starbase Electric Kettle Fund for the culture. Well said. Fair play. I totally agree. Very much appreciate it. And Byford's in chat, still praying for the weather to improve later in the day so we can have a launch day, a little more blue sky, please. And always, as usual, Byford's done a massive super chat, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support, as always. A question here from Mozak, who asks, what determines a launch window? Why couldn't they just tank it right now? Fair question, because it's not like it's going to the ISS where it's got an instantaneous window where it has to pick. Why do SpaceX, Alex, why did they pick, as they have been recently, this kind of launch window?
Well, the main reason is because they want the ship to land in daylight so that they can take pictures and video of the heat shield and the condition of the ship as it does the belly flop and the landing burn. And so that is the main reason. Right now it's dark. It's all dark out there. Yeah, there you can see the launch hazard area. And right now I think it's in the middle of the night in Western Australia. So you're not gonna get anything unless you shine very big lights. The problem is that if you shine very big lights, you still have the very big other lights that come up from the engine, the engines, being active for the landing burn. So you're not gonna see a lot. That's a problem right now, that they launch at this time of the day because of that. Apart from that, why would they choose like 90 minutes and it starts at 5:45 p.m. and things like that? Well, there are other reasons for that. You can think of things like not having all of this airspace or marine areas closed off forever. You cannot just have all of these closed off for hours and hours at a time. It's only just a few, maybe like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. At some point, we also used to have like 2-hour windows, but not more than 2 hours. We have not had really that at all on the Starship program, at least with full stack flights. So that's basically the reason why they just don't launch it right now, because they want to have the daylight. And so that's why they launch in the late afternoon, early evening time frame. And then they also have that sort of restriction in how long they can really maintain that window.
Fighting Falcon wants to know. Shuttle question. Hello. I'm still trying to learn about Shuttle's heat shield. Why were the shuttle heat tiles so big? I would argue they probably weren't really classed as big. I mean, they were big because the actual orbiter was quite a large vehicle. Surprisingly, Starship is larger, for context, by the way. But the way the shuttle TPS worked is that there's several ways to answer this. It might take a few minutes to get through this. The belly of the orbiter were those black tiles that you saw, which were mainly the protection of re-entry. They were the tiles that you could even identify each orbiter when they were hanging in the VAB high bay in the actual transfer aisle, because they all had their kind of distinctive fingerprints as they changed the TPS out. The black TPS was new tiles. The grayer dark TPS were old TPS tiles that were deemed fine, that had survived previous missions without need for replacement. Then you had the RCC panels on the wing leading edges. They were large. They were large, big panels on each wing leading edges. And of course, Columbia, that's what the disaster was. A bipod piece of foam, a suitcase size piece of foam, hit at such a velocity, it impacted the RCC tile and basically broke through it. And that's why heat got through during re-entry on STS-107. There's no way to answer that other than saying it was just all shades of bad. I could go on a deep dive on that. I won't, because I'll be here all day. Then you had the white thermal blankets. They were not actual tiles on the top of the orbiter, along with some white actual ceramic tiles around like the OMS pods and things like that. So there's several different ways of describing it, but I would say because there were thousands and thousands of tiles, they weren't that large. Starship, Alex, I would say Starship has kind of followed the kind of path of these kind of like inserted tiles for the TPS, but I'm trying to find a commonality. I don't think there's that much commonality with the shuttle TPS, is there? Other than they are like a patchwork of individual tiles.
Yeah, other than they are ceramic tiles, like it's not any kind of other tile. Like I don't know, the heat shield on Dragon, for example, it's the Pika X, and they are sort of made in blocks, right? And that's how you form that. Other than that, it's just a ceramic type of tile. They are attached differently, for example. That's one big major difference. And it's probably what might actually be the make or break of this heat shield system, because on shuttle they were glued, and they had to be very carefully glued. All of them, I think you said like 17,000 or something like that.
Yeah,
thousands of thousands of tiles. The ones on Starship, the great majority, like something like 95%, maybe more than 95%, are all of them mechanically attached to the ship, where you have at least 3 pins that are sort of attached to the tile, and it's so simple. Once those pins are welded to the vehicle, it's so simple to then install those. Now they use also like a what they call like a crunch wrapper. Basically, there's like a backing felt material that sort of you basically, as you install the heat shield tile, wraps around the edges of the tile and becomes also the tile gap filler. Basically, like in between tiles, you want to have some kind of filler there for things like when the ship, right now it's at ambient temperature, so it's in one shape, but when it gets loaded with cryogenics, its tanks, for example, will shrink, and so you're gonna have some of those tiles a bit closer together. So you want to have like a gap filler in between. There's gonna be a gap in between the tiles, but you don't want to leave those gaps exposed to the plasma. And so those gaps being filled, it's important. And you remember probably from the shuttle that they had to remove one of those on, I think, STS-114.
Yeah.
There you go.
Steve Robinson, EVA. Thank you.
Exactly.
I know much
Because they had a few of those sticking out from the heat shield, and that affected the hypersonics, the handling of the shuttles, which is bonkers that something so small could affect that. But yeah,
they were so scared of that. Yeah, they were literally said, "We're going to send a special EVA on the arm to the belly of the orbiter." Steve Robinson pulled it out and goes, "This big person is now cured." Anyway, breaking news. Not really breaking news. It's not really breaking news, but technically it's an update if you think about it. SpaceX has put a tweet out saying sunset at Starbase with a fully stacked Starship. Why is that breaking news? That's not breaking news. The reason is because SpaceX have literally taken the opportunity to tweet 1 minute ago that there's no halt, there's no lack of proceeding towards launch attempt. That's the way to take it. That's something we're experienced with. It is also very nice pictures, by the way. Let's face it. They had wonderful pictures from their drone operator, who is really good at this, by the way.
Members might have seen some of those as well from our photographers. Just saying.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, this is where we have a lot. I posted this morning about 150 photographs in L2, high res, like even Jerry's like 40 megabyte pictures. So we have loads and loads and loads of pictures around this as well. In our, if you're an L2 member, you'll see them, download them onto your desktop. You can use them. There we go. Cool. I will say that the main thing of that tweet is that it means they are proceeding. So that is the main point of why I was mentioning this as a big deal, because they could have easily taken this opportunity to say, nice pictures of sunset, but we're not proceeding with launch today. They could have done that easily. And on that, anyway, let's talk about the next thing we want to talk about, which is a video we're going to play back, which is why Flight 13 scrubbed. Let's have a little video, shall we?
Just under 2 days before the launch attempt, Booster 20 was rolled out and placed onto the launch mount. Less than 24 hours before launch, SpaceX finally rolled Ship 40 out to the launch site after loading the 20 Starlink V3 satellites that the vehicle would deploy before they burned up in the atmosphere around 20 minutes later. Everything was looking good for a liftoff at 22:45 UTC or 17:45 local time, and the countdown had progressed almost flawlessly apart from a brief hold at T-minus 60 seconds. Yes, you heard that right, T-minus 60 seconds, not T-minus 40. What happened to the T-minus 40 second hold? During the countdown, SpaceX announced that the planned hold point had been moved up from T-minus 40 to T-minus 60. This change allows them to carry out the final pre-launch checks slightly earlier in the countdown, helping to spread the workload more evenly before liftoff. They can still recycle the countdown clock back to T-minus 60 seconds if a hold is called before the deluge system activates. However, once the deluge is fired, any hold automatically becomes a scrub as the countdown can no longer be recycled. SpaceX says they have around 5 to 8 minutes of available hold time before a launch attempt has to be called off, although Starship Flight 12 would suggest otherwise, as during its first launch attempt they managed to hold and recycle the countdown for nearly 10 minutes. Once the hold at T-minus 60 seconds was cleared on Flight 13, the countdown resumed smoothly. The detonation suppression system activated to prevent any unwanted ignitions beneath the pad, followed by the flame trench and top deck deluge systems. Finally, 29 of Booster 20's 33 Raptor engines ignited, according to the on-screen telemetry, before the onboard computers triggered an automatic abort, shutting the engines down. While it's reassuring to know that Starship can safely abort even after engine ignition under launch conditions, ideally we would never have needed to find that out. And to be clear, we have actually seen a Starship abort after engine ignition before, just not during a launch attempt. Back when Booster 19 was conducting its 10-engine static fire, the test was aborted just over a second after ignition because of an issue with the pad's deluge system. That rapid abort caused damage to the engines because they were still in their startup sequence when they were shut down. As a result, those 10 engines would not fly on Booster 19. However, SpaceX later confirmed that all 10 were successfully repaired and they are now installed on Booster 20. That type of abrupt shutdown is known as a hard shutdown. This involves immediately closing the valves that feed propellant to the engines. This can create pressure spikes and shock waves as fast-moving propellant suddenly slams into closed valves, potentially damaging turbopumps, injectors, and/or plumbing. This situation appears to have been different. Because the abort was triggered by the vehicle rather than a pad issue, the engines that had successfully ignited should have been given time to shut down in a more controlled manner, avoiding a hard shutdown while also preventing any damage to the launch pad. The actual reason for the abort was that the vehicle exceeded its engine out criteria. Starship can tolerate up to 3 engine failures during startup, but once a 4th engine failed to ignite, the launch commit criteria were no longer met and the system automatically aborted the launch. Even if there had been no underlying issue with those engines, which we'll come back to in a moment, the attempt would still have ended in a scrub because the abort happened after the deluge system had activated. Once the deluge has fired, it takes several minutes before it can be reset and made ready again. By that point, SpaceX would already have exceeded its available hold time, meaning there would be no opportunity for another launch attempt, even though the deluge system itself could technically be reset. The only way Starship could make another attempt after the deluge has fired would be to completely detank and then refuel the vehicle. That would only be possible if enough propellant was available and there was still sufficient time left in the launch window. In practice, that process would probably take somewhere between 2 and 4 hours, which would easily exceed Flight 13's 90-minute launch window. So the big question is, why did 4 engines fail to ignite? The honest answer is we simply don't know, so all we can do is make some educated guesses. For a start, it seems unlikely that the 10 refurbished engines were responsible, as only one of those engines failed to ignite, Raptor serial number 78. Beyond that, it's difficult to say. Any pre-existing faults should have been identified during the 25-second static fire, unless the engine sustained damage during that test or at some point afterwards. As a result of the abort, SpaceX has rolled both the ship and booster back to the barn so they can inspect the engines and replace some of them, at least according to the boss Elon Musk, who said that they will replace 2 Raptors to ensure a successful flight. Additionally, when the booster was lifted off the mount, our robots captured imagery of the Raptors on the booster. You may have seen some speculation on social media about parts being missing, but those parts were not actually present when the booster rolled out for this launch attempt. It wasn't damaged by this post-ignition abort. There's also some paint chipped off around the booster quick disconnects, but this should not affect anything and is completely normal.
Very informative there from Mr. Ryan Caton. Very cool. It would be a miss of mine if I didn't mention the fact that we have Sawyer on next, who is someone who knows more about shuttle than I do. And I say that as somebody who really does a bit about shuttle. Literally, we were just talking, Sawyer, about a shuttle question. I'd be remiss not to bring it up to you and let you take a bit of history on this one. But we were talking about the difference between the TPS on Starship and shuttle. And Alex was mentioning the STS-114 Steve Robinson EVA, where a gap filler, a slightly protruding gap filler, was enough for NASA to say, we need to do an EVA and remove this, or it might be an issue during re-entry. So maybe you'd like to take on, because I ran out of time before the video came on, just talk a little bit more about the challenges shuttle had in the latter years, especially after STS-107, with making sure the TPS was in acceptable condition for re-entry and how those lessons may apply to Starship in the future. And until then, I'll be back on later, but I'm going to hand you over to Sawyer. Thank you, everybody.
I'm looking for it all morning, so if anyone finds it, let me know. But yeah, with STS-114, I mean, we're talking return to flight here. This is a big hurrah afterwards, and they see that. That was also when they started regularly having the camera mounted in the external tank where they could see the heat shield on the way uphill. But yeah, they also added the orbiter boom sensor system, which was an extra arm that they could use to scan the tiles. And it was also a way to test their methods that they had of, hey, if there is a gap with a tile, let's see if we can do something to fill it. So that was part of the experimentation there. I mean, it's kind of what we saw on the last flight with the Dodger dogs originally. It was, and what we'll probably see on this flight as well, if all goes well, having the satellite pop out with the camera on it and be able to show what the ship looks like. And then with 6 of them set to have cameras on this flight, that should hopefully be able to see the heat shield as well and see how that looks after liftoff. And then, of course, as Chris was talking about earlier, like reusing SRB casings, having to go out, take them apart, inspect them. We'll see what SpaceX ends up doing in the near term. Speaking of the near term, we are now under 8 hours to go until the opening of today's launch window. And before we continue with more of your questions, which you can do at NSF or at NASA Spaceflight, and it pops up in the software here so we can see it, Patrick Bob gifted 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Patrick. If anyone got one of those gifted memberships, definitely make sure you give them a big thank you, and hopefully you'll be able to enjoy the perks, including the members multi-view once that starts closer to launch, and the members behind-the-scenes view is one of the great perks, and that's for any level of membership. All right, so as I join in here, let's see, where are we at right now, Alex, for those kind of just tuning in at the 8-hour mark?
Yeah, we're still waiting to see what they are sort of doing here. Of course, the pad looks very clear. You can see there's no people around. The launch mount, you may be able to see sort of like cowbell vents of sorts on the side of the launch mount there, on the side facing our camera here. There's like 2 big squares. Those are the entrances to the launch mount. And you can see the doors are closed. Those are reinforced, thick metal doors, basically like bunker doors. And they are there, of course, to be able to access the systems. But of course, during launch time, you don't want those doors open, so they are closed right now. So that means the launch mount is cleared of people, and you can see the surrounding environment, the area around the launch pad itself is also clear. I don't see anybody or any vehicles or anything like that. If you see any sort of cars in the background, that's because that's Highway 4. And so Highway 4 is still open. There's no anybody closing the road just yet. The road closure should open. Bit ironic, but the road closure window should open in about 2 hours from now. It should open at noon Central Time. So we still have another 2 hours, a little bit over 4 minutes to go. You can see one of the tankers going up to the pad, and that's basically what we're seeing right now. Just getting those tankers out, getting the tank farm replenished. Tank farm is quiet right now. It is to be expected. That doesn't activate until much closer to launch. But as I said, the next major milestone should happen. That will be the closure of the road to the pad. They're going to be clearing the beach. They're going to be clearing the pad. They're going to be basically kicking everybody out of that area, because that is not where you want to be when it comes to launch time. So that's where we are right now. We're keeping an eye on everything. Of course, the main other item that we are looking at is the weather, and whether the weather will cooperate today, and that'll be the sort of one of the other things as well that maybe SpaceX can say whether that's a good thing for today's flight, or whether they cancel for today. Of course, we have no information as to that. The recent pictures that they posted actually will suggest that they're still on track for today, even though they have not literally said on the post that they are still go for today. You can more or less basically you can more or less think from that probably they're still on track for today based on that post, because otherwise they will have probably said, well, yeah, nice sunset shots, but we're not going today, right? That will have been more on point.
Why say anything of substance when you can put out pretty pictures?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably still somehow more informative than the technical update we got the 3 or 4 flights ago. So anyway, looks like we've got some support that also came in, and then I will get to those questions that have now been popping up. Amy Carcatera saying, will Jenny Gibbons be on Artemis 4 or the ISS crew? I don't know. I hope so. She's really cool. Everything with the ISS, or with Artemis 2, with the backup crew and all the comms. She's awesome. I've got to meet her. Surprise. I hope she makes it onto a flight. Negative Ascent Specialist saying, update from the Kansas coast. Overcast and raining here. Can you static fire in the rain? Yeah, probably. Thanks as always, NSF, for putting these streams together. It's our pleasure. Marky Towner, my family was provided a private VIP tour of Starbase from 8 to 12 midnight Tuesday. Engine failure was explained in detail. I touched ship 40 and climbed underneath it, saw all the engines. Okay, that is awesome. We'll see if we end up having a launch today. So, let's get to more of those questions now. Not Anonymous, and I'll throw this one over to you, Magnus, saying, a few days ago, Falcon 9 experienced a hard launch abort. Did its Merlin engines suffer any damage similar to what happened to the Raptor engines? Do we know kind of the difference there?
So, SpaceX hasn't come out with any detail really related to either the Merlin engines or the Raptor engines. And as a matter of fact, it might not necessarily even be the Merlin engines that were the issue. It did look like an uneven startup, but they have launched with that before. There's a magnitude of features and factors that go into launching Falcon. And they aren't rare, but they're not common having T0 aborts. They have a couple of these over the course of the years, so we don't know. But what we do know is that they launched 24 hours later, which goes to show that it wasn't a critical issue. They were able to get it fixed within a day, and they were able to launch just the following day. So we don't know the specifics, but we do know that it wasn't critical and it wasn't super difficult to repair.
Yeah, again, this has happened multiple times in the Falcon program. So they have some experience with it, but, obviously it's different when you're using the Raptors. And again, it's not the first time that they've had Raptors light and then have to do a hard shutdown. It's just this was the first time during the actual launch attempt versus testing. Heliosphere Physics is asking, well, it's got physics in the name, so I know this is going to Alex. Will Flight 13 fly a steeper, lofted trajectory to reduce range at staging and boost back burn time?
I don't think we know any of that. The boost back burn time being shorter, it could be anything from they did not put the correct times on the previous timeline for Flight 12. It could also be that they are running with 33 engines for a little bit longer. And, there's so many different answers. Like, in fact, you could say that because the max Q happens a little bit later and that they are running the engines, they're running with a higher aerodynamic pressure, then you could say, well, maybe it's actually less steeper. It's actually more shallow of a trajectory. Who knows? We'll figure it out when it flies. It's basically what I'm gonna say because I have no idea.
Yeah, as open as SpaceX is with many things, like having cameras set up right here where we can see everything, there are certain things that they're very hush-hush about and that they keep kind of close to their chest. Blissfulris is wondering, how will SpaceX clear caught boosters quickly enough for ship turnaround? Could autonomous transporters make sense for moving boosters away fast enough? I mean, if the cadence that they're talking about, they are going to need to clear it quick is one. The other thing is the fact that, the tanker ones can only stay up for 48 hours, so whatever it is would have to be cleared well before then.
That's why you have catch towers.
Yeah, but they don't
right now.
yet.
They don't. Well, yeah, but if this is like in the future, you will have those at some point in the future, right? Like for any point amount of for any amount of time sufficiently close to infinity, so to speak, right? You will have eventually those catch towers, or you'll have like an empty pad where you can do that. Like maybe here at Starbase, they'll have like a full stack on pad 1, and then you can catch on pad 2 in the meantime, or the other way around. It's that easy. Right now, all they can do is just wait. It's got 48 hours, and they can remove a booster in 48 hours, that's for sure. So, yeah, remove the booster, wait for 1 day maybe, tops. It's probably what it takes, maybe one day. And return the ship back to the launch site. It's not really that hard.
You say it like, oh, it's not really that hard, but
well, it's just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, it's waiting and rocket science, but yeah. Here's a name we see quite often coming in. Jerwa, how's it going? Good to see you. They just said hi with a $50 support message there. And then came in and gifted 50 red team memberships as well. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Jerwa. Yeah, that's super supportive. Holy smokes, thank you. If you got one of those gifted memberships, definitely give Jerwa a thank you as well. Holy smokes. I also want to thank Tom here, getting something in the shop, saying just order my Flight 13 shirt and mug. I'll have to wear my Flight 12 shirt and drink my coffee for my Flight 12 mug. Nice. I guess we know what you'll be wearing for Flight 14. Horn Steve saying, selfishly, I'm hoping for a Monday launch because it's my birthday. Would love a Starship launch for a gift. Now, here's an interesting point with that. So, it is a Thursday in Starbase. If they don't launch today, I know we talked a little bit about this during the 3.5-hour countdown to launch yesterday, but Alex, could they launch tomorrow? Because this is technically the part of the summer where Friday is considered a weekend per regulations with Cameron County. And they can't launch on weekends.
Yeah, they have actually updated the road closure for tomorrow, and now it starts at noon. So that looks basically like a flight closure. So yeah, the one for tomorrow is definitely a flight closure. And they added this morning another closure as well, probably as a backup for Saturday, for the 25th. So yeah, We'll see, but definitely they seem to have at least issued those road closures.
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, there's the road closure primary the 23rd and the 24th. Those go from 12 to 9, which is typical. Also, interestingly, there is a beach closure notice now that I just noticed pop up for
Yep.
Saturday.
On the 25th, from noon to 9 p.m., basically like the other ones. That one will probably pop up once because apparently they cannot display more than 2 beach closures for whatever reason. Same deal with the road delays; they can only display 2 at a time. SpaceX, you really need to update all of that stuff. Sorry, not SpaceX. The city of Starbase, which is obviously not at all linked with SpaceX.
No, totally no connection.
Nah.
But yeah, so interesting that there is that closure as well for Saturday. So I think it seems to say that they will try for this weekend, even though, in theory, if they're following the letter of everything that's been written out, they've used up all of their weekend closures. So, I mean, then
I'm gonna
again,
be
when
honest,
has
I
that
think
ever
they don't
stopped SpaceX?
care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Oh, SpaceX. Let's see here. Papa Hawkeye is asking, and I know, like Chris said, we're probably going to get this question often, and we'll probably hit it like every 30 minutes or so, asking if we have any update on the weather. Magnus, do we have any update currently on the weather, at least?
Yeah, so we don't have any specific update from SpaceX or nothing like that. Weather is looking, it's possible to launch. We are looking at some thick cloud rules as potential violation factors and lightning within the 10-mile radius. But it does look like that clears out as they progress into the launch window. If weather does cause a stand down from the launch today, they are able to launch tomorrow, where weather does look like to be a lot better. But every indication makes it clear they are going to attempt a launch, at least at this point in time.
Yeah, and again, as Chris was saying earlier, I mean, there's still plenty of time until the window opens, and it is a 90-minute window. So hopefully they can find a gap in there. And yeah, it's worth noting within that 90-minute window, though, once they begin fueling, they only have about 15 minutes of wiggle room at that point, where once it's fully loaded, they can hold, again, all of that. There's a lot of things that nuance to exactly how long, but it's approximately 15 minutes. One person just said SpaceX needs to stop attempting to launch on Thursdays. Here's a thought question. Dean Brillhard is wondering, Alex, will the tanker ships have tanks in the nose cone, or will the entire ship essentially be tanks? How's that going to work with the propellant amounts for both getting into orbit and then being able to offload and then being able to return?
Initially, it's just gonna be like the ship as you see it there. They might not even install like the pest dispenser or anything like that, because that will be extra weight. But you basically will just arrive to orbit with like 100 tons of propellant on your tanks. That will be the idea, right? Eventually, you can make an optimized version that is like a proper optimized tanker version. That it's still like on the outside, it probably will look very much like the ship that you see there on your screen, especially on this side because it will be just heat shield tiles. But on the other side, it will not have also any of the pest dispenser stuff and the payload bay door and all that. But on the inside, perhaps the bulkheads, the top of the tanks, basically, will probably be elevated so that the main tanks will be carrying more propellant, and with that, they will be able to reserve a little bit more propellant at the end of the day. Like instead of, I think right now they have 1,600 metric tons of propellant of capacity on the ship. So maybe if you were to increase that, I don't know, by 200 tons to 1,800, maybe you'll be able to lift another 20 tons to low Earth orbit or something like that, and that will be propellant. Like the tankers, they don't carry any payload. Their payload is propellant, and the propellant remaining on the tanks basically, because there's no separate fuel system or anything like that. The problem with separate tanks, as the question suggested, is that then you will need a separate way of bringing those propellants that you have on those separate tanks into either the main tanks and then through the quick disconnect, or have a very specialized port where you have to then transfer the fuels. Right now, the preferred method that SpaceX wants to do this propellant transfer is through the main quick disconnect. The very same thing that they use for loading the ship, it's also the very same thing that they're going to be using for transferring the propellants. It makes sense. It already is used for the ground systems, right? Like, it's already used when it's getting fueled during countdown, so why not use the very same thing that they use when they fuel the rocket? So that is basically what they're going to be using. If you create a separate set of tanks, then it sort of gets a little bit weird there. It will be sort of like the Heather tanks. They need very long transfer tubes. The one for the methane, for example, goes into the main methane tank, and then the one from the liquid oxygen Heather tank, that one is at the tip of the nose cone, and the tube needs to go all the way through the methane tank, down to the liquid oxygen tank, and into the engine manifold. So it's a long tube that you have to do in order to carry all of that down to the engines. And so it takes really a lot of mass. And if you can think about a tanker ship, you want to optimize that mass. You want to reduce as much of that dry mass as you can and actually gain as much propellant mass as you can. So probably, again, in the very short term, will just be an empty ship with the propellant remaining on the tanks being what you transfer. And then in the future, you can say, well, we extended the existing tanks a little bit into the nose cone area. That will probably be the good way of doing that.
We have some breaking news here. Someone from SpaceX's or from the city of Starbase must be watching, because check this out. They have now added 3 beach closures to the website, where before we were saying, oh, it seems like they can only do 2. Someone was listening and said, well, watch here. There you go. All 3 closures are now up for the beach there. So they have 3 days worth of closures, and I mean, all of those seem like launch attempt closures. In other words, the 12 p.m. to 9 p.m., which is typical for a launch. So interesting also that they're all listed as primary. Is that strange that 2 of them don't say backup and that all of them are primary?
Probably another one of those few things that they probably have to fix. If you're watching, hi, fix that. Fix it.
Goodness gracious, yeah. I mean, I'm wondering though, because obviously you've got the beach closures and everything like that. You're probably wondering though, sure, that closes the beach, and that typically also aligns with the road closures. But where are said road closures? Well, I'm glad you asked, because you totally did, I'm sure. This is where they all are. So you have the standard closure point over there, which is kind of more what we're used to seeing. Also, I love that we added the blast danger area. And then that alternate closure point. And as it goes further out, then you get to the full stack closure point. Magnus, do you know a little bit more about these closure points?
I'm not a Starbase local, so I can't really add too much upon it. But they're road closures.
I mean, obviously there's, safety hazards and stuff, but I guess why would they kind of start with a closer one and then move it away? Why not just go for the farther out checkpoint to begin with?
So they have a closer closure that allows SpaceX employees to be at the Star Factory. Star Factory viewing is open for SpaceX employees. It's not open for the public. So they have certain areas where SpaceX employees need to access, and this has actually shrunk in quite a bit, because originally that road closure went by the Ad Astra School. So it has gotten significantly closer, but they have a soft checkpoint to stop the main flux of traffic, and then they have a hard stop where not even employees can go into the blast zone. So again, I'm not super familiar with the Starbase road closures, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier when you have these different roadblocks in place, because this one here, so obviously there's no roadblock right now there, but there's an intersection there with a road that is called the London B. Johnson Boulevard out in the Boca Chica village. And so that one is basically the last intersection before you get to the beach. And so it's a very easy way to set up the roadblock because anybody that wants to go to the beach has to go through there, right? There's no other way to get to the beach other than this portion here, this intersection. And so if you set up your roadblock there because you want to clear the beach and you want to have everybody out of there, then that is your place where you cut the road there, you put the roadblock there, and you say, okay, no more people after this. Then we showed the alternate closure point. You can see there the US flag. It's not flying right now because there's not a lot of wind. But that is basically where you have the viewing area out there at the office building, right? You've probably seen this on social media or from SpaceX's videos. They have now a fancy new countdown clock. Right there where that intersection that they have with Highway 4, that is the St. Martin Boulevard. I think they have now renamed that Rocket Road because, of course, they are renaming always the headquarters to Rocket Road. But basically, that intersection is the one that is sort of at the end of that blast danger area that we showed in the graphic. And so that is the absolute limit that people can be when this thing is launching. The one that's set up here in the roadblock that we're showing here, not the roadblock, in the intersection that we're showing here on the right, that is, that roadblock is set up very close to, basically, hopefully in about less than 2 hours that should be set up, and then it is vacated. Like the people just leave and go to the San Martin Boulevard intersection. The other one that we showed from Richardson Avenue would probably have maybe a camera from our river lot pointed at that. That one will be also set up, and that one is to prevent anybody that is not SpaceX or law enforcement to go to Starbase, to go all the way here to the production side, the village, and things like that. The village needs to be evacuated. At least a great majority of it needs to be evacuated. So that is sort of the final access point before you get to the production side and things like that. And then you've got the soft roadblock that we showed that is like 10 miles or 15 miles away. That is the last time that you are essentially in Brownsville. It's sort of like the last intersection of Brownsville. But yeah.
I'm telling you, we had I watched the entire stream and all I got was an S word. I watched an entire Alex answer shirt kind of thing. Oh, gotta love the long Alex answers. But you know what? We don't have that shirt in the shop, but we do have one for our Flight 13 patch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you want to celebrate Flight 13 whenever it does eventually launch, we have our commemorative patches and pins, and you can get it on all of your favorite things. You've got the regular cotton shirts, you've got the lightweight sun shirts, all of those with an amazing design done by Jacques, who came up with all this. I still love pointing out the 13 engines for the landing burn for Flight 13, and then also the frost lines are supposed to be pretty accurate of once it comes back in for the splashdown near the Gulf. I love that. And there's plenty of different ways you can get it, but a reminder, with the pins and the patches, once they are gone, they are gone. And I believe we are under 40% of the patches remaining and under 30% of the pins remaining. So go check out all the different options at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's a great way to not only, have your love of Starship, but you help support the stream in doing so, and you get something cool out of it for yourself. So, appreciate it. Nate HSU 255 asking, Magnus, could SpaceX go for orbit to release the Starlinks this time? If they do, what legal penalties would they face? I think there's some, the FAA and other federal agencies from different countries would have some problems with that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but during SN8, they technically launched without, was it explicit permission or something? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah. Needless to say, after that, all their tests were required to have an FAA person on site.
An inspector. So let's just say if they did decide to change their trajectory last second without notifying anyone, it probably would not be super good. And again, I don't think SpaceX is going to take any risks like that. SpaceX does care about public safety and does care about following the rules because they are a company that have to follow the rules. So I think we can confidently say that is not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much coordination that goes on too with all of the different countries and everything. There's the airspace closures near Mexico, in addition to the US, across the Gulf, and the splashdown areas. There is so many different parts that have to be closed off and protected because you may remember from Block 2, all of the ones that deposited pieces of the ship in the around Turks and Caicos in that area. Yeah, they want to have those protected areas. You can see that's the launch air hazard area, and look how much of that airspace is closed out for this. So you kind of have to follow the path, otherwise the surrounding countries are going to be upset, especially if, say someone's trying to fly from Mexico to Florida and they change when they launch or something. Yeah, they are not going to be super happy with it. And for Block 3, they are going slightly further south on the launch trajectory, going south of Cuba as opposed to north of it. And then this is the other part. You go halfway across the globe, and there are flights that are going to and from Madagascar and over to Western Australia, and boats and stuff. You don't want it hanging out in space for a full orbit and then coming back going, surprise, and it splashes down on a boat when you don't want it to. So that is one of the reasons that they won't. I mean, technically, if I remember rightly, Alex, the launch license that they do have does have the words orbital allowed in it, but I think they kind of have to announce that ahead of time, right?
Yeah, from a license standpoint, they do have the permission, but as you mentioned, they need to file the plan for this launch in particular to be able to go into orbit. They will need all of those different hazard areas and everything that we just showed, but for re-entry of the ship and things like that, because once you go into orbit, it's not like you're going to re-enter the ship on the same area. It's going to overfly over other parts. So, yeah.
Exactly. Yep, so they can when they choose to, but they have to choose to and actually say they're going to.
Communicate that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's one from Z, and they're asking, Magnus, I want to know what you think on this. If today's flight is fully successful, what milestones could we expect to see attempted on the next flight?
If everything is fully successful, they achieve a Raptor relight, they achieve a soft splashdown in the Gulf for both for the booster, and then a soft splashdown outside of Australia for the ship. They can do multiple things depending on what they're looking for. I do expect we'll see a booster catch if they feel confident in doing so, at least an attempt. Again, they can ditch in the Gulf if it's not good. And if the Raptor relight is successful, they have the ability to go orbital if they have confidence in that as well. And if the ship splashdown is fully successful, they could theoretically go as far as attempting a ship catch. I don't necessarily think we'll see that on Flight 14, but I think there's a chance we see that on Flight 15. So my guess is we might see booster catch on 14 with an orbital flight, and then a ship catch maybe on Flight 15.
I think that's a safe bet. I mean, if all goes well, Flight 14 kind of has to be orbital at that point, especially at the pace they want to go at, especially wanting to get those V3s launched, and also needing to have some more experience on your belt for HLS, the Human Landing System, landing people back on the moon. And with Artemis 3 coming up, they kind of need to do that, and also be able to test out their tankers and everything. So that would be great. And yes, I think a lot of it's going to depend on what happens with the booster, because you may remember from Flight 12 that the booster back burn kind of had some issues, and that it was about 90 degrees off from where it's supposed to be, and yeah, things didn't go well. So that's why it's super important that it works on this. I still think we're a little bit away from the ship catch. I still think that might be another 2 or 3 flights away, but if we can get orbital and a booster catch on Flight 14, I would say that's a major win. Let's see here. Reminder, by the way, if you have questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. It pops up the little software we have here and makes it easier for us to see all the different questions coming in when there's about 8,000 of you watching. Negative Ascent Specialist is wondering, I'm curious, with them wanting to launch every day and multiple times a day, do you think they have any idea of how to keep pads painted? I've noticed the hoods got blasted pretty good by the water deluge. I mean, Alex, at that point, how much of the paint is aesthetic and how much of it is heat protection?
They should do like in Formula One, where they go in and they go, phew, phew, you know what I mean, with the cars, changing the tires and everything. They should go out there and spray paint like very quickly. A group of people going out there. I don't know. I guess in the future they're just not gonna care about the paint. Maybe like the launch pad, just like airports. Maybe you have the launch pad closed by a day, for example, just to do maintenance and things like that. Sometimes airports close runways for maintenance of the runway or maybe cleaning the runway. Like it's very normal, and then you use the others. Just like here, if you close maybe pad 2 for cleaning or inspections or painting or whatever operation you wanna do on that pad, then you still have pad 1 for that sort of thing. Yeah, just think about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and just want to jump on quickly and just the paint on the pad is mostly for rust, protection of rust, because this is in a coastal environment. It's less for heat protection, but more so for rust protection. So they have solutions to combat rust long term, although aesthetically might not be as pleasing.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to paint and SpaceX, that's not really been a high priority of theirs, I guess. All I could think of is taking a look at the drone ships between, of course, I Still Love You and Shortfall of Gravitas, and even just read the instructions when, that was acting as a landing barge. I mean, they get pretty toasty and pretty charred because they're out there, getting 2 or 3 landings a week in some cases. Obviously, things have slowed down a little bit with Falcon 9, but, getting to see just how rusted the deck goes. And I think, what is it, like once a year, they'll take them out of commission for a week and then try and, refurbish them a little bit, if I'm remembering right, Alex? Like about once a year, they'll take them out and do some maintenance on it?
Yeah, it depends a little. Especially if it's seeing a lot of corrosion from the engine exhaust. Sometimes it's taking out, but very briefly, like maybe only a week, right? Instead of like multiple weeks or multiple. Sometimes it might even be like an entire month. There you can see. I think that's your picture of a chauffeur of Gravitas.
No, that is Julia from our most recent Cape flyover.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. It's from the recent flyover. Yeah. So that one, for example, is being worked on, and they still launched within a few days, right? Sometimes they have like an RTLS, like a return to launch site landing, and then they can take the drone ship out for that time. Just like next week, we have an RTLS launch, right? And the previous launch was expendable. So that's 2 launches in a row where they don't need the drone ship. That means they can take it out. And so sometimes they use that instead of slowing down the cadence or something like that. They just take it out and do maintenance on the drone ship, basically while they are not using it, because it makes sense. If you're not using it, then yeah.
Yeah. So you see how roasted and battered that is, and yet it still would support a launch a couple days after. I think that's what we're going to see over time here with all the things over at the pad for Starship 2. Let us see. Actually, probably shouldn't mention lettuce with all the recalls going around, but let us see what else we have here, question-wise. Yeah, I know, I made the joke. I'm sorry.
Oh, is that a van pulling up to the launch site?
I think so.
Because that one was actually passing in front of one of those walls. That was interesting. Okay.
Yeah, at what point did they close it down, and at what point is it the quote unquote red team, where basically it's only the highly trained personnel are the only ones allowed out there to do emergency repairs kind of thing, or emergency checkouts? What point do we get
I
to
mean,
that?
it should be cleared definitely by the time they start the tank farming and start loading propellants. Whether this is the shift for that or not, you can see the pad is very clear. But you can also see all the way to the right in this view, close to the ticker, to the red ticker, you can see there's two black things. Those are the ship and booster stands. Those are probably going to be moved out of the way as we get close to the roadblock time. Maybe they are there to sort of guide those out of the launch site. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that.
You'll definitely keep a close eye on it. And again, a reminder, as you can see at the top left, still about 7 hours and 14 minutes till the opening of the window, and it is a 90-minute launch window. So they still have plenty of time, and the road closure technically doesn't even go into effect for another hour and a half. Let's see. Anonymous getting one of the patches, and I think this is the probably only time we will ever have a unanimous agreement of the commentators on the air currently. OV105, Best Orbiter. Super jealous that Sawyer got to see her already. We're all Team Endeavor here, right?
100%.
Yep, we are.
There you go. Boom. It's official. All of the current commentators on the air at NSF support it. I know Ryan Caton is producing, but Ryan's not commentating right now, so can't come in and say that some other orbiter is better.
Don't tempt him. Don't. Yeah, because otherwise he's going to do it.
True. And Kerbal Guy saying, "Go Starship, boo Lightning. Thanks for all the coverage, NSF. Y'all rock." Well, thank you. You guys all rock too for coming in and supporting us and hanging out with us at this point. Yusuf is wondering, Magnus, with an hourly launch going forward, which of course is SpaceX's plan, how will they deal with air traffic? I know we don't have a definitive answer, but what do you think?
Good question. As we've seen, SpaceX has reduced the hazard zones based on the reliability of the rockets. But it's a hard answer. They can't have, if they need to still have a hazard zone with the extent that they do right now, that's going to make it quite difficult, and that's going to make it difficult with launches from multiple other launch sites. So if they can't combat that, they're going to have to try to find launch sites that don't have that much traffic. But I think the most realistic answer is once they get confident in their rocket, they'll be able to reduce the time needed for those airspace closures and also reduce the size of them and limit it to a smaller window. But again, until we see Starships flying more frequently, it is hard to make a firm prediction.
We're just going to have to include ADS-B information on every single Starship, and then you're watching it on Flight Radar 24, and the altitude, 500, 5,000, 15,000, 150,000 feet as it goes. I did see someone asking how, into the final hour there and stuff, how do they make sure that it stays safe and people don't go into the range? Well, I mean, they start doing that early enough because there are actually some of the range helicopters already in this view, speaking of Flight Radar 24. So they will keep the area clear, especially as it gets closer to launch and those keep-out zones become more important. Because the last thing you want is, if something goes wrong, to have a piece of rocket or booster or anything like that end up on top of a boater. Same thing with, you don't want any pieces that could come damage an airplane mid-flight with people on it. So that's why they have the range helicopters, and I'm sure we'll be able to show you a couple in a bit, because one of their refueling stations happens to be right in front of one of our camera sites. So should have some good views of that as we go on later and they come in and start refueling. Let's see here. Let's see what other questions we got. Ethan is wondering, how do NASA, SpaceX, and others deal with weather such as hurricanes and tornadoes and other major storms? I mean, Magnus, you've been helping us follow the weather here on this stream. How do they deal with it and track it and work around it?
So they work together, and they have their weather radars, and they follow that, and they use predictions in order to determine if it's a launch. We actually saw a hurricane occur during Artemis 1, at least during one of the earlier launch attempts of Artemis 1. And that was when they decided to, I can't remember, did they roll SLS back to the VAB then?
They sure did.
Yes. So they rolled SLS back to the VAB, and the vertical assembly building at Kennedy was constructed to withstand hurricane level winds to at least a certain category. We haven't seen SpaceX necessarily deal with a hurricane at Starbase. None of the launch sites are constructed in Tornado Alley, so tornadoes as big of a concern, but there are the occasional water spout outside of Starbase, but it's not a huge concern. I would assume that both Gigabay and Megabay are constructed at least to withstand pretty high level of winds. And of course, the launch towers are technically built to withstand a direct impact of a super heavy booster to a certain degree, so they should be able to withstand hurricane level winds as well. So the main idea is to build something that's able to withstand, at least infrastructure that's able to withstand high level winds like hurricanes and potentially tornadoes, and then keep the booster and the ship inside the bay if they ever get to that point.
I mean, they do the best they can as is. Like you said, they can roll back for the hurricane, as we saw with Artemis. I believe it was Michoud that got hit directly by a tornado. They actually had to, I think, take out of commission a couple of shuttle external tanks back in the day because of it. And I know it damaged a bunch of equipment there, and it took them like 3 years to get back to full production, if I'm remembering rightly. So, yeah, it was... they deal with it because, you can only predict so much with Mother Nature. Master Jimmy is wondering, Alex, what's the cross-range capability for the booster? And could they land in Louisiana when they buy that land instead of a boost back?
I think we talked about this yesterday. No.
For those who weren't watching
it's
yesterday.
the same question. So the problem with that is that you really need a lot of speed. The booster doesn't get to that speed to get that far out to Louisiana, basically. And again, just like yesterday, they have not bought just yet any land there. They're thinking about it, and we'll see if they actually go through that. Good chances that they do, but there's nothing confirmed about that. Basically, that's sort of the short answer to that. We spent a good time yesterday on Countdown to Launch talking probably too much in depth than it really is needed.
Since when are Alex ever giving short answer? You okay today? Oh boy. Let's see here. Rio Weather, very appropriate name, is asking, do they have any V3s on board today? Magnus, can you talk a little bit about the payload for those who are unaware of what's in that ship right now?
Yes, today they are launching 20 Starlink V3 satellites as a demo of the payload capability. Usually they've been launching payloads on Starship for at least a couple of flights with mass simulators. The last flight was the first flight where they flew actual Starlink hardware with, they called them the Dodger Dogs. They were based off of the V2 infrastructure, but they were expanded to fit in the Starlink Bay. And they were basically, I like to call them drones in space. They were used to basically fly around the ship and take images. Today, however, they are launching with only Starlinks. And these are the actual Starlinks that they're planning on launching on Starship as it gets gets operational. So these Starlinks will test a couple of things. They'll deploy their solar arrays. They'll test their propulsion systems. And originally it said on the website that they were supposed to communicate with a ground station. However, that has been removed at this point. But I would still expect to see some communication tests, at least between the satellites, the Starlink network, and potentially some ground stations. A couple of those satellites do possess cameras, and they will also be used to kind of act like the Dodger dogs. They will fly around Starship, they will image the heat shield, image the rocket, and basically act like small drones in space, take some photos, and be used to collect data. But most importantly, they're getting to test real Starlinks on Starship, so this is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and again, like we've been talking about, if all goes well and the tests work, then we could see the first orbital flight carrying actual V3s that might stay in orbit, as opposed to these, which are just going to kind of re-enter with the ship as it comes back, although the ship is supposed to stay in one piece. The Starlinks are not. Let me thank some people here. Crafty Geek, is EJ on the Stakeout later? You'll have to stick around and find out. Yes. Sorry, what? I didn't say anything. Aaron, getting the patch from the shop saying, been watching since SN8 at the launch site now, ready to watch my first launch ever. Go SpaceX, go Starship, go NSF. Talk about a first launch to experience. Golly. Doesn't get much crazier than that for a first attempt. Just fair warning, if you then see a Falcon or something after that, from what I'm told, it will seem disappointing, but enjoy. Then Sebastian coming in saying, Godspeed MRV, hoping for a good Starship launch. Is that referring to MRV, the mission that launched a couple days ago?
Yeah, that's the same person from the other day. I don't know if you remember.
I was a little busy that day.
Yeah, well, you were out there in the field. Yeah, we had a person in chat that was part of the team that worked on it. I think it's the same person. So, yeah, hopefully it works.
Absolutely, because, I mean, that's going to be huge. The ability to go all the way up to geostationary orbit and boost and help basically give new life to satellites up there that might be running out of propellant, might have oscillations to their orbit that they want corrected. That'll be huge. Which, I'm wondering, is that something maybe that Starship would be able to do, given that, eventually a tanker variant is in the works? Could Starship potentially be used as a refueling vehicle for other satellites? Or is that crazy?
There was a from when SpaceX went public, there was a slide on their presentation where they showed a Starship with like an open, shuttle style open payload bay, and then like a pair of robotic arms, and that one was for asteroid mining. But you can think of a similar thing, and it's just a satellite on the other end, and then you can do sort of the same MRV sort of thing, right? That would be fun if they were to try something like that.
I would love that. I mean, hey, if they're putting a docking port on the header tank, just saying, why not put an attachment point there and be able to transfer fuel? Although the actual fuel transfer from Starship to tanker Starship is going to be a little bit different, which, Magnus, how are they going to, once they get to the on-orbit refueling, how are they going to actually do that with the Starship tanker?
They're going to, again, partial in Alex's answer, but they're going to have to basically spin, or at least use, they're going to have to use thrusters to move the fuel in the tanks so they can actually transfer them, because in 0G, the fuel's liquid, and it starts to slush around. So in order to transfer propellant from ship to ship, they're going to have to orient the ships properly, give a little boost to make sure that the propellants settle, and then they'll use that to transfer fuel between both of the ships. Yeah.
Yeah, this is that render from SpaceX, where you can see there's one, there's the other. And what's really cool is the hardware for this is already installed on the ship that you see on the right side of your screen. At least the docking interface, I should say, not necessarily the transfer point. But there are those little connecting points there, you see. So one will have the extended part, the other has the receiving cone, essentially, that it will dock to. That will align it, and then there will be an interface on there that will allow it to then transfer the fuel from one to the other. And that tank will stay in space for quite a while, whereas the refueler will go up and then within 48 hours should be back down. And that is how that will work. Here's one from 07G, and they're wondering what would happen if Starship gets struck with lightning, given the anvil cloud rule and all the lightning concerns, especially given today's iffy weather. Alex?
Well, hopefully on the ground it doesn't get hit. But right now it does look like it's a bit more clear. You can see a little more clear skies. Hopefully they can avoid any of that. If it gets hit by lightning, I mean, probably one of those things that you really don't want to find out what happens. Not that it will be completely destroying the rocket or anything like that, as we saw earlier with the Long March rocket earlier this morning. It's something that it could, in theory, just not damage or anything like that. It's just that in some small locations, depending on where it hits the rocket, it could. And there's already precedent of that. And you really don't want to find out. That's sort of the argument here, that you don't want to risk the chance that it hits a very sensible part of the rocket. It's not going to explode, that's for sure. In all of the history of rockets flying through lightning or anything like that, there's none that have been exploding or anything like that, because basically the electricity just runs through the outside, right? It's not like it hits the inside where the propellants are, and also like you would need to actually mix the propellants, and that's not really a thing. But it does have the potential to damage electronics and damage other sensible components like that. And so those are usually your concerns when we're talking about this sort of thing. And maybe like in the point of impact into the rocket, it could do an actual damage. But yeah, because it's where you got like a bunch of concentrated electricity there in your rocket, and that can actually damage, like structurally damage the rocket if it's too powerful.
Yeah, I know we always bring it up, but for those who are unaware, the lightning rule is a lot to do with Apollo 12, which did get struck by lightning on the way uphill. And thankfully, John Aaron knew in Mission Control to fix it, as all the battery buses were showing errors and stuff, to switch SCE to aux, which is in our intro, our normal intro, and you listen to that. So that saved Apollo 12. But after that, they're like, you know what? Maybe we just shouldn't launch into clouds that have the potential to have lightning anyway. And thus the anvil cloud and lightning rules were born. Also, and then there's Soyuz, which just says, I don't care, I go space. Yeah, they'll launch in anything. They've launched in blizzards. Let's see. Sammy Miami is wondering, Magnus, what are the chances we get a Starlink cam view of the in-space relight?
From one of the Starlink satellites?
Yeah.
Is it possible? Sure. But the Starlink satellites are going to be relatively far away from the ship, because it is approximately 10 minutes or so after the deployment, and the Starlink satellites are thrown out of the payload bay. Nothing says they couldn't show a view of it, but I don't think we're going to have a close-up view. But I would be surprised if SpaceX doesn't catch it on their cameras. Whether it's published to the public is another story, but it's theoretically possible.
Theoretically, it's the best kind of possible. All right, let me see here. Thank a couple people. Paul Alliston becoming a pad rep member, very much appreciated. You're right, they were with the team. Sebastian over with the MRVT saying Northrop is actually looking to contract Starship for carrying MEP pods. It's cheaper. Now, T-minus 13 months till the first MRV test, 10 months of ion propulsion now. getting the final transition into geo there. But these pods are basically the little like extra propellant pods that they can stick onto satellites in geostationary that will help boost them and allow them to maneuver it where they need to go. I mean, it's cool that we're actually seeing other potential times, I guess, to see Starship launch something, because right now it seems like it's basically all Starlinks. Also, because right now they just have the Pez dispenser. I mean, Alex, is there goals to do something beyond the Pez dispenser so they can maybe launch larger payloads?
Well, I mean, as I said before, at some point in the future, depending for what applications you want to use this ship, then you might want to have some kind of shuttle-style payload bay doors, right? I'm not sure about the chomper door. It seems like in all of the recent renders from SpaceX, they have no longer shown anything like chomper style. They have shown more like shuttle bay door style. So yeah, I mean that's probably one of the things. I do not think it's gonna happen soon in terms of like maybe 1 or 2 years time. Maybe it's like early 2030s sort of thing, but I think it'll happen. It's just that don't sit around waiting for that just yet.
I mean, the other problem with the kind of claw or the chomper design, you have the header tanks as well, right? In Starship, how are you gonna move those?
Well, you just basically don't like the door basically just doesn't cover the like it just reaches up to where the header tanks will be. Like instead of being all the way to the tip, it just covers a little bit of the nose cone.
If it was a chomper, or
yeah, like instead of going all the way to the tip of the nose cone, it's just like a truncated chomper, if you want to call it like that, basically.
I like that. Michael coming in and grabbing a patch. Thank you very much for that. Actually, I think 2 patches, based if I'm reading that rightly. Again, once they're gone, they're gone. We don't restock them. So, negative ascent specialist saying, with the multiple launch pads in different parts of the country/world, could we potentially see a future where weather delays shift launches to different pads, launching that mission instead? Magnus, what do you think?
I think changing your launch pad for a payload is unlikely, because again, weather delays usually don't push your launch more than a couple of days. And if you're going to remove the satellite, if you're planning on launching from Starbase, remove your satellite and then moving it to Cape Side, that's going to take a while. So I think it's easier to just wait it out and then launch a couple days later if it's bad weather. So I don't think we're going to see payloads move from coast to coast, at least on short notice. We have seen payloads move from coast to coast before, based on launch manifests, but that was planned a long time in advance.
Yeah, I mean, it's doable. It's just not always preferred.
Yeah, Insight was supposed to originally launch from the East Coast, but due to the activity at the East Coast, they decided to move it and launch it from Vandenberg. But that was not due to weather.
Vandenberg. Anyway, I'm sure the launch went off, just didn't see it because fog. Don't panic. 3069 saying, how many test flights are realistically required before SpaceX attempts a dedicated orbital tanker and demonstrates in-orbit propellant transfers? I mean, I think the relight test is going to be super important today. Obviously, they're going to have to get into orbit. But beyond that, I don't know. How soon do you think it would be? And then I'll give my opinion.
For orbital tanker demonstrations?
Yeah.
We should see those as early as maybe Q1 to Q2 next year. I don't think we're going to see it this year, but I do think we have to see it early next year if they want to stay on top of things with the Artemis program and stuff like that. So I don't think we're going to see it this year, but I do think we're going to see it early to mid next year.
If I had to put a guess on it, I would probably say flight 17 or 18, because keep in mind, you then have this flight. The next one would hopefully be orbital. The one after that, I believe they were planning on a Florida launch, was what Gwen Shotwell originally said in that CNBC interview. Then I would think, you would need to put a tanker up there. So that could be flight 16, and then flight 17, you would see the docking and transfer test. Again, that's assuming that all goes well today and that it makes orbit on the next flight. But that would be my prediction, would be flight 17 or maybe flight 18. So,
but Starship is still limited to 48 hours, so they would have to have both pads at pad at Starbase and pad at 39 has to be available. And those launches are going to be within quick succession, so they can give it a test. So I guess I mean it does make sense, but I might be a little bit pessimistic on this one.
That's okay. It's always good to have the opposing opinions. If this were the Flame Trench, we'd be doing the fight bell. Ding, ding. Let's see. Naga is wondering, do you think companies are going to start making satellites that can fit in the Starship Pez dispenser and share rides with Starlink and maybe other customers? I mean, I'm wondering right now, how much of a market is there for a flat pack satellites? I mean, we just had a demonstration of one, I think it was sometime earlier this year, of the flat sats. But is that potentially a new norm design? Be able to say, hey, we'll just make it flat, and that way it can launch on Starship.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Google or another company that was looking into at least a concept of this for things. So I think we're actually going to see flat packs become more mainstream, especially if Starship allows for flat pack ride shares. But yeah, if Starship allows for flat packs, it's most likely going to. I would say we're going to see a possibility for that in the future.
I mean, I think it's going to have to be an option until Starship designs a different deployment mechanism and tests that and uses it. I mean, of course, their main thing is going to be the Starlink satellites. It's going to be their data center related stuff. Right now, Starship's two customers are essentially themselves, being, Starlink /XAI and NASA in the HLS program. That's pretty much their two customers at the moment. We'll see what other companies develop and also how long they keep the Pez dispenser design. That, I think, will be the defining factor of, will it launch on Starship, or will they launch instead on either a Falcon Heavy or Falcon 9? So, hey, check out this view. This is a new camera. I believe our team just set this up in one of the remote sites that SpaceX offers us to set up cameras. I believe this is near Danger Lot, if I'm looking at it correctly. But yeah, our team's been out there setting up all of these extra camera views for everyone to see. And I love that, looking up at that shot there. That is gorgeous. Oh, man, I hope this thing flies. Of course, the gray skies there are not not looking the best right now. But we'll see how the weather holds out. Fingers crossed, because again, we're about 6 hours and 46 minutes from the opening of today's window. A reminder, it is a 90-minute launch window. So they have some time with wiggle room if the weather doesn't look so great. But we'll see. I gotta say, by the way, that this new V3 is gorgeous. Especially just, so shiny, so clean. And I'm going to hand things over here to EJ in just a moment, but why don't we take a moment and take a look at this vehicle and some of the things that we learned from the recent Critical Path documentary that they put out just before Flight 13.
SpaceX has released their second Starship docuseries episode, this one titled Critical Path. The video itself is about 34 minutes long, so don't worry, we're not going to cover it frame by frame and break it down. But it does give some fantastic new insights into the work leading up to launch, along with a lot of never-before-seen footage from Flight 12 and previous testing. It went into a lot more detail about what happened during Booster 19's first 2 static fire tests. During the 10-engine test, the abort was triggered by the full weight of the rocket on the pad. SpaceX's Director of Launch Engineering, Tim Southerton, explained that they simply hadn't been able to test these exact conditions before in terms of weight and force with this hardware, which makes sense because there is no real substitute for Starship. I mean, just look at the scale of the flame diverter next to him. Like, that's freaking huge. On the first full 33-engine static fire attempt, the early abort was caused by extreme vibrations that set off sensors in the flame diverter, thus triggering an abort and kicking them out of the test early. SpaceX had to rework their simulations so they could monitor the diverter's health without triggering unnecessary aborts going forward. They also highlighted how much better this new flame diverter is compared to the pretty janky Pad 1 design. That said though, Pad 1 let them move fast and cheap while they learned to build a proper launch pad. The video also showed different material test plates welded to the actual walls of the flame trench to measure heat and see how well the deluge was actually performing. Though the most humorous was the mentioning of Sharpie marks still on the flame trench walls. So they're sub-Sharpie, so they say. Closer to launch, they ran into more pad issues. One of the skates on the chopstick carriage system broke. They had to fly in a replacement all the way from the Cape and reinstalled it in record time. I guess perks of having multiple launch pads and so much hardware around, you can do that. The footage of the crews working on the carriage system really drives home how massive the hardware in question here is. And lots of WD-40. The video also gave us a brand new look at the recovery efforts in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX sends teams out there every flight to recover data on the ship's condition after re-entry. And we got some great new views of the buoys in previous splashdowns. We also finally saw the loading of Ship 39's PEZ dispenser system. Former colleague Thomas Burkhart explained the process and what they were testing with the 2 modified Starlink satellites, nicknamed Dodger Dogs. He confirmed that it was also the heaviest payload SpaceX has ever launched, about 37.5 metric tons in total, with each satellite weighing about 1.7 metric tons. Previously, satellites were loaded mostly by hand with lifts. This new speed loader, that big white box that we've seen around Starbase, makes the whole process much faster. Later in the video, SpaceX explained the issue they had with the first launch attempt with the Ship Quick Disconnect, or SQD arm. The arm is designed to press against the ship and create a tight seal. That push also creates an opposing force on the tower. The pin that holds the arm in place is released in the final 40 seconds of the countdown so it can swing away at liftoff. On this launch attempt though, the attempted release put too much force on the tower hydraulics and triggered an abort, despite multiple attempts to free the pin. Crews went back up and fixed it by welding a hard stop bumper onto the arm to limit how much it could push. We also got some fantastic new flight footage. There are great mission control shots that show the human side of the operation, plus an awesome view of liftoff from the Ship Quick Disconnect arm itself as it retracted. We saw the boost back burn from a new wide-angle camera mounted on the middle engine section of the booster, perfect for checking engine health in flight. There were also some seriously impressive re-entry shots from the booster, including the shockwave as it plowed through the atmosphere at supersonic speeds. Yeah, I forgot about that. It basically crashed into the ocean at supersonic speeds. Interestingly though, we didn't get any new views from the Dodger Dog satellites beyond what we saw during the broadcast. Maybe the footage either wasn't optimal or they're saving it for later. But we did get new angles of the ship's flip and landing burn from the buoys and drones, including thermal footage. And yes, check out the COPV just torpedoing the buoy here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that. Surprisingly, even after the explosion, large pieces of the ship stayed afloat for a while, but mostly the aft section. It's kind of tough to watch sometimes watching hardware like this just blow up, but these ships are giving it their all to collect critical data for the next versions and the next missions.
I am the host now. They gave me control of this thing, which is gonna be good. I am EJ. I am a commentator here for NASA Space Flight. Stream over on Twitch from time to time. It's a good time. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well today. And weather permitting, we should see a launch here in about 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 56 seconds from now. I do believe I still have Magnus and Alex with me. Magnus, are you still out there in internet land?
I believe so, and I hope so.
All right, that's good to know. Alex, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Excellent. All right, so Alex, I want you to clue me in here. I've definitely totally wasn't sleeping up until like this point now. So what action have we seen out on the pad today, if any?
Well, we are basically just waiting around here, trying to see when they start closing the road. Should be in about an hour from now. We have set up these camera views that you can see out here. Our field team was out there. It's basically the danger lot, as we call it, is a little bit of piece of land that SpaceX has to the north of the launch site, where also Starhopper is located. And they allow media to put their cameras there, so we're not only there, there are other folks as well, colleagues of this profession out there that have also put cameras and have set remotes for this launch. Hopefully they get cool views and all of these cameras don't get rained on, please, because I see those clouds and I don't like that. But yeah, so those are some of the things that have been going on. Of course, the pad is very much, as you can see, pad 1 is not being worked on. They have not put a lot of people on the pad either on pad 2. So it's a very quiet day here at the launch site, which is what we like. We like it quiet. And the reason for that is because if you saw a lot of people working on the rocket, working on the pad, that would not be a good sign that they're going today, right? Or at least that they will be going on time. Usually, back in the day, it used to be that they will be working on the rocket within like 5 hours or 4 hours before launch. And that was like, they were still working on things at the last minute. And that's not great. So when they are just like this, that is good. Very quiet, very calm. That is the sort of thing that we like to see. As you can see, there's also tanker trucks going up and down the road as they unload some of that propellant and other commodities like liquid nitrogen into the tank farm tanks and getting ready for that propellant load operations, which should happen in about 6 hours from now. So yeah, next major item, as I said, will be the closure of the road. That'll be in about an hour or so at noon Central. And that'll be, as we were talking before, 3 different roadblocks across the Highway 4. And that'll be, again, less than an hour from now. So we'll keep an eye on things. And it seems like, at least on this camera, it's raining again. I see some droplets. Depending on the location, you might get some rain or not. But yeah, weather is poor, as the ticker says down there at the bottom.
We're looking at that tropical storm that's going through. Magnus, do you think that's going to get near us? Or I think the last report that I saw, it's going to stay north, but the weather certainly isn't cooperating, right?
Yeah, so again, we're tracking the thick cloud layer that is going to be over Starbase and the potential risk for lightning within the pad range. But as long as that tropical storm stays away, we are still tracking a launch today. Weather is not looking phenomenal, but it is technically within the launch constraints. We haven't received any official word from SpaceX that they are standing down, and everything indicates that they are planning a launch attempt in just 6 hours and 36 minutes. Opening in the window doesn't have the best weather, but if they push approximately an hour into the window, they are expecting better weather. In the case that they stand down from today's launch, they are able to launch tomorrow, where weather is looking a lot better.
Okay. Yeah, that actually, I mean, you kind of answered the next question I had teed up. You know, SpaceX decides to, let's display it from Overly Curious Cat. If SpaceX decides to blank today's launch and go tomorrow, when is the earliest that we'd know? Magnus, you were on a roll there, so I'm gonna put this one right back to you. What do you think?
I think we're going to see this go directly into a launch attempt, unless they see a clear indication that there's no way for this to launch. So my guess is we're going to probably get down into prop load. And if we get into prop load, they're going to attempt a launch and then stand down at the 60-second mark if they have to. So I think what we need to start looking for is that tank farm activity, which begins closer to launch. And if that starts, it's a clear indication that they're trying to go today.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna dump through the support queue here. I'm gonna try to keep up today. Let's see. That did not work last time. And I thank everybody for going out and doing store purchases with patches and all the tips and super chats here. So I'm gonna display some support here. Let's see what we got. We got Brett saying, "Thank you, Dan, for all your work." Oh yeah, well that's Dan the problem solver. Of course, we are all Dan on launch day. Okay, store message there. Buying a Flight 13 patch. Fantastic. Okay, we got another store message here from Alex. just says Alex buying a collector's pin. Launching from different pads for weather. What would that? Okay, launching from different pads for weather. Would that be possible specifically for Starlink, where you have equivalent payloads already near the second pad? This must have been a discussion that was when Sawyer was hosting here. Alex, do you think that if like the weather is not good at one pad, they could just launch from another pad and go into the same shell? You'd think they'd do something like that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about the Starlink shells is that eventually they all line up with every single launch site as long as you launch at the right time. It's just that at some other launch site, it will not be at the same launch time, right? It'll just be at another point in time of the day, but yeah.
Cool. All right, let's see what else we got through that support queue. We got a $5 super chat from Oma Chase Will. What are you saying? Current HRRRR, I think that was 4 R's. Weather models show precipitation core pushing through Starbase from 22 to 22 to 0, so 5 to 7 p.m. Central Time. If the window opens at 17:45, it's likely I'm not saying those words. Will. I mean, Magnus, we got a 90-minute launch window, don't we? So there's some time, right? There's some time, maybe after that storm passes, or maybe it's not going to be that bad, right? There is a big window.
Yeah, if they attempt to target around 6:45 local time, weather does seem to clear out. The lightning in the area is not supposed to be within the 10-mile radius, which increases their chances of launch. Cloud layers also seem to decrease just a tad bit, but it is still a watch factor, those thick cloud layers.
Yep. All right. So we got a 500 CZK. Forgive me, CZ Vuki. I don't know what currency that is. It's 24 bucks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. When do you think SpaceX will launch two ships at this kroners? You think?
Czech kroner. Yeah.
Czech kroner. All right.
That's what Google says.
Okay. All right. Alex with the quick Google foo. Fantastic. Thank you. When do you think SpaceX will launch two ships at the same time? Alex, I'm gonna put this one right back to you, Mr. Kroner. Let's go.
At the same time, it will have to be something like one from Starbase and one from Florida, but
see, all I'm picturing in my mind is just Armageddon, where they launch two shuttles at the same time.
Probably something along the lines of like 2029, 2030 or something like that, maybe. I don't know. At the very same time feels weird. Not impossible, but weird.
I mean, my mind just immediately defaulted after the Armageddon shuttle scene to, the first Falcon Heavy where the two boosters came down at the same time. Can you imagine if two Super Heavies came down at the same time and double tower catch? I mean, I'm not going to say I don't want to see that. Like, is that bad?
Even better, have one tower catch a booster and the other catch a ship.
At the same time?
Yeah.
I like the way you think.
That will mean launching while the ship is still returning, because the ship return takes like 15 to 20 minutes. And the booster return is like 6.5 minutes after launch. So it means while the launch is happening, there's a ship incoming to Starbase. Can you imagine that? That would be.
You know, I'm not going to say that I don't want to see that. You know, I'm sorry. All right, we got Stefan Dubé here is with a $5 Canadian super chat saying, "Do you think SpaceX will look into getting a pad at the future Nova Scotia Canadian spaceport, Canada spaceport up in Nova Scotia?" So there's one in Nova Scotia. There's a proposed launch site there, and then there's one in Newfoundland too. Magnus, do you think SpaceX would look for high latitude launch sites in the future, potentially up in Canada?
So I actually looked at this at the international sites available previously, and I don't believe any of since there are no launch sites in Canada yet, there is no agreement between the U.S. and Canada for a launch agreement. But it has, I think, if we're going to see an international launch site, Australia is probably going to be a likely selection, and Elon has even posted on X saying that it's a possibility. If they do want high latitude launch capability, we have a spaceport in Alaska that is within the U.S., so that is a possibility while keeping launches on U.S. soil.
So you'd think they'd go to Kodiak, the Kodiak launch site, before they'd go to Nova Scotia, yeah?
I think just for the simplicity of international trade, I think they'd either choose Vandenberg or Kodiak spaceport, just for simplicity's sake.
Okay. Well, we're on the subject of simplicity, Magnus. I do want to ask you this, and I'm gonna kind of do a follow up to Stefan's question here. All right. So if they were going to go to Vandenberg, do you think so? SpaceX has the lease on Slick 6. Do you think we're going to see a Starship pad there, or we think we're going to see a Falcon Heavy pad there?
Oh, 100% Falcon Heavy pad. There is no plan for a Starship plan at the Starship launch pad at Slick 6. I know a lot of people say they're probably just going to drop Falcon Heavy and build a Starship pad. They do not have permission to build a Starship pad at Slick 6, so everything is pointing to a Falcon Heavy pad at Slick 6.
Because you're the Vandenberg guy, right? Like that's what you do for NSF. You cover the fog, right?
Yeah, I cover fog. That's usually my job.
Yeah. The fog is nice. You know, marine layer. It's good.
We have some fog now today.
Yeah. It seems like some of it made its way down to Texas there. But yeah, okay. So a third follow-up question to you, man. Sorry. Do you think we'll ever see a Starship out of Vandenberg?
Yes, I do think so, and I think we're going to see a Fonzie or something like that start probably next year, the next 2 years. What pad they're going to launch from, I don't know. They might build a completely new pad, a complete new launch complex at Vandenberg, but ultimately speaking, we don't know, but I expect to see some indication of a Vandenberg site in the next 2 years.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, what's a Fonzie? Because you say Fonzie and I hear, hey!
Finding of no significant impact. I believe that's the exact terminology.
Yeah, that's like the environmental report, right?
Environmental studies. They want to make sure that no hot staging rings fall on sharks or no super heavies land on birds and stuff like that. That's usually what they're looking at. How the launch site impacts the local ecosystems surrounding the pad. Starbase is close to a nature reserve, and Vandenberg has a couple endangered species of birds. So they're going to be doing studies on how does the return of super heavy and all that stuff, how does that impact the local wildlife in these launchpad areas?
Cool. Right on. You got the plovers, man. Can't mess up the plover nests. It's important. All right. So I'm gonna plow through a little bit more support here. We got Jeffrey with a store message buying a collector's patch saying, "Go SpaceX, go NSF, go Yorkshire." No. Whoa. You're 2/3 right there, Jeffrey. But thank you for the patch. We appreciate it. Yorkshire tea. Chris wasn't here, was he? He was here earlier. Yeah. Yep. Cool. All right. Well, I if Chris was here, then I'll let it slide. But I'm hosting the stream now, so it's go SpaceX, go NSF, go coffee. That doesn't roll off the tongue as good, but hey, whatever. Progress. All right, we got an anonymous buy here out of the store here, buying an NSF collector's pin, saying finally got to get the whole shebang. Admiral Marith signing off. Not really. I'm still watching. All right. By your word, Admiral. All right. Echo Deal 7725 here with a $5 super chat. A starship punching a hole through the storm would be pretty cool. You know?
That's true.
Yeah, Alex, we got those low clouds, right? Seeing it punch through. I'd be cool with that.
Especially with the shock waves and everything from the engines. It seems like there's a truck there, stage for the roadblock. It's not until the top of the hour, so in about 40 minutes from now. But maybe it's staged there for when they actually have to close the road. That will be a good sign that they're still going for today. For all of those people that are saying, "Oh, they're gonna scrub and all that."
Don't just say it, man. Just say the word.
No, because I'm mocking in this case. See?
Oh, okay. All right. So it's fine. Yeah. All right.
Exactly.
That's fair.
It's fine. No, but really, like, I understand that some people might be super duper negative. I'm sometimes a bit negative, right? When you are down and you know what's the song? Anyways, no, but like really, it seems like for all that we are seeing here, they're still on track for today. They're gonna be giving it a shot. So we'll see what happens. We talk about the weather being poor, but at the end of the day, it all counts as to how it is in 6.5 hours from now. And then after that, they still have 90 minutes of window for this launch. So that means they have a decent chance as long as those thunderstorms and clouds clear. Clouds per se are not really a problem. It's more like if they are very thick clouds, right? If they are very thick and the anvil clouds and all that stuff, then that is when it becomes an issue. Just clouds on their own don't really cause much problem. So we'll see what happens. Definitely giving it a try, it seems like. Oh, there's another car there with the lights. You can see it's getting to the intersection.
So, Alex, we are 6 hours, 23 minutes, 30 seconds in change out from the launch here. You know, we're watching these cars kind of stop on the side of the road. What is the significance of this? We're still a long way out from launching, right? This is the roadblock, yeah?
Yeah, we're still quite a few hours away from the launch, as you mentioned. They closed the road. I was gonna say the road that closed. They closed the road at around noon East today when it's scheduled to happen. But they're setting up. You can see the sheriff might have pulled that up, and they're talking to each other, probably planning that closure. Because they don't only close the road, they also clear the beach, and so they also have to go down there. And so this is a thing that they have to coordinate. I wouldn't be surprised if there was also like Starbase security around there as well, because now Starbase, they have their own police department as well. So there's a good chance that we're going to see all of those pulling up here. And later in the stakeout, in just a few hours, I would not be surprised if we were to see the helicopter, the range helicopter. Oh, another car with lights there. It's already in the air. Look at that. The helicopter is already in the air. At some point, once they close the road, it's going to use... There's like a little bit of area that they use in front of our highway lot. This camera that we're seeing here, looking at the roadblock here. They land there, the helicopter, and then they do the refueling instead of going to an airport or anything like that. I think you explained that in the last Stakeout stream last week, where it was like, well, it makes sense because if you go to the airport, that's quite a while away from the launch site, and if you can just refuel here, you save money and time. It's very nice.
SpaceX heliport when?
Maybe on top of the office building, right?
Oh, I kind of like that idea. They should do that. All right, I'm going to go through a little bit more of the support queue here. We got Anthony with a store message buying the Starbase Texas Retro Beach Towel. Oh, all right. Got to get my patch and pin to keep my collection going. Great coverage as always. Hey, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, bud. All right, we got Bodger gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thanks, Bodger. We appreciate you, buddy. We got Stephen Gaming here with $10 Canadian. Have you seen the recent NordSpace presentation? They want to land a booster using their rocket called Titan. their drone ship animation is called skate to where the rocket's landing. I have seen Nord Space. Nord Space has some pretty lofty goals. It's definitely going to be a challenge for them to manifest that, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens there, Steve. It seems promising. They just bought a pretty big facility up. It's outside of Montreal, if I'm remembering right. Actually, no, it might be Toronto. But yeah, they bought a sizable manufacturing facility. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. We have Mason Hassman here with a $50 super chat. Mason, thank you so much. You're asking, do you think they could attach solar panels to the flaps to extend time on orbit? Love the stream. Been here for every flight. Godspeed, Starship, and thanks, NSF, for all you do. Magnus, do you think we'll see some solar panels on the leeward side, so the back side of the flaps in the future?
I guess they could, but I don't think it's going to be enough power generation. The surface area of the flaps isn't very large, and again, the thermal impact might not be super great. We are going to probably see solar panels on Starship eventually because they need it for flights to Mars and all that stuff. But those are going to be most likely deployable solar panels. So on the leeward side of the flaps, I don't think so. But again, they could definitely surprise us here.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you never know. It's always kind of a curveball. SpaceX always has some very sometimes unorthodox solutions that kind of nobody saw coming, right? It's like the 3 grid fins, for instance, right? You look at Flight 5, it's like, oh, that design works. We should stick with that. SpaceX like, no. Take a grid fin off. It's like, oh, okay.
And I think the best example in terms of solar panels is to just look how HLS has developed over the past few years. They went from having solar panels on the tip of the nose cone to moving them further down in the vehicle to having Starlink type deployable solar panels. So we've seen that change just in the course of a year or so. So again, we don't know what they're going to do, but I'm leaning towards deployable solar panels so that they have similar infrastructure on all of both HLS and on Starship themselves.
Cool. All right. So, Mason, thank you for that $50 super chat. We appreciate it. We got another $5 super chat here from Crafty Geek. Fonzie is the good result. Environmental impact statement or environmental assessment are the processes to assess the site. Yes, we were talking about that in regards to a Starship site potentially at Vandenberg. Yeah, the Fonzie is what we want, as Magnus was saying. That's what we want. All right. And we got a $2 Canadian super chat here from Stephen Gaming again. Stephen, what you up to this time? All right. Let's see. It feels so weird seeing Pad 1 inactive. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Soon, though. Soon. Alex, when do you think they'll have Pad 1 up and running again?
Probably middle of next year, maybe second half of 2027.
Yeah.
Yeah. Middle to second half, basically.
I'm like, is it weird if, we've had, 12 prior flights. This is the 13th. And for that entire time, it's just been more or less one pad active, right? Like, I would dare say, like, the time between Flight 12 or Flight 11 and Flight 12, we had no Starship pads active. We went from no Starship pads active to potentially by the end of this year or in the middle of next year, 3 to 4 active pads. That's I don't know. That's a lot. My brain's not going to be able to predict like where they're going and what they're launching next, right? Like, what's up, Magnus?
So a good question to ask then in their in the Starship video, they said they wanted to have, or during the launch broadcast, they wanted to have 37 ready by early next year. So the question is then, do you think Pad 1 or Slick 37 is going to support a launch first?
Ooh. I would say you'd want more pads from the Cape up and running sooner rather than later. The reason why is because you want to support the launch rate out of Boca Chica. And you know, obviously if you're launching, you're not working on the pad like Alex was saying. We want a quiet day. That's good news for launch, right? So I would say 37 probably before pad 1 at Boca, this pad. I actually bet subs. I bet Max or Ryan, I bet Ryan 20 memberships that they would get 37 done by the end of the year. May have been not a good thing, but we'll you know, that remains to be seen. Anyway, Alex, Magnus, I believe your time here is done. So, you're going to sign off. Alex, are you going to be on the launch stream a little bit later?
Yeah, I'm going to prepare for the launch stream, and we'll see you all by then. It should be in about 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. We should be beginning at T-minus 3 hours, basically. But yeah, I'll be signing off, and see you all in the next one.
All right, Alex. Thank you. Magnus, thank you for being here. Thank you for providing the insight. Thank you for documenting fog. We appreciate it a lot, actually.
Hey, looking at fog and documenting fog is what I do best, so that's why I'm here today.
Hey, that's why you make the big bucks, man. All right. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to hit you guys with a video here. Not just lightly hit with the video. Well, we swap Alex and Magnus out for Max and Ryan Weber. So on the other side of the video, I will still be here, but I will see you guys here with Ryan and Max. Okay, let's roll that video. See you on the other side.
It's another Starship launch, which means SpaceX will have to run through several steps to make sure everything is ready to support the mission. For each Starship flight, a number of maritime, aerial and ground exclusion zones are put in place on every launch day, often several hours before liftoff. In the air, temporary flight restrictions and notices to air missions are issued for the launch. At sea, a corresponding set of exclusion zones and navigational warnings are also put into effect. These exclusion zones are designed not only to cover the rocket's ascent, but also Starship's re-entry area on the opposite side of the world in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX works alongside the US Coast Guard and Federal Aviation Administration to coordinate these closures and ensure the relevant areas are clear ahead of launch. On the ground, 3 roadblocks are set up along Highway 4, the only road leading to Starbase and the launch site. The first of these is known as the soft checkpoint and is located around 24 kilometers from the pad at the junction of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only property owners, law enforcement officers and SpaceX employees are permitted to pass. A second roadblock, known as the hard checkpoint, is established much closer to the launch site at the junction of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue, not far from our own river site. Beyond this point, access is restricted to SpaceX personnel and law enforcement only. The third and final roadblock is positioned at the junction of Highway 4 and Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, right at the edge of Starbase Village. This checkpoint helps coordinate the clearance of Boca Chica Beach, as it is the final junction before reaching the launch site. Once the beach has been cleared and the launch site's tank farm is ready to begin propellant loading, this final roadblock is removed because it is too close to the pad to remain occupied safely during launch. It sits within the rocket's blast danger area, which extends as far as the junction of Highway 4 and St. Martin Boulevard. This is right beside the SpaceX office building and is also where SpaceX employees gather for their own launch viewing events. Recently, SpaceX has also added a nice clock to this area to keep track of the countdown. With Highway 4 closed and the beach clear, SpaceX can begin preparing for propellant loading by conditioning the launch site's tank farm. This process is now considerably faster and more efficient than it was during flights 1 to 11, thanks to the introduction of vacuum-jacketed transfer lines that prevent the propellants from warming up as quickly. The tank farm can also now store more propellant, transfer it at a higher rate, and chill it more efficiently than during those earlier flights. The launch site tank farm is divided into a liquid oxygen side and a liquid methane side. Based on our observations, and thanks to the upgraded hardware, SpaceX can begin chilling the liquid oxygen systems well ahead of propellant loading, while methane conditioning typically starts later in the countdown, much closer to the start of propellant loading itself. During the conditioning process, we'll once again see venting, although it looks a little different this time. On the new tank farm, all the venting produced while conditioning the liquid oxygen pumps and subcoolers is routed to a single outlet, where a large fan directs it safely upwards. On the liquid methane side, any gaseous methane produced during chill down is condensed back into a liquid and returned to the storage tanks. This recovery system also vents visibly, giving us a useful indication that chill down of the methane side is underway. Once the tank farm has been conditioned, SpaceX will move on to chilling the propellant lines that feed the launch mount and tower. On the previous pad, a vent on the launch mount clearly showed when this was taking place. The new launch mount no longer has that vent, so there is much less of an indication as to when those lines have been fully chilled. Fortunately, we can still rely on the tower vent, which should indicate when propellant lines running up the tower are being chilled, a process that takes place alongside the conditioning of the launch mount plumbing. This vent will not remain active continuously. Instead, it will cycle on and off during roughly the hour leading up to the start of propellant loading. The final vent should occur just a few minutes before propellant loading begins. But for that to happen, everything needs to be go as we count down to launch.
Okay, and that was Ryan Caton giving us a little bit of updates about the operations leading up and to the launch here. I would like to add that Ryan's also doing a bang-up job producing the back end of this Stakeout stream. Got a shout out to Ryan Katoon there. I mean Caton. I'm sorry, I just have to say Katoon. It sounds funny. He's gonna mute me now. It's gonna happen. All right, so I got to laugh there. Ryan Weber? Are you with us here?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm
Look at that.
definitely here. What's up, EJ?
Nothing, man. I'm just watching helicopters fly around. This is fantastic. Got a little air show going on here. Yeah. And actually, I do believe out in the field we also have Max with us. Max, you read us?
I have you 5x5, EJ. How me?
Oh yeah, you sound great. Look great. Feel great. All right.
No, you.
So, I'm good, man. I'm good. Get to watch a helicopter.
Indeedy.
Look at this guy.
So this is
yeah, dude.
That's such a shot. Look at this.
I'm here for it, man. I'm kind of geeking out here.
Now he's just showing off.
Yeah, I think he's hot dogging a little bit there. So these, for some context, guys, we are about 6 hours 9 minutes out from Starship Flight 13. And what these helicopters are doing here are patrolling the perimeter. These are range patrol helicopters. And as Alex was saying before he signed off, the reason why he's landing right next to our highway camera out at Starbase is because he's refueling. You'll see, a cyber truck. All right. There should be a fueling truck out here, and the helicopter will get refueled as it's patrolling the perimeter here. These helicopters are there to make sure that, you don't have anybody getting near this thing when it goes off. That would be bad. Ryan, this is a very, very powerful rocket. I wouldn't want to be near it when this thing goes, right? Like, it's pretty beefy.
Yeah, it's a little bit powerful. That's to say the least. It's the most powerful rocket humans have ever made. By an order of magnitude is the kind of hilarious part about that. It's only going to get more powerful as they hone in the Raptor 3s, they hone in the design itself, and eventually, whenever Raptor 4 becomes a thing, if that becomes a thing. So, yeah, it's going to get more and more powerful. It's going to get taller. It's not going to get wider. The only way to do that would be to redo everything, and I know you guys were talking about launch pads just before I got on, and EJ, they want to have like four Starship pads operational, by early 2028 at least. That's kind of probably what their goal is at this rate by early that year. And like, if you were to make the vehicle wider, all 4 launch pads are useless. That's it. They're useless. Now you have to redesign everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to say it takes them 20 to 24 months to build one of these pads. As of right now, the LC-39A is at about 17 to 18 months. It was restarted back in February of 2025. And we're looking at it being operational possibly in October, November. And I consider operational by first flight. If not, it'll be later. So the 24-month time frame would be if it didn't launch something until, February of 2027. So hopefully, I'm hoping it goes maybe like 2 to 4 months before that. Maybe hit 20 months on that. But that's still a decent amount of time to build that pad. Pad 1 is looking like it's going to be about the same time frame. And I know we made that bet on 37, but if they're already taking that long to do some of that stuff, I think 37 is going to take 24 months plus because of all the extra tank farm work they have to do alongside it. But either way, you can't really change that. So it's only going to get taller, but the engines will get more powerful.
Yep. That's I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't want a taller Starship. Just make the rocket bigger. I'm cool with that. You know, we can make it taller. That's fine. I mean, they already did, right? Like we this is the version 3. Version 3 is the tallest one. So, all right, I'm gonna go to the support queue here. I'm trying my best to keep this thing cleared out, everyone. So we got a store message here from Cameron, who's saying, "Hey guys, super excited for today. I've slowly been indoctrinating your coworkers into being interested in Starship and have gained the nickname Rocket Man on our project list." Yeah, that happens. Getting the rest of these patches so that I could slowly build my collection and frame them all. Hope you guys at NSF have a good day. Ad Astra. You as well, Cameron. Yeah, you got bit by the space bug, and now you're trying to make everybody else get bit by one. You bought a patch over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com here. I'd like to add, guys, you want to support us in other ways besides Super Chat or memberships, we got a whole merch store full of all of your spaceflight needs. Okay? We got prints from our photographers, we got patches, we got pins, we got all kinds of good stuff over there. You can get Starship coffee tumblers. It's just a tumbler, but you can get all kinds of good stuff over there. We have everything to satiate the space bug that happens, because when it happens, and all you're gonna want to do is tell people about spaceflight for the foreseeable future. I got bit by the space bug probably 20 years ago, and it hasn't stopped. I still like telling people about space. I was fortunate enough to have, make it my job to tell people about space. We like that. We like that. It's good stuff. So if you want to go over there, support some of the photographers, buy a cool patch. Patches are in limited supply, per each flight. Buy a cool patch, some merch. It supports us here. You get some cool stuff to put up on your wall. And, you support the tank watching efforts that we put forth here. We got guys like Max. Max out in the field doing some really nice tank watching. Max, where are you actually at today? Where are you watching from right now?
So I'm currently over at our river lot right next to Richardson Avenue, about 3.5 miles from the launch site. So I have a great view of both Pad 1 and, mostly a view of Pad 2 because there was some annoying shrubbery in the way. But I can see Pad 1 and Pad 2 and a very clear view out to the production site as well. Really about as close as the public can get is right around this area, around River Lot, and then also the Rocket Ranch Outpost, which is where I may be for launch. That is still TBD at the moment. But the Rocket Ranch Outpost is also about the same distance, but I am about directly west of the launch site, and because of how Pad 2 is oriented, it's in my opinion, it's the best angle you can possibly have for Pad 2. So feeling good today on the hardware side. I know the vehicle is probably ready. Well, SpaceX believes it's ready, and as should we, basically. Cameras all ready. I just got finished putting out some cameras this morning. It took a bit longer because there obviously has been some weather and is still some weather in the area that is still kind of annoying, and looks like it is going to be annoying for a majority of the day, but weather remains the key watch item for the countdown so far until the launch window opens. So we'll see how that progresses. I know there's obviously a tropical storm north of us, and we are just getting the outer bands of it right now. But at least from the hardware side, we're feeling good. We're feeling really, really good. Any day out in Starbase is a good day, even when you're getting super wet and muddy and sandy. That's just the nature of the beast and the game down here. But as always, we are super happy to be here and bringing everyone coverage.
So, EJ.
What's up, man?
Real quick. So if we take a look over at Massey's real quick, because SpaceX never stops, never sleeps. Finally, 18.3 is getting lifted out of the Super Crusher after 20 cryo tests. They did this test article tested the hot stage ring with crush testing. It tested the grid fin sockets. It tested the landing tank attachment hardware to the tanks. It tested part of the common dome structure. They also did chopstick squeeze testing on it. This tank has provided them with a ton of data on booster. as well as data for when they go to catch booster. And it looks like it is finally done. I don't know if they're going to do anything more to it or if they're going to modify it anymore. But after 20 cryo tests, it's finally getting lifted out of the super crusher. You know, it's nice. It's momentous. Finally finishing it with a test tank.
Did you say 20 cryo tests?
20.
So
they did 10, crushed it. They damaged. It crumpled just below where the common dome was. Which, funny enough, there is a doubler on booster 20 where that crumpled. By the way, if you look at booster 20 over on that right view right there, you'll see like a much harder line right below where the common dome is. That's where the doubler was placed because of 18.3, and then they put a new aft on it and then did more testing to it. So, yep.
Jeez. So, okay, all right. You know, I gotta ask for the people that don't know what that little stubby tank, that 18.3 thing that they're moving. You know, they're doing all these tests with it. It's small. Like, why test on such a small tank? I don't. You know, for the people that don't understand.
You can structurally test. Basically, when you go to structurally test something, you can do the math and do the simulations and figure out the kind of size of vehicle you need to do it on. You don't necessarily need to do it on a full-size vehicle. The other 2 test tanks, there's actually 3 other test tanks that are over there, including that one. One of them is S39.1, which is also the aft test article for ship, which it looks also to be done with its job, and they might be getting rid of it soon, or at least taking it away from Massey soon. And the other one is the booster aft article, which they also did 16 cryos on. So between those 3, they did, what was it, 30? They almost did 30. No, they almost did 60 cryo tests.
When it looks like one of the range helicopters is taken off. But yeah, that's a lot of testing. Those little small test articles, guys, like they may not look like what you see on the right-hand side of your screen, and they definitely don't look like what you see on the left-hand side of your screen, because that's a helicopter. Nope. But those do a lot of validation to show that, you know, I mean, Super Heavy is 33 engines in it. That's a lot of force pushing up on the structure. You want to make sure that it, you know, holds together. That would be important. We want that.
But basically, like all in all, and what's really important about that, as the range helicopter goes into it, and the next one should come by. Oh, it's usually like every half hour they come to refuel, give or take. They kind of swap over every once in a while. But all those test articles that they do over at Massey's, over at McGregor, they help validate the rocket you're looking at. Mm-hmm. They make sure, structurally speaking, that they designed that correctly and that it works. Because if they didn't do that, and they just threw this together, and they went and light the engines without structurally verifying the aft, they might blow the whole thing up on the pad. And you don't want that to happen. That's not good. You don't want that to happen. You don't want to go New Glenn yourself. So you make sure everything's structurally verified and the vehicle works correctly. And I got to say, after all that testing, Flight 12 worked pretty well, considering how new everything was. So I'm hoping for an even better flight this time around.
Yep, I'm hoping, man. Max, I just wanted to, you know, we had a shot there on screen for a second, but this is another good one. Just, you know, you're the photography nerd here. Look at the composition of this shot.
I know.
How much gray do you want? Yes.
I mean, like it's like, do you want clear sky or do you want moody clouds? Like, pick one. There's no in between. You get one or the other, and the side effects of both. But that shot was from our trailer one of our trailer cameras, and if we are lucky, maybe we can get that camera back here momentarily. But there has been a number of weather cells coming through the area all throughout this morning, and it's been pretty obvious if you look up at the sky here in Starbase, or if you go back to that one trailer camera looking directly up at the stack and the sky directly above it. It's just how it goes sometimes here. I know mornings here can be pretty miserable in terms of getting camera set up and getting sandblasted, getting hit by wind, getting rained on, getting wet. It's not the most comfortable thing, but you do what you have to do to get the cameras out and get the views for everybody. But yeah, like this view in particular, like, yes, this one, look at this. So if we can, I almost said pan up, tilt up a little bit. If I may be a little bit greedy and backseat produce, I think Daniel is now producing. Daniel, hi. Yeah, you can just see you can see the next round of weather that is currently coming over the area. Whether or not this camera gets rained on, we'll have to wait and find out. Keeping an eye on the radar as well. There is a lot of stuff in the area popping up and then fading away. Basically just as quickly as it came up. But as much as moody skies and rainstorms can be annoying, they can also add a lot to the scenery. And I'm not saying Starship is going to launch in this, and I hope it doesn't for the sake of all of our cameras and all those watching, because we would like to have a view of Ascent all the way up, please. But it would be pretty spectacular. But given how much Starship is going to launch or is aimed to launch in the future, it is going to be launching in all kinds of weather. Clear skies, moody, just like it is today, possibly even, probably even worse, especially in Florida in the summer with how quickly the weather can turn. But just part of the game. Weather is not something that we can control here at NSF, and we will take what we are given.
Yeah, a lot of clouds. That, like you said, that whole moody thing going on there. Okay. Let's see. I've been queuing up a couple of questions here. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just looking around to see. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to move over to support queue. I like the questions that are over here. All right. So, Bill Caravo is with a $5 super chat saying, when they fly humans, do you think SpaceX can slap a cargo carrier on the outside of the ship like a minivan headed for a campground? Ryan, you think we're going to see something like a cargo carrier? I think like a payload bay with a crew tank, like a space shuttle, would probably be more applicable.
I mean, not during liftoff, but say you get on orbit and you dock with a space station and a robotic arm goes and attaches, cargo pods to the outside of the vehicle for it to take to wherever it's going. That kind of thing. Because if you're gonna burn towards something, and maybe you can put more on board after you refuel, why not, right? If you can attach more to it, if the vehicle is capable of doing it, because there is mass constraint, but there's also volume constraint with Starship. So even if you fill up the entire payload bay, you may not be able to fill as much mass, because 150 tons is a lot. And I know Starship right now has it's 600 cubic meters of open space in that payload bay that's usable at the moment. They'll definitely be able to extend that when they get to Block 4. They can probably extend the payload bay when they go to extend the tanks, and of course add more engines, which they might add more engines to Block 3 near the end of it, because they kind of need that performance for the tankers. It'll help reduce tankers and whatnot. But I would not be surprised if once on orbit, in Leo and whatnot, and it's about to head to the moon, if you have a capable enough Starship and you just don't have the room inside, attach a cargo pod or two to the outside of the ship if you can, and you take that with you to the moon or Mars. If the ship has the capability to do it, why not?
You'll get no argument from me. Is it bad if I kind of want to see Starship? Here we go. Here, I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry. Is it bad if I want to see Starship with robotic arms build bigger transfer vehicles on orbit? Is that
no? Because, and that's the one thing I'll say about Starship as a whole is it'll be an amazing vehicle if they can even get it to remotely the goals they want for Starship are, as they've said, launch hourly, rapidly reusable, be able to catch a tanker ship and refly it instantly. You're never going to be able to refly a Starlink ship instantly because you got to load new Starlinks on board, so you have to roll it back one way or the other. But the whole point around it is all you have to do is load the Starlinks and launch it again. You don't have to inspect it. That's the point of rapidly reusable that they want to accomplish. But to take Starship out into the solar system, the refueling trucks required, even if you get 200 tons to low Earth orbit fully reusable, that's still you still might need to do 10 tanker runs just to send one Starship with 200 tons to Moon or Mars. Well, that's kind of inefficient. It really is very inefficient, if I'm going to be entirely honest. The more efficient way to use Starship, in my mind, is to use that LEO capability, which it's a low Earth orbit-based vehicle. It's plain and simple what Starship is going to be best at, period. Use that capability, you get a bunch of material into space, and then you build a ship in space, and then you use that vehicle to transfer stuff to other planets and moons. That's what you do. So, you something with a nuclear engine on board. So that's why we're building SR-1 Freedom. And then you base it off of the end nuclear engineering we build on that as the other range helicopter comes in for refueling here. But that's where I think Starship is best, and I think that's what I want to see out of it. I know SpaceX wants to send a bunch of Starships to Mars, but that's a lot of fuel, and I think the fuel could be better utilized to build a vehicle on orbit, and then use shuttles to go to and from that vehicle, because it's when you're going to Mars, if you're just using Starship to go to Mars, then you need to, you need to make fuel on Mars to send your ship from, the ground back to Earth. Well, what if you had a nuclear ship in orbit around Mars and you just had to get up to low Martian orbit and then back? It's a lot less fuel. It's a lot less complexity.
Yep. Speaking of fueling, we have another.
I was just gonna go there.
Do it.
It worked.
Well, I was just gonna say, speaking of fuel, the second of what we think are 2 or 3 range helicopters has touched down on Highway 4 to refuel itself before it makes its next rounds. I mean, and as EJ said earlier, we see each one about every 30 minutes to come back in and refuel and make sure that it can go back up and make sure that people are not where they are not supposed to be. So that's what we're seeing now, and it's nice and convenient for our cameras that they land literally right next to our highway site. It's comical, honestly. It's so funny.
I'm trying to remember which flight they started on. I think was it 7 or was it earlier?
I thought it was earlier than that, like 5.
Because they definitely didn't do it for Flight 5, and they might have done it for Flight 6, the first afternoon flight.
Yeah, you know what? That may have been it. Yeah,
I think it was 6. That they started that, and they've just kind of kept it up. It makes it easy here because it's a great spot to land for fueling, and this is like right outside the range zone, so they basically do one circle around or whatever, and then they come and fuel again, take off to circle around, or do like 2 circles and then do it. They did it for Flight 5. Really, did it for early morning? I don't remember that.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Then again, Flight 5 was almost 2 years ago.
Don't say that. Oh, yeah. Don't say that. Oh.
We're approaching the end of July, and that was October 13th, 2024. I don't remember, man.
Don't say that. I feel so old all of a sudden. Good grief.
Yeah. Well, chat, thanks for reminding me. I don't, it's a lot of things have happened in the last 2 years. Like, it was nighttime. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Aha!
Alex posting the bye chat GIF in the back channel, which is where it was nighttime when the helicopter took off. Now I remember. Yeah. Man, that's okay.
Okay, so right now we're sitting at 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 9 seconds for the launch of Starship Flight 13. It looks like what Alex was saying earlier, and the video that we segued in when Ryan and Max came in, that the roadblock is up on Highway 4. All right, that is a good sign. The roadblock is there to make sure that people don't go down to, near the pad where the most powerful rocket we've ever made is, where where it launches. You don't want to be near that when it goes off. It's probably
not usually.
Probably not a good idea.
Usually, so there is the time you want to be near it?
Sure, why not? What could go wrong?
The only place I'd want to be on a star, like near a Starship, is on it. That's where I would. That's where I'd want to be.
That's true.
Give me a suit of Mjolnir armor, and I'll walk up to it.
Of what armor? Your what?
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir armor. Halo.
Does he know? He
I
doesn't know.
didn't play Halo.
Spartan Halo armor.
He doesn't.
You know,
know.
it's made of titanium A plating armor. It's got a like biofoam in it. It's got an AI socket for like Cortana and other AIs.
Oh God,
he's like
actual AI, like good AI, not the stuff we have. And and whatnot. It's got energy shields. It looks amazing. It weighs 1,000 pounds though, so only Spartans can use it.
Hey Ryan, EJ, I am seeing something in the back channel. I'm gonna ruin your guys' day.
Uh-oh.
You know what was 6 years ago?
Don't say it.
It was almost exactly 6 years ago.
Like in 2 more days, it'll be 6 years ago to the day of Starhopper's 20-meter hop from here at Starbase.
Man, look how far we've come. Where's Hoppy?
Where's Hoppy? Yeah, where's Hopper?
Where's Hoppy?
There it is. Wait.
There.
No.
Where's Hopper?
All right. So what you see on the screen here is a line of cars that are looking to leave the pad here. That is the launch pad infrastructure there. I'm not sure why they're stopped though.
There's a certain helicopter in the way, EJ.
That's a really good point. You don't want to drive into that.
I wouldn't want a chopper landing on my car's roof. I'm not sure about you guys.
There it goes. So maybe they'll be allowed to leave now.
Cool. There it goes. So once again, these helicopters that you're seeing land next to our highway site, guys, are the helicopters that are patrolling the range. Now, the range is, it's kind of a cordoned off area and a corridor up into space where the rocket flies in. You don't want to be near these things when they go off. They're loud. They'll hurt your ears.
We were wrong. It's not 6 years.
What?
7.
Oh,
2019.
No.
I just realized that. Right. I saw the 2019. I'm like, oh no, that's 7 years.
That's 7. Oh my God.
That's even worse.
I feel so old.
Well, hey, chat, hang with us while we try to do math on stream and fail. Here we go.
Yeah, right.
This is why I don't do math in public.
In public?
Don't do math. Don't do math. It's NASA's rule, not mine. And NASA's a pretty smart guy.
Good grief.
Okay, so we're about 5 hours, 43 minutes, 17 seconds out from the launch of Flight 13 here. You're looking at a shot of Ship 40 and Booster 20 sitting on Pad 2 at Boca Chica, poised for a launch, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, boy. So the weather is a little bit of a watch item. Guys, we'll see. We're getting kind of the remnants of that tropical storm that's just a little ways north here. And that's what all the cloud cover is. Now, Ryan, clouds aren't necessarily a no-go, right? It's a certain type of cloud, right? Like, it's not, it's cloudy, we can't launch today, right? We can't see space. We can't see up into space. No, don't launch. Clouds aren't going to, they're not going to stand down for that, but certain types of clouds, right?
Yeah, like cumulus or anvil clouds, which are signs of thunderstorms and whatnot, or supercells. You don't want to fly into those. Those are statically charged. You could get a lightning strike on board, and not only that, in there can be a lot of precipitation, a lot of different wind direction changes, especially if you get one bad enough that actually has circulation, but usually down in South Texas, you're not going to get one of those. Sometimes they'll have circulation, but nothing like you get in the Midwest and other places. Those aren't as often down there. But you don't really want to fly into those. Basically, it's not great. So Starship can fly into just normal clouds. What's above them right now is just clouds formed from moisture in the dew point getting close to one another. So you're forming clouds, and they're just really moisture. It's just more or less condensed into a cloud. and you can fly through that all the livelong day as a rocket, as a airplane. If you're VFR, you can fly through it, or you say if you're IFR, you can fly through it. I meant to say, and whatnot. But that's not really that big of an issue to fly through. So it's more of the thunderstorms you just don't really want to fly in, whether you're an aircraft or a rocket, especially, either, really. Because if you get hit with a lightning bolt, that can fry a few things, to say the least. You can fry electronics, you can burn holes in the side of the fuselage or the tank wall. You don't really want that, do you? You don't want like a lightning strike to hit the side of Starship and then all of a sudden it burns a hole in the side. It'd be kind of hard. It might be hard to get through 4 millimeters of stainless steel, but lightning bolts are pretty strong, so I wouldn't put it past one to do it.
I mean, usually what happens with the surface electric field rule is that you don't want to put yourself into a position where your rocket can become a lightning rod. Because what happens, guys, is if lightning does strike the rocket, it usually arcs down the plume of the vehicle and grounds out on the tower or grounds out somewhere on the ground. To say that could short circuit the rocket on the way up would be
understatement.
Yeah, a little bit of an understatement. Ecom try SCE to auxiliary. But you generally don't want that, right?
I mean, we've seen that on Apollo 12, and actually, it was all over my X feed this morning. A recent launch of a Chinese Long March 3B rocket was also just recently struck by lightning on ascent. I think it was either this morning or last night, and it looks identical, obviously, to the Apollo 12 situation, where there's a bolt coming from up top and following the exhaust tail all the way down to the ground, where it obviously grounds. You don't normally want to have that happen, but it sounds like the Long March 3B actually did make it to orbit successfully and deploy its payload, which shows you how robust the technology is on board modern rockets. But kind of crazy.
I'm just wondering, the rocket made it up there, but did it fry the satellite on board? I mean, all I'm saying is if the path of least resistance is arcing down to the pad, I'm not sure that bodes well for stuff on board, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it definitely fried the signal condition electronics on Apollo 12, but technology's gotten a little bit better since the 1960s, don't you think?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
As more and more people leave, I think they have a couple of Griffin testing.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
So on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that Super Heavy's actuator fins, which are designed to steer the booster ideally back down to the pad for a catch, are actually moving. It's toward the lower center of your screen. Those 3 waffle iron looking things that are on the side, that are on the top of Super Heavy, the bottom of your screen. You can see them actually moving back and forth. This would be a control surface checkout, similar to testing the control surfaces on an airplane. You want to make sure that you can steer the thing before you actually get up in the air and have to use them.
Yeah, you want to, but basically what you do, with that, you just make sure everything feels right and nothing feels wrong, because it's hard to look at the elevator and the ailerons when you're in the cockpit. But this is always a good sign. They're proceeding in the count. They're going through checkouts, as you can see. They're wiggling quicker and whatnot. They did a full. Man, I'm trying to remember the word. Full range check is what they did. They went all the way one way, all the way the other way, and now they're doing little wiggle movements as they are, making sure the motors are working just right. Because while they are not going to catch Booster 20, they want to make sure the grid fins work so they can glide back successfully and perform a landing burn, so they can prove all that works, so they can catch Booster 21, which completed its cryo tests a couple of days ago and went back into Mega Bay 1 yesterday in the action-packed day we had yesterday. where we had Booster 20 testing, Booster 21 rollback, Ship 40 rollout plus stack, all in the same day, which was probably one of the busier days at Starbase we've ever had. But it's good to see them checking those out, and let's see if they get used in flight today. And then they would get used if they go with the opening the window. They'd get used in about 5 hours and like 38 to 39 minutes after stage separation, and once it starts gliding back is when they really get used. But yeah, it's nice to see them testing it.
Now, Max, just to bring everybody up to speed, I mean, if you were watching our coverage of this last time, you probably know it, but now those grid fins are used for catching the vehicle, right? Like, that's how they bring Super Heavy back. Super Heavy doesn't have any landing legs. The grid fins catch this thing, right?
Correct, and that is also one of the differentiations from version 2 and version 1 before that. Before version 3, they had lift and catch points separately on the booster. And those were pretty obvious, whether they were slots for like hooks to sink into for lift operations on the chopsticks, or these like little pins that stick out from the tank structure on the booster. Whereas on version 3, the grid fins both serve as the lift and the catch points on booster. So we don't necessarily see, so it's a much cleaner design, and it was a bit of a concern at first. Because that was originally the plan with Super Heavy, was to use the grid fins for lift and catch. Eventually, I think that they wanted to try that on version 2, but given the grid fin orientation on that, it wouldn't have made sense. But they have moved that into Super Heavy going forward, obviously with version 3 and version 4. Because obviously the best part is no part, and why you use 2 separate pieces of hardware when you could use one piece for both steering the vehicle and, of course, catching it. So it doubles as both a lift and a catch point.
And now we're not going to see a catch with this flight, are we?
No, we're not going to see them catch Booster 20 with this flight. They are basically doing a repeat of Flight 12. They are making sure all the systems on Block 3 work as intended. Ship booster everything needs to go right on ascent. Boost, basically stage separation, and boost back burn needs to happen correctly. Glide back plus landing burn with the booster needs to work. It needs to be on target and make sure everything else is good to go. And then ship, they would like it to go on ascent with all 6 engines running, rather not do another engine out. It'd be nice to see all 6 engines running. Do the payload deploy, get that in-space burn done to make sure Raptor 3 plus the new plumbing works right in space. And then, re-enter and land it. If they can get all of it done, I mean, there can always be little things that go wrong, but as long as the primary objectives of this flight are met, which is the boost, everything needs to survive ascent, both ascents, and then booster needs to land on target and ship needs to land on target intact. I mean, this could very well be the final suborbital flight of Starship, at least for a while. The only time I could ever see them doing another one is if they're testing something really big and they don't want to get to orbit. Maybe they're testing a new, modification to the, fuel system or propulsion systems or something. Maybe that's about the only time I could see them not going to orbit again. But at this point, this could be the last suborbital flight of Starship, and next flight could be catch a booster. And if they're feeling lucky and they're feeling confident, and they can get the booster off the pad in time, assuming they do catch it, and the boot tower's good, maybe try for ship. Maybe. I mean, because, at that point, if the tower's good and the ship is good and the booster's away, why not try it? You need to start catching. You need to start reusing your ships. Because you can't keep just building them and chucking them away. That's not going to be good for the program. You got to start catching. So if they can, I think they'll try it next flight. They're at that point in the program where they need to get going on that. So a lot is riding on this flight, but it also feels kind of like it's another suborbital flight. But there's also a lot riding on the program.
Yeah, like this payload, despite being a suborbital, or this ship, or well, this mission, I should say, despite being a suborbital mission, it does have an operational payload, doesn't it?
It does. It has the first, I guess, as the first ever Starlink V3s on board. We don't really know how much of they are for production models, but one way or the other, they are going to test the antennas on board, the radiators, the solar panels, everything's going to get deployed and tested in the time allotted after deployment. They will use, there are 6 of them with cameras on board, or at least higher def cameras, so they can look at Starship's heat shield. That's why there are some differently colored tiles along the heat shield, is so basically those cameras can look at Starship's heat shield and identify where missing tiles there were. Because basically what they're going to do for Starlink missions when they keep flying these, because the next flight might be an operational Starlink mission. They may go to an operational orbit, deploy V3s, have them raise their orbit with their ion thrusters, and then Starship re-enters, which, as we've talked about before, that could easily mean that we're talking about, a 4-hour window where they're going to launch with sub-windows in it like they do with current Starlinks. So that could be a whole bunch of fun when they go to do that. But it looks like what they're going to do going forward is they're going to deploy satellites with cameras on them for whenever they do Starlink missions, so that the ship will rotate after payload deploy to make sure that the heat shield is good following ascent and that it's good to re-enter with no issues. I think that's going to be their plan, which, it's a good one. If they're going to keep doing that, I think that's a smart thing to do. Why not? Tankers, you won't really be able to do it. Well, actually, scratch that. Tankers, you can rotate in front of the depot or rotate in front of the other vehicle if you have cameras pointed. You should be able to check that. Regular customer launches, that's a maybe, depending on if they work with them to have cameras to check their heat shield after deployment. Crewed launches, of course, you could. There's not really any attachment points to go out there and look, but there's always I bet SpaceX could come up with a little thing that they could pop out the side of an airlock and rotate the ship around and take pictures of the heat shield. So that's probably going to be something they're going to do going over, because I know they especially started doing that in the late shuttle days where they were checking the heat shield out. It's a smart idea to do, especially in the early days.
Yeah. Oh, geez, look at that radar. That's yeah. When we say weather, when we say that weather's a watch item, see all that green? That's not really what we want, Max, is it?
No, and apologies if I sounded a bit robo earlier, folks. Connection out here is sometimes spotty. Yeah. Oh God, I'm looking up. I'm zooming out on the radar a bit more than this, and it's just Bertha. Like, it's not looking pretty. Oh gosh. Yeah. There's certainly a lot of rain in the area that is not really expected to change as the day progresses. I don't know if SpaceX is going to be trying to thread a needle here, or if they're going to make the call at some point if the weather is just going to keep deteriorating. But the forecast, at least if Apple weather is to be believed, at least in actually, so that's the Brownsville forecast. I don't want the Brownsville forecast. Show me the Starbase forecast, because obviously Starbase being much closer proximity to the Gulf is essentially in its own microclimate where the weather could be much different than it is over in Brownsville. Okay. So Apple weather is showing 85% chance of rain at 1 o'clock, and that's about 45 minutes from now. And then clouds for a majority of the afternoon, slight chance of rain in the evening. But there, of course, is all of that weather to our north, and that could wash down or create other stuff in the area that washes over us at some point. As we have said a few times already, and as SpaceX has said, the weather remains the key watch item for today's countdown. The vehicle is healthy as far as we can tell. The pad is healthy as far as we can tell. SpaceX seems to agree, because for now they are pressing ahead with operations. But I wonder if or when they had a weather meeting today, what the ruling was. If they were going to revisit weather before they spool up the tank farm, or just hope that they can find a needle to thread. But yeah, it's so strange because again, being in our own microclimate here, 2 days ago the weather, like, I think twice in one day, or 3 times in one day, it switched from weather was going to be crap and just super cloudy and rainy to mostly clear, and then back to cloudy, and then back to rainy. It's like, pick one. But in areas like this, you can't necessarily be the most picky. We take what we get, but there's certainly a lot of not so great weather in the area, and as far as we can tell, that is unfortunately not expected to change as the countdown progresses.
It's one of those things that I think they'll make the call. They'll push forward. They'll keep going because at this rate, of course, they've closed the road, and they're starting to clear things out. It's when you get closer to tank farm spool up, that's not really that big of an issue. You're not wasting a lot when you go to chill down the tank farm. But the biggest change is when you go ahead to try to go into prop load, and then that can start to activate a lot of different things. You get close to activating the TFRs. You get close to activating all the NOTAMs, all the note bars, all the debris avoidance zones, which means all the ships, all the planes, everything has to start clearing out. That's a lot of stuff that has to happen. So if you can avoid that because you may be relatively certain you're not going to make it, or you're not trying to thread the needle, then you just don't go. There's a lot of stuff right there. It helps a lot if you just don't even do that. It helps the FAA. It helps shipping. It helps a lot of different companies and agencies if that's when you decide to go, nope, we're not going to do it. We're not going to activate all the zones. Also, one thing helps is if they don't go into prop load, tomorrow's recycle is very easy because they don't have to bring in a bunch of tankers to refill what they used on the vehicle and then have boil off, had vented off, had all that other stuff. So there's a lot of different stuff. And what you can see over there in the tank farm, you see one frosty line. That's basically like that's just gas. They're really just doing gas stuff right now. There's nothing liquid happening in this tank farm. It's mostly taking LN2 liquid oxygen and boiling it off through vaporizers and making gas. And they kind of expend a lot of any excess over, and they just dump it into the box fan that's there. A box that has fans with it, as I told Crispy. I think it was
a box that has fans with it.
But I think if they're going to make the call, they'll make it before they do any kind of prop load. Is when they'll make that call. Yeah. Because it just makes it easier for everyone tomorrow. Because you don't have to then detank and safe a vehicle. All you have to do is just open the road again. That's it.
That being said, though, Ryan, they have a 90-minute window to work with if they want to. So they could opt to wait. But also, the go for prop load is at what? That's T-minus 50 minutes or something? I think it's a T-minus 50.
Yeah.
That's not that far away from liftoff. So that at least gives them a somewhat clearer picture compared to, say, if they had a T-minus 60-minute poll or T-minus 70-minute poll. Anything longer than that. But a lot can change in 50 minutes, but a lot can also stay the same in the same time, if that makes sense at all. But the way the weather is supposed to progress today, it's like, boy. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. But again, the launch window today is not instantaneous. Should they opt to delay into it before they go into prop load, they have some time to use if the vehicle is loaded, but that is a matter of minutes and not a matter of It's a matter of single-digit minutes. That is not a matter of like tens of minutes, as most rockets otherwise do. And it's a bit better than Falcon 9, whereas with Falcon 9, you cannot hold whatsoever. Once you begin loading propellant, you are committed to your targeted T0 if you have a launch window. So if they opt to go further into the window and try and wait out some of the weather, they have that ability, but they will have to make that call before they give the go for prop load at T-minus 50 minutes, which is still a ways away from now. I mean, that's still about 4.5 hours away from now, or a bit longer. So yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. We will of course be keeping our eyes on the skies and keeping our eyes on the radar. but it's certainly one of the more questionable Starship launch days for sure.
It seems like November 429 X-ray came back awfully quick. That helicopter's been down at the refueling area here on Highway 4 probably about 3 times in the last 15 minutes. Now, it looks like they're not necessarily refueling this time around. No, the guy in the plaid shirt, not refueling the helicopter. Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on with that thing. That's one of 2 helicopters we've seen today that's patrolling the range. What they're basically do is flying a certain perimeter outside of the pad, guys, and they're making sure that no one's there, no mariners, no boats, no people, moseying around. You really want to not, I don't have a better way of saying this. You don't want to be near the rocket when it goes off. But yeah, there it goes. Let's see. See if it comes back. So, Max, you said that this stack, this rocket was not. I mean, you're down there. This rocket was not stacked until like late last night, right?
It's not. They didn't leave stacking ops for this time as late as they did for attempt 1. For attempt 1, the stack was complete just before midnight the day before launch. It was almost launch day when they had it stacked, essentially, which is both a great demonstration of how rapidly they can pick up operations, because obviously if they want to fly more, being able to stack a vehicle quicker bodes well for how quickly you can handle vehicles and, of course, launch more often. But they got the vehicle stacked around 6:30 last night. I think it was when they were hard down. I think maybe it was closer to 7. But either way, it was stacked before sunset. And for all of you who are following along on social media and on Starbase Live, you will know just how much of a wonderful sunset last night was. Like, I will go on record as saying it was the greatest sunset I have ever seen here in Starbase, period. And I've been here.
I mean,
what?
The pictures that SpaceX posted?
Yeah, right?
Oh,
phenomenal.
Ow.
Phenomenal. I remember I was out there with a buddy of mine who is also Cape-based, and we were just like pinching ourselves the entire time. Like, this is just getting better. This is getting better and better and better. And we left the spot we were originally going to be shooting at for sunset because, like, it's gonna gray out. It's not going to get colorful because it was kind of hazy last night, and there was some of that wildfire smoke coming down from Canada in the air. So with that, no color, it'll gray out. And then we get to the dunes, and then the sky just erupts in color, and we're just like having to like pick our jaws up off the dunes and just pick up our cameras and start shooting. Yeah, it's wonderful. But obviously the weather today is a bit different. Hoping it gets better. But yeah, EJ, they had this thing stacked yesterday evening before sunset, which was nice for both our cameras and our Mark 1 eyeballs and anyone else who wanted to see them.
And then before that, Ryan, they were doing a some type of booster test, right? Because the Flight 13 attempt 1 last week had a hot fire aboard on the pad, and then they put the booster back into the mega bay, swapped some engines out, and then did some kind of test with it. What do you think? I'm actually not up to speed on this one. What do you think happened during that test yesterday? I mean,
so they swapped out 5 engines. I had them saved at one point. Let me pull up the engine numbers again. They swapped out 5 engines. I know they did. I know they swapped out engine 16. It was serial number 152. It looks like it was taken off. It went to McGregor, and then it came back and got reinstalled on 20, which is hilarious to think that. It's kind of nuts. The other engines taken off and swapped were engine 4, engine 5, engine 6, engine 12, and engine 13 were all taken off of the vehicle, and then different ones put on. So some of them were inners. Well, most of them were on the inner ring, where we saw where they had 4 of them that, according to telemetry, didn't light. We don't know exactly what happened. We might get an answer to what happened within the next 5 hours, assuming they go today, because Dan might tell us what happened, which should be nice, or at least give us an inkling of what happened. Either way, yesterday, they didn't do a spin prime. It wasn't an igniter test, and it wasn't a static fire test. Basically, what it looks like they did is they did a leak check. So they basically forced open the main prop valves onto the engine, and they basically just leak checked the fittings. So where the Raptor connects to the booster, they're on for the center 13 engines. There's a gimbal. There's a gimbal mount for the LOX inlet, and then there's some kind of bellows or something for the methane inlet. We don't really kind of know how that works. It's really weird because the fluid dynamics of the way that bellow might move when they go to actually do thrust vector control with the engine is kind of interesting. But basically, it's bolted to the side, bolted up to the plate, the bottom plate of the booster, and then the outer 20 are just kind of bolted in. They don't have any gimbals or anything like that or whatnot because they don't have to move. Those are fixed engines. The center 13 are the ones that do thrust vector control. So basically what they were doing, and it looks like they only did it for the engines they took off and put back on, is they're just leak checking that interface, making sure that the engines are snug up against the booster and there's nothing leaking between the booster and where the Raptor engine meet. And that's it. A leak check. It's the kind of thing, if you go change the oil on your car, and you need to leak check the filter. It's basically the same thing. You change the fuel filter on your car, or change the fuel or oil filter on an airplane engine, or really any engine, a generator engine, whatever it is. And you just got to leak check what you did. Or heck, if you replaced a cylinder head, you're going to want to leak check the plate and the cylinder head and the enclosure after it. You don't want any oil leaking out, do you? You're leak checking your head gaskets. It's a leak check. That's all they did. But in this case, it's with liquid cryogenic propellants rather than oil or fuel or what have you. That's all it is. It's pretty simple, actually.
Interesting. All right. So I didn't think you could just do that with rockets. You could just do that. Just shoot propellant through the engines. I mean,
you can just do things.
Yeah.
Did they turn on the detonation suppression system at all?
Nope. They didn't even get turned on.
No DSS.
Nope, nothing. They didn't even turn on the DSS. There was a small cloud that just kind of fell from the bottom of the booster, and then they depressed and detanked.
Yeah. So essentially, what we think happened was a few engines just went, and that was it.
Bless you.
Because it's clear they didn't do a spin prime because they didn't spin the pumps, because when they do a spin prime, you see a jet of gas come out because they just spun the turbo pump, but they didn't even do that. So.
All right. Well, whatever that test was, they were clearly happy with it because we got a full stack and we're 5 hours and 12 minutes and 50 seconds out from a launch here. So we'll see. We'll see. Guys, I'm going to plow through the support queue here. It's getting a little bit long. I refuse to have the support queue filled up. I don't like it. It makes my brain itch.
Go.
Can't have that. All right. Stephen Gaming with a $5 Canadian super chat. My last tip before I got to do homework. I think this flight has to go perfectly. Thank you, NSF, and see you at T0. I agree. Yeah, Stephen, this one has to go right. SpaceX has... I don't want to say they have much bigger fish to fry here, but yeah, you got to get up into space before you do that, and this test is very, very dependent on that. This one has to go good. So let's see. We got another $5 super chat from Durka Dunk. Nice. Yes. Yeah. Does the current tank farm deluge support use both pads when pad 1 comes back online at a rapid pace more than 1 per day, i.e. 2 launches in 24 hours, or can it support that? Ryan, I feel like this is a question for you. Can the current water farm on down at Boca Chica that they have there support, 2 launches a day with, you got to have enough water, guys, right? Can it do that?
They're going to build a separate one for the other pad.
Well, that answers that question. That was quick.
Yeah, they're gonna be based off of all the piping that's coming in. I kind of expect them to build unless they tee it off and whatnot, which would be a certain surprise. But based off of at least based off the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers layout, they're building a whole separate deluge for the other pad as well. What's odd is Slick 37 it looks like it. Based off the footings and the pilings that were drilled with long-range photography and satellite photographs, it really looks like they're only going to have one water farm for both pads, and it's going to be split between the two. I don't know how they're doing that, and you might need gigantic tanks to do it. So I'm curious to see how that shapes over the course of the next year or whatever, or how long it takes them to build a thing, year and a half. I'm curious to see how that looks, because that's a long run for water. I probably should just be able to make the pipe bigger to do it, but still, it's a decent run. But again, we'll see how things shape up at Pad 1. It looks like they did a lot of sheet piles for a upcoming cryo trench. That's probably going to be... It looks like they're sharing the pumps and subcoolers between the two pads, which is what it looks like they're going to do with 37 as well. They'll basically just put a T, and when you want to run one pad, you close off one side and open the other. When you run the other pad, you just close off one side and run the other. You just kind of swap it. Well, they just a T. So it looks like that's what their plan is going forward.
Oh, all right. We got Josh from Lafayette, Louisiana with a store message. Buying a collector's patch, Flight 13 collector's patch. Go Starship. I see what you did there with the go Gux Starship. Nice. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. We got Mr. Meeks here with a $5 super chat. That helicopter is just proof that we don't need to turn off our cars at the gas stations. Yeah, because Meeks is referring to when the helicopter's in, they hot fueled it. They fueled it when the motor is on. Keep in mind, guys, a helicopter's blade can still spin even when the turbo shaft is off. It's not like you turn off the helicopter's engine and the blades on the top stop spinning.
That's not how physics works, unless you put a brake on.
Yeah, well, the helicopters do have a rotor brake, but think of it more as a parking brake. You let the thing spin down, and once it's stopped, you put the rotor brake on so it doesn't move when the helicopter is parked. It's like an e-brake in a car. In the same way you wouldn't want to use an e-brake to stop a vehicle, even though it's called an emergency brake, right? You really wouldn't want to use the rotor brake to like stop the rotor when the engines are off. That a little bit on helicopter physics there. That would make the rotor brake very angry. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that at all.
You could also pull the handbrake while you're driving a car, but that would lead to some very bad news. So we don't recommend doing that. Don't do that.
You mean the handbrake? Handbrake, e-brake, emergency brake, parking brake. You call it whatever.
All of the above.
Yep.
All of the above.
Yeah.
It's like Burger King. You can have it your way. We're not sponsored. All right. So next one here, we got Steven Gaming with the $2 super chat. Cryo, spin prime, static prime, spin prime, cryo test. I don't think this is booster 7 here. I believe we have booster 20.
Maybe in reference to the. Well, it wasn't really I don't know, it was a reference into the test tank, but yeah, we haven't had a vehicle tested, at least not a flight vehicle tested as much as Booster 7. I don't think we'll ever get that again. That it was really the first ever 33 engine booster, and was the first one they could ever actually test engines on because, well, they kind of ruined the engines on Booster 4. Plus, there was a lot of other problems with that booster.
Namely it existing, from what I've heard.
They didn't clean out their tank farm, and a bunch of junk got inside.
Ooh, FOD. We love that.
Yeah.
Foreign object debris. That's
and it trashed the engines. As far as I know.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
All right. So we got Negative Ascent Specialist with a $10 super chat saying, because I do dirt work, it's the thing I always remember, but it's the bare dirt I remember seeing. All that area is basically a construction staging lot way back 7 years. Thanks for the memories. Yeah, exactly, Negative Ascent. You know, at the time of Starhopper, concrete slab. It's a concrete slab and maybe some fueling paraphernalia. More or less right where that Starship is. Which is... this is a lot of progress for the last 7 years. I mean, heck, I remember the day I woke up and we heard that Falcon 9's going to get a pad in South Texas, you know, for these things called Starlink missions, for overflow missions. I was like, wait, what? Really? At the time,
2014, basically,
something like that. At the time, I was like, the idea of somebody having a private spaceport was ridiculous. Now, I mean, there's one right on your screen. You see one right there. There's this is one of two private spaceports that I can think of off the top of my head. The other one being Mahia from Rocket Lab in New Zealand, the Mahia Peninsula site. I'm pretty sure that's
gorgeous,
all.
by the way.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, Max, you've been there, right?
Yes, I have, and I'm
Really?
so whenever Mahia is mentioned, I have to bring it up just because it's one of the it's such a wonderful part of the world and a wonderful team down there. But yeah, Starbase ain't too bad either, and it also supports a vehicle that is a number of times larger than Electron.
Yeah, I mean, there are other private spaceports, but they are suborbital, right? There's Van Horn with New Shepard, which, you know, it exists, and then Spaceport America near Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, which is where Virgin Galactic operates out of. So there are other private ones for suborbital flights too. But yeah,
Don't forget Andoya. You can't forget Andoya now.
That's right. There's Andoya over in Europe. Do we count that as a suborbital site?
I mean, they do launch sounding rockets out of Andoya, and obviously where ESAR wants to launch Spectrum, or is launching Spectrum, I should say, is also an orbital class vehicle. So it is technically classed as an orbital class launch site. And of course, I think we also have Gilmore in Australia as well. So there are other spaceports.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are other private ones, but I don't think there's anyone that's quite like the one you see on the screen.
Also, can't forget Saxavord.
Yeah, Rocket Factory Augsburg has their RFA-1 stack on the pad, ready to go. We'll see what happens up there. All right, I'm going to get through the rest of the super chats here. We have Astro95 Media. Hey, what's up, man? $10 super chat. If it's any comfort, the weather in Houston is garbage as well. Good luck today, folks. Excited to see everybody's images. Go Flight 13. Thanks, Astro. Appreciate you, man. All right, we got Tenacious Dragon with a $2 super chat. When launch hourly, range stays clear at all times? You know, when we get to hourly flights with Starship, which I do think is an inevitability, just the real question is when, right? When that does happen, you're going to basically have to have space traffic control, right? You're going to have not ATC, STC, right, Ryan? You're going to end up operating like an airport.
Yeah. Again, and I've said this multiple times recently, if they're going to do hourly Starship flights, I think the only way for them to pull that off logistically is to have 24 separate launch pads all launching once a day. I think that's the only way it ever works. I with prop concerns, unless you have a massive tank farm, I find it hard to believe you could do 2 launches out of a pad in a single day. Like, the amount of prop you need is ridiculous. Like, out of Starbase, with the tank farm that they're building up Once it's all said and done, in theory, they might be able to do 2 Block 3 flights back to back out of a single pad in one day. In theory, if they have the vehicles and the pad's fine. After that, you're out of propellant. You're out. That's it. Now your tank farm is basically empty at that point. Now you need to truck in a ton of propellant, and the ASU is only making 900 metric tons of liquid oxygen a day. You got to truck it in from the ASU inside Brownsville, and you got to truck it in from everyone else. If you have your methane liquefaction online, I don't know how much you're going to get out of that exactly, but it's still going to take time to refill it. I just do not see a future in which a single pad can do more than maybe 2 launches in a single day. I straight up do not see that even remotely a possibility. If it happens by some miracle, then I guess it happens, but I would be astonished if, logistically speaking, they could ever find a way to pull that off.
So the solution here is that you need 12 pads. You said one pad could maybe do 2 launches a day, right? You have 12 pads.
That's if you have
2 launches a day, 24 hours.
That's if you have a tank farm that can hold like 4 stacks worth of prop, which right now the tank farms they're building are about 2.5 to 3.
So, okay, all right. We'll talk about this then. There is the pipeline that is coming from the Brownsville LNG terminal, right? I think
it's not from LNG.
It's not from LNG.
No, it is a gas line teeing off from the Texas natural gas supply. So it's a 16-inch gas line that'll run to the launch site, and then they have to liquefy it at the launch site into usable prop.
You don't think that's a big enough tank farm? The entirety of South Texas?
For what?
For fuel? I mean,
they're not using anything from Texas from the LNG plant. None of that is being used for Starship. None of it.
Wait. I didn't say that it was. If they're tapping into Texas's oil and gas supply, I'd call that a big enough tank farm.
They're going to liquefy it, and then they got to put it in tanks and use it. But the other problem is also LOX, and LN2, and helium. Like,
Build
the
more
amount
ASUs.
of liquid. Okay, well, that's more power. In order to run the ASU they're building right now, as far as I understand, they have to run another power line all the way to the launch site. They cannot do it with what they've got. And then the liquefaction is also incredibly power intensive. Remember that OIG report for 39A and for the Cape? Yeah, that's also a problem. You need more ASUs, but you also need more power. Logistics and infrastructure are a gigantic problem for if you want to launch Starship as much as you truly want to launch it, the infrastructure on this planet straight up doesn't exist. It does not exist to do it. Not in an hourly fashion. No.
Yeah, but all right. Some perspective here, okay? Some perspective. We just got done talking about what, if we put this camera in this position 7 years ago, what we'd be seeing. And we'd be seeing a field, right? The infrastructure for Starship didn't exist then. And all I'm saying is that I don't think this is an insurmountable thing. I think with SpaceX's capital that they have, scaling pads and propellant infrastructure, I think that's doable. I think it's doable in the next couple of years.
I think as many problems lay ahead with the path that SpaceX wants to take, just in terms of scaling infrastructure with Starship, it's just as important to find solutions for the problems as it is finding the problems themselves. It's not worth just saying, hey, X and Y and Z doesn't exist. We can't do that. But it's also like it's been the anthem of SpaceX and Starship to build what they need to make it work. Granted, they are not operating perhaps on the timeline so far that they would have liked, but that comes with operating infrastructure, the likes of which we have never seen before with Starship, both in terms of scale and complexity. There's a first time for everything. I do firmly believe that, and that is also just a fact of reality. And if SpaceX wants it to be so, they have to build everything else to support it. And that's not to say just because it doesn't exist yet, that doesn't mean it can't. It just means they have to work out a solution to build it. And for their sake, I hope they do.
I think they will. But I mean, it's no doubt what Ryan was saying. Like, it is definitely a difficult. It's going to be a difficult thing.
I'm watching chat and they're like, Mom and Dad are fighting.
Now, if you want to see more heated discussions like this, I would suggest watching Flame Trench on Fridays, where me, Ryan, Sawyer, and Max do duke it out and go at each other. We have some pretty heated conversations, but it's all in good fun. We're all passionate about this stuff, man. It's like, pretty cool.
It's one of the things, and it's unprecedented what they want to do with Starship, and to do it, they have to build the infrastructure to do it. And it's going to take an incredibly long time to even remotely get close enough to, like, you see the Gigabays, that's only 24 work cells. You know how they want to build like 1,000 Starships a year? Like, those aren't enough, and those took them a year and a half to 2 years to build. I mean, it's kind of nuts how long a lot of this stuff takes to build. And it is also impressive how quickly they're building some of it too. The fact that they built this pad in 2 years. 2 years. I know there's a lot of companies out there that would have taken like 10 to do it. Granted, it's not a nuclear reactor and it's just a launch pad, but still.
So, all right, let's flip this question a little bit, Ryan. So, when do you think, taking into account how long you think the lead times on everything is, getting the pipe, the liquefiers, the ASUs, everything, all the commodities that you need, scaling helium, et cetera, et cetera. Speaking of that, there's a commodity truck going down the road. When do you think they'll be able to support a, hourly launch cadence?
It's not gonna. I think it's gonna be beyond a decade or two.
Really? All right.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yep. 100%. Even doing 100 launches a year for Starship, like that's a lot. Like Falcon 9 is one thing, but like the scale of Starship to do that many in a year, that's 100 launches times 5,000 tons of propellant every single time they run it. Actually, more than that because they vent a lot of it off. It's going to be ridiculous to see the infrastructure be built for this. I expect the Cape is going to get the infrastructure to support the Starship program at the Cape is going to exceed everyone's wildest dreams of what they thought a rocket program could entail. I mean, we've seen what the Blues manufacturing facility, and every time we do flyovers, you see that facility expand and expand and expand. Like, they just don't stop, and they don't want to stop. They're going to keep building pads for New Glenn. They're going to 9x4. Starship is a whole other it's a whole other level. New Glenn is big, but I think Alex made this. What was it? I think Alex pointed out. I think it was on the CTL. The transfer tube inside Super Heavy, EJ. That holds as much methane as New Glenn. New Glenn's first stage.
What?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Just the transfer tube.
I didn't know that. Holy cow.
Volume do be like that.
Volume.
Hashtag.
It's nuts.
Yeah, I suppose because it's taller.
To show you the scale of what we're dealing with. Like, you can fit a Falcon 9 inside a Falcon 9 first stage inside just the LOX tank of Super Heavy.
And Super Heavy itself is about as tall as an entire Falcon 9 rocket, including the fairing. If that tells you anything.
It's you got to think of the scale. That's why I say what I say when I say that. And sorry if I got passionate there, but you got to think of the scale we're dealing with here. It's unprecedented in all of history.
I mean, so was the Apollo program, and then we willed it into existence. That I believe JFK said everything that's difficult is usually worth doing, right? Paraphrasing, but he said that in his lunar speech, one of his moon speeches. I don't think he's wrong. That's why it's like, we could sit here and we could dwell on what's there and what's not, or we could, instead of doing that, we could just make it. We can just will it into existence. That's pretty cool. We like doing that. We should do that more. Anyway, I'm going back to the support queue here. That was it. That was a good little mini flame trench. If you like more of this heated discourse, we do a show on Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern called The Flame Trench, where we sit there and we get spicy, like the flames coming out of the trench that we will hopefully see here in 4 hours, 50 minutes, and 35 seconds. All right. Back to the support queue for me. What have we got? We got Owen with a store message buying a Flight 13 mug. All right. You're from California planning a family trip to Texas to watch a Starship launch. Hopefully I won't have to put in a purchase for all I got was the blank shirt. Well, we'll see. We'll see, Owen. We'll see. You got the mug for now. So that's good. That's good. That's good enough. All right. We had Matt's coming in there with 50 Red Team memberships. Mats, we love you, dude. We love you. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra. Nice. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra. My brain, dude, that's what happens when my brain moves faster than my mouth. It happens sometimes. Gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Mats, we love you, dude. Thank you for all the support. We appreciate it. All right. We got Bob Fillmore gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Bob, thank you very much. Appreciate you as well. Another regular viewer there. And Bodger 1058 Rad Pat with €5. Let's see. Would a box fan help when I get hot microwaving my tea? Asking for a friend. Also, shout out to Arbiter for not needing armor. Well, the Arbiter's armor is older, Bodger. It's ancient Arbiter armor. Okay, but it can cloak. You have active camo. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
See, Ryan knows.
I mean, yeah, active camo. What would you have your Arbiter do? I can't do Keith David, so.
Take us home. Right at brute ships, staggered line. They outnumber us 6-1. Then it shall be an even fight.
Then we have an even fight.
Yeah, I got it. I got you.
Yep.
All right. So we have Ian B97. Hey, we're nerds. All right. I don't know if you guys realized it. I feel people judging me through the screen. Okay. We're nerds. What do you want? All right. We sit here and look at the screen all day and see, smoke coming out of thingy. All right. You think we wouldn't know Halo quotes? Come on.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah. Well, two of us do. I don't.
Hey, I wasn't talking about you, man. Stop making it about you.
All right. Jeez.
Sorry.
Jeez.
We love you, Max. All right. So we got Ian B97 with a $5 super chat. How will propellant transfer of cryo-liquid methane and liquid oxygen be successfully managed in low-gravity environments for deep space missions? Max, do you want this one?
As far as we can tell, they're going to use pressure differentiation to sort of push the propellant into one Starship over the other. Don't think there's going to be any physical pumps to push the propellant on board. One, because pumps are heavy, and two, pumps are complicated. So I think it's going to be a mostly pressure differential situation to get prop transferred from one ship to another. They should have 4 probe and drogue. Probe and drogue systems on each ship, two for each tank, being LOX and liquid methane. And that'll be sorted over a period of time that we're not quite sure yet. I'm not sure if that'll be a quick process or if that'll be a multi-hour thing. I'm not entirely sure. That'll be, I think, something we cover in more detail as we get closer to it. I think that'll be probably early next year, maybe mid next year by the time we see that. We were hoping to see it this year, but timelines just have not lined up. But we also need to have Florida up and running as well, or a launch site up and running in Florida to support that as well, to launch rapidly. Because two pads to be able to support that would be nice, as opposed to having to rely on one. But it's, as far as I'm aware, maybe there's something I missed or something I'm just flat out wrong about. But I think it's going to be a matter of using pressure differential and gas to push propellant from one tank to another, or from one ship to another, rather.
Ryan, what do you think? Are there any other ways you can move that fuel around?
I mean, you could try spinning the two ships together, but I don't really know how well that's going to work, and that requires prop. Do it, and their prop is tank pressure, and then you got to stop the spin, so it's kind of hard to do. And pumps don't really work. And pumps don't really work in 0G because you need a head pressure on the pump, and that's kind of hard to do, and liquid's just kind of flowing around. It's not really easy to do. You have to keep that's how engines have to work in space. You have to do knowledge burn in order to get the necessary acceleration, so you get the head pressure on the turbo pump. And then once the engine ignites, well, then you have the acceleration to keep the head pressure. But either way, you can use thrusters and whatnot to help settle the propellant, and then differential pressure to push it through the QD when you settle it towards it. So there's a lot of different ways you can do it. And I cannot wait to see it happen. I mean, it's not like we're actually to see the propellant flowing unless SpaceX decides to give us a video inside the LOX tank, which I think it would be kind of cool to see that.
That would be kind of cool. Yeah.
It would be very unique. But I'm not going to hold out hope for that too much.
I mean, we've seen inside of Falcon 9's LOX tank before, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. Whether or not we're going to be shown that at a Starship, maybe at some point we will. Each tank structure in Super Heavy is a cavernous area, so it would be kind of cool to see.
Okay, I'm going to get through the rest of the support here. All right. Okay, so we have a $5 super chat from Ian and Barrett Abel saying, Elon Rocky saved Starship statement. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Dirty, 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 dirty. Why Pad's so messy? Question.
Pad's clean.
Yeah, no, they cleaned it up. It looks nice. We got Enki becoming a Pad Rat member. Enki, thank you very much. We appreciate every single one of you. And let's see. Blaze Monger here with a €10 super chat. Thoughts on Starship never actually launching crew people into space, but picking them up and dropping them off in LEO, kind of like a transfer station in 2001. Ryan, you were talking about this a little bit earlier about Starship being a LEO vehicle itself. I think Starship is, you said Starship is going to be the one doing that, right?
Well, taking stuff from Earth, from the surface of the planet into low Earth orbit, but I mean, the one other thing I had thought of was you basically build a ship, a nuclear powered ship to go between planets, and then at some point along the length of the ship, you have a couple of starships attached to the side via docking ports to use as shuttles.
What? Hang on. Sorry, what?
What?
Was that my introduction?
Oh,
Someone mentioning shuttle and summoning me.
No, he's here.
Oh, God. He's
You
here.
know what? I was literally waiting for the introduction, but it is
I was going to say,
it is a rule.
I'm going to hand over the reins of the stream over to Chris B, NSF Actual here. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be here for banter and, talking about propellants and tank farms and scaling infrastructure and stuff. So, Chris, you have the controls, my friend.
Oh, dear. Well, Lord help us all. Thank you, EJ.
He's gone mad with power.
Gone mad with power. I'm always going mad with power. I that was completely unplanned. I was literally just waiting to be introduced, and I just basically barged in the mention of shuttle. Ironically, Ryan reminded me, would you believe it? Ryan reminded me that it is kind of the anniversary of STS-93. The Yikes You Bet Concur. People on the intro are thinking where that came from. That actually is from the flight loop of STS-93. The end of it. Flight director John Shannon and his controllers, one by one, saying, "Yikes, you bet, concur, we don't need any more of these." And that was the conclusion of a very eventful ascent of STS-93. I think we'll come back to it, because if I start now, 15 minutes later, people are going, why is he still talking about STS-93? There's a Starship launch coming up. I think it's time to go Raptor side style and say to Ryan Webber, where do we stand now? Because everyone's asking in chat about the weather, which is the kind of watch item right now. Are we seeing any signs of hope for the window?
Well, as of right now, things are progressing. We'll just kind of go with that. They're still offloading tankers. The road's closed. The range helicopters are working. So we're kind of in this limbo at the moment. Tank farm isn't doing much because it's not really going to do much for at least another 2 hours or so. It's not really going to start till we get to T-minus 2.5 hours is when it really kicks on. Right now, it's just anything related with it is just gas. Or anything at all. So when you see that the box fan running, which is Chris's favorite thing, there's not really too much to it at the moment. In terms of weather, I think there is a decent chance of rain right now forecasted somewhere around the window. I think is what it's looking like. It will have to see. We'll have to see what happens at this point. SpaceX definitely has points alongside. They basically have these certain points alongside their count, in which they'll check the weather or they send up a weather balloon. I don't remember exactly when they go ahead and do that, but there are points where they send up weather balloons. They check for weather data. They check with the National Weather Service and whatnot to determine where clouds are, where storm clouds might come. And what the forecast looks like, so they can better determine whether or not they should keep going ahead with launch, or they stand down and push a day or whatever. As of right now, they are still going. There is no word yet from them if they are pushing or anything. As of right now, they are still full steam ahead to launch, to try to go at the opening of the window. Of course, it's a 90-minute window, so they can push into it if they think they can make a window, or if they have an opening. Say they think, okay, in 30 minutes we get an opening. All right, let's load the vehicle. So they start prop load and go. Maybe they can do it. Because remember, they can load this thing pretty quickly. So if they've got a window opening, they have a better chance of hitting it than with the older Starship, which took longer to load. As of right now, though, we don't know what's happening. We'll have to wait and hear from SpaceX. But again, as of right now, they're still going for it.
Well, Max, do you have breaking news? Important breaking news.
I mean, yes, albeit it does feel a bit delayed because the road and beach closure for today was scheduled to start at noon. It is currently 1:06 Central Daylight Time here in Starbase, Texas, and the beach is now officially closed, despite the roadblock being up there for about an hour now already. So, yes, as of now, officially, the beach and the road leading up to the launch site in Highway 4 are closed. Uh-oh, breaking news.
Oh, that was a bit late, Daniel.
Yeah, come on. Dear.
Deary me.
Yeah.
Imagine turning your TV on and getting some breaking news, and at the end they actually put the stinger on breaking news. Not
like,
to worry. It's appreciated. Yeah.
The actual news comes first, followed by the stinger. So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Oh dear. I will tell you a little behind the scenes of how I do this. I'm sat in front of a microphone, as you can imagine, because that's how I'm talking to you. And I've got two screens on. One is a panel, which is where I've got all like the questions and stuff. And the other is like our back room and the actual stream. And the back room has like a programming screen, which shows the actual live view. But I'm notorious, and I think I'm the only one who does it, where I've actually got the YouTube stream on as well. Like everybody's watching right now with the chat and everything like that. So I am seeing the chat live while dealing with the panel at the same time. And I absolutely always see these big support come in. And it does catch me a little bit. Sometimes you'll hear me rambling about something and suddenly I'll like pause. It's because I'm live seeing something like, some crazy support coming in. I will make sure I get to all of them. Sometimes people might think they're just talking, they're completely ignoring all that support. No. We'll try and spread it around. Otherwise, it'll get a bit silly and convoluted. But I just wanted to make that point because I saw that $100 come in. I was like, oh, hang on a minute. and I will get to it, promise you. I did not ignore it. I saw it coming as the rest of you saw it coming as well. I do want to quickly just point out that that is a helicopter. And it's also, not only is that looking after the range, there was a question from Everyday001 saying, was that a blimp in the Margaritaville shot? And isn't that also kind of like patrolling as such? It's got cameras on it, hasn't it, Max?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, that is primarily used for just, I guess, immigration purposes. Because obviously Starbase is very close to the border. I think it is used to monitor that. But one of the bonuses of it being in the air, if it is in the air for launch, is having an aerial perspective of launch itself, which we have received footage from before. I think it was a FOIA from our very own Jay Keegan of Starship Flight 5 that we saw some footage from that very blimp on the very right-hand side of your screen there below the production site from an aerial perspective, which is always super cool to see. It's down right now. Maybe they'll throw it up in the air closer to launch. But also, it is very windy today, and I think also, much like the rocket, I think it also has its very own weather criteria to abide by, and it may be exceeding it either right now or they are just waiting to have it thrown up later on towards the launch window opening. So, not entirely sure.
I do like that transition there. We saw the shot from Margaritaville, and then we just came into the pads, but you can just see how big the pads are with the scale between the two. That was really impressive. I really enjoyed that. I do want to thank some people. Shabba Toddbot, for a brick, it flew pretty good. I'm assuming that was back to a shuttle reference before I came on. The flying brick is a well-known saying. It's affectionate. It sounds derogatory towards Space Shuttle, but
close enough. That's Halo.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was a flying brick reference.
Johnston.
I don't know
Sergeant
about
Johnson making reference to the chief after he blew up a Covenant CAS class cruiser over Earth, how he then hits the roof of an amberclad, and then he looks at Keys and goes, for a brick, he flew pretty good.
Nerd alert.
Well,
one of the coolest scenes in all of gaming.
Fair enough. No, fair enough. Honestly, I saw brick and I thought flying brick. There we go. So that's our particular subjects of interest. Yours, hello, man, is shuttle. Great coverage. Feel the brain power flowing. Go SpaceX, go Flight 13 from George, who got the collector's patch and the collector's pin for Flight 13. I know the patch is now in the 30% remaining. I always say that not as an advertising thing, but as a warning, because the amount of times we get people saying, can I have Flight blah blah's patch back? And we can't. Once they sell out, they sell out. The reason why we say that is people go, why do you can't just order the 100? And it doesn't work like that. You got to buy them in bulk, one bulk order. And if you started like buying an extra 100 of it, the price of it would be crazy. So that's why we always say, once it's gone, it's gone. WSP Epison. Wow, that's a tongue twister. Next spicy topic. With the plan SpaceX has, why do you think we will start seeing 100% private missions to the moon? When do you think even? In my opinion, they are not going to wait on NASA to build out the base, right? Thanks for everything you guys do. That's actually a good question, because that really is something I've been thinking about over the years.
Yeah.
It's always been a case of NASA funds it or it doesn't happen. And the way it works with NASA's budget is it's always spread kind of thin over several different things, and that's why things tend to not eventually happen. SpaceX and Blue Origin now, especially, other companies, these commercial companies, are now in a state where they could probably go alone and do it themselves anyway. I mean, Max, do you think we're now out of that relying fully on NASA cycle where, for example, let's say Elon, he wants his Mars city on Mars. He wants a city on the moon. Nothing's stopping him if NASA haven't got the money for it. SpaceX will go and do it themselves.
I mean, it's funny, right? I think this went from like, oh, either we wait on NASA or it doesn't happen. Now it's like NASA is waiting on private companies to build the hardware they want to achieve their goals, right? Being the moon base, between a collaboration with SpaceX and Blue Origin to get obviously their landers and other hardware up, amongst other contractors for other hardware. But yeah, they have the capital, they have the resources, they have the will. There's certainly nothing stopping them from taking a separate route I'm not saying abandoning Artemis, but taking a separate route to go down and build their own path towards a base on the moon or obviously on Mars is the longer term goal. But no, I don't think there's really anything stopping them. I think other than learning from the technology demonstrated during Artemis to learn from either in terms of build techniques, longevity, etc., etc., etc. Because obviously the surface of the moon is an unforgiving environment, and being there for a long time requires some very serious infrastructure and hardware. But obviously, if there is anybody who is going to pull it off privately, it's going to be SpaceX. And so technically, there really is nothing in their way, is there?
I mean, this is really impressive to me because I am used to that where NASA had all these amazing plans, and I can go back to my early days, and I'm quite an old person now, so NASA had some really amazing ideas. Does anybody in chat remember the X projects? I'm not just talking about X-33, X-34. They were space planes. I'm talking about Future X, I think they called it. This is back in the very early days of the NASA website. They had like plasma drives. They had UFO-looking kind of concepts. It was super impressive, yeah.
I mean, Chris, back when like not long after they are opening. Look at this on top of ship there.
I'll do it. I forgot to do the Alex thing.
Yeah, so chopsticks are opening. That is good news, actually. That is very good news. But yeah, Chris. Anyway, when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon in 1969, I think back then people were predicting NASA would be on Mars by 1975.
Yes,
like that's how ambitious they were back then in terms of the goals they wanted to achieve. Obviously, we know how that all went now, but they were thinking long ahead at that point. But obviously, back then you were at the whim of the budget assigned to you from Congress, and that is one of the downfalls of a government run organization is your limiting factor or one of your main limiting factors. SpaceX doesn't have that problem, at least anymore.
I think the take home is now we're in a position where these commercial companies, such as SpaceX and such as Blue Origin, and I'm sure there's plenty more as well, have all these plans, but they can probably actually activate them with their own funding. And that is the beauty of it now, that we're probably going to see it. For people who are young and just getting into space flight, what an era, what a time to be getting into this. Because not only will you have that future, but you're at the start of it as well. So you get to enjoy watching all these test flights and all these progress towards those end goals. Anyway, I could go on down a rabbit hole on that because that is one of my passions. Brad, massive support. Go Flight 14. Thanks for the great coverage, NSF team. You guys are the best. That's a huge, huge support one, Brad. I really appreciate it. That's why I'm at a point when I first started just saying, I'm not ignoring this. I'll come to it. I'm just doing an order. Jeff Rowe your boat has gifted a membership, and probably for the thousandth time, because Jeff Rowe your boat, that's his full name. He's actually got a chatbot command. Does it all the time. So I wanted to point that out. George has got, look at this. The Flight 13 collector's patch and the SpaceX Starship TPS sun shirt. And that is, I've said it before, Max, you've got them as well. It's the best material I've ever worn. And I'm not even just saying that.
It's great, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. I was super surprised. I said, that looks really good. Can I have one, Lindsay? Lindsay sent me one in the post. And I was like, oh, my goodness, the best material I've ever worn in my life. And I wasn't. I'm a Yorkshireman. I can't lie. I can't do false advertising. It really is. It's super, super, really cool. So thanks for getting one yourself, and you've got my seal of approval. The message was, Bertha bad, Booster 20 good, Ship 40 good, Booster 20 plus Ship 40 as full stack great, NSF exceptional, Elon next level entirely. That's a brilliant use of a store message, it really is. Bodger wants to know when I'm going to get a soundboard. I've got one, but it's not plugged in. Someone needs to give me software for it, and I'm sure I could probably do it myself, but I'm an idiot, so I don't know how to. Is the weather restriction? Oh, hang on. Is there weather restrictions for ship sea landing? Ryan, let's take that as things like the buoys. I mean, that's completely out of the area, isn't it? I mean, the ship itself's going to come into. Is it Indian Ocean?
Yeah.
Booster landing. I mean, is there any restrictions for that? Because it's not going to be recovered, is it? So.
I mean, there's still going to be restrictions. I think. Well, they want to get the booster back intact. You wanted it back intact. You don't want weather to all of a sudden throw your booster off kind of like what happened with Booster 10, and then all of a sudden you don't get the landing burn, and then you have to make the call on, are we okay with not testing the landing burn at all and going with Booster 21 to catch? You don't want to be putting yourself in that position. And same things for ship C landing. Do you want to fly the ship through bad weather and then have problems and then go, oh, we didn't land on target and ship landed way off target? Well, are we okay with trying to catch the ship or whatever? You don't really want to roll that dice. So you want to make sure your splashdown zones are your recovery weather. We'll call it that. I mean, they're not recovering it, but we'll call it recovery weather. Is fine. So I think it also not just has to do with the initial liftoff, but booster landing zone weather as well, and what the booster has to fly back through in order to land. That is something that SpaceX is going to watch as well. If that weather is not good, or you got wind shear for the booster return, I don't think they would go. I think they would push off because you can't roll the dice with this flight. You can't. They need this flight to go well so they can get to orbit and push the program ahead. The last thing you want to do is to have weather interfere with the flight or anything, and then all of a sudden, now we got to do another suborbital flight because we couldn't test everything, and we're not confident. You don't want that to happen. So I say err on the side of caution.
Yep, indeed. There's so many good questions. I really feel bad that we could never get through them all. Honestly, we could probably have like a 24-hour show where we'd literally just swap in and out, and we'd get through all these questions. They're all viable questions. If we ever miss one out, don't think we've ignored it or thought it wasn't a good question. It's just there's so many of them. And I'm trying my best to get as many through now. So let's start with Max wants to know, how is SpaceX going to conduct refilling testing for NASA if Starship could stay in orbit for only 48 hours? What if the weather isn't cooperating or is an issue with the vehicle? So there's a few questions along that line, but let's stick to that one first. Ryan, do you want to go for that one?
To conduct refueling testing for NASA. I don't know, to be honest.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you know what? There's a lot of unknowns around all of this. A lot of it is observational data. And we've always got a policy of if we don't know, we'll say we don't know. The worst thing we could do is Ryan thinking, I don't know the answer, but I'm going to give him something. I'm going to say, oh, this is what they'll do. And completely guess. That'd be the worst thing we could do. It might sound good, but it's the worst thing we could do.
Like, the thing is if you're not able to refuel it, then, well, you're not able to refuel it. If for some reason there's a vehicle issue or a weather issue, then you can't go. I mean, what is there? The thing is, you just pick another launch time and push it ahead, basically. Or what SpaceX wants to do, and this is a reason for it too, you have launch pads at Starbase and launch pads at KSC, and you have a bunch of different vehicles. If you have a vehicle issue, what they want to do is they have enough vehicles to be able to swap. Ships having problems, all right, swap the ship out. Boosters having problems, all right, swap the booster, roll it back to the bay. We'll bring a bit different one out, get it up and running next day, or something like that. We know they can roll. I would be pretty confident, especially once they get used to it more and more, they can roll the ship and the booster out to a pad, stack them both, and get them ready to launch within 24 hours. They should definitely be able to do that. They're going to have to if they want to launch as much as they want to, and hopefully maybe they can even do that within 12 hours at some point. But you just have enough vehicles and have enough launch sites that weather doesn't matter. You can just launch it from a different location. If the weather's bad in KSC, but it's fine in Starbase, just launch it from Starbase if you can use the same inclination.
Well, let's take this. Because it's quite on topic with today's attempt. We are watching the weather. So far, the vehicle, pad, everything looks great. Everything's checked out and SpaceX is happy. But they themselves said the watch item is weather. The question here is kind of related, Max. Steve wants to know, when will Starship ever be operational to be able to fly in bad weather like Soyuz?
Yes, that's kind of one of like the more like I think just like rockstar things about Soyuz is that like they can launch in basically any weather they want to. Oh, there's a blizzard, launch it. Oh, it's super windy, launch it. Oh, it's super nice out, launch it. Like it doesn't matter. Like that vehicle is such a beast as old as it is. Starship, though, it's a bit more complicated because obviously it's much bigger. There's a lot more surface area for winds, for example, to react with, especially on ship with the flaps being up there and at the very top of the vehicle. It is very unstable aerodynamically. There we go. I mean, the goal is to have them operate like airliners in the fact that you should be able to launch routinely without issue, and especially with the Raptors and being able to function like say the turbofans on a 737, right? They don't require anything more than basic maintenance after X amount of hours or a certain flight period of time. So, oh boy, I mean, it needs to be able to fly in more than just perfect weather conditions, right? And I think that's what is the hindrance of launch vehicles right now as a whole, is that if there's any inclement weather, obviously you can't launch. No, there are certain genuinely unsafe conditions where you can't fly in, like if there's a strong thunderstorm or lightning storm. You can't fly, but that's also the case with airplanes. Like if there's a really bad storm, your flight is either delayed or canceled for weather, right? It goes back and forth, and that kind of like, I feel like SpaceX is going to soon adopt. I mean, their goal is to adapt airline-like operations, and so that they shouldn't have to stand down because it's a little bit windy or the wind direction's a little bit off or whatever weather-wise would make the vehicle stand down. I think down the line, Starship will become a more robust vehicle than it is now. I mean, it's already plenty robust now. We saw the whole stack tumble together on Flight 1 and how it didn't tear itself apart. Like we saw that. Starship is a very strong launch vehicle. But that being said, though, if they do want to launch as often as they want to, they can't just wait for good weather. Like Starship cannot wait for anybody. So I think it'll be a while. It'll also be a good test to see. I mean, if it does launch today and the weather isn't perfect, that would be a good demonstration for version 3 technology in terms of how it will behave in weather conditions like this. If there is a strong wind shear up top, a thick cloud layer, something of the sort, right? So, yeah, they can't just wait. They can't wait on weather forever.
Like, the one thing I will always say about Soyuz is there's two things, I guess. One, well, it's based off an ICBM through and through, which was made to launch at anything. The other is it's Russian. The Russians are the Russians. We'll just go with that. They're a lot more relaxed in what they do. I'll just say that. So
cool. I've the reason why I paused there was I'm just looking at this panel. This panel is just like a absolute massive text, and I'm not ignoring any of it because there's so many good questions. It really is, and I'm saying that as a point because you get questions in the chat, and sometimes it's like nothing is something completely random. A lot of these are really good questions, so we're going to try and get through as many as possible. I'll quickly thank some people who got some things from the store. Todd, thanks again thanks once more for the outstanding coverage. I can't even say it. Because the reason why that catches me out is that's somebody buying something from our store and saying thank you at the same time. That is double appreciation there. Quickly, Ryan, what event are we watching there? Because people will ask in chat.
That is just some Locks or LN2. I'm trying to remember which one it is. It's the Box Fan. They're doing just a gas vaporizer stuff right now. That's about it. So,
very good, Mister. Because you can put any name in when you do a store message, so you don't have to put your real name, and don't worry about your real name being read out. You can do anonymous or whatever. I love the Starship Flight 11 patch. Go Flight 13. There we go. Lovely. Snot Garden, what a username, has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. And John, the ship needs a giant NSF merch plug on the side. I don't know if we can afford that. Someone in chat said that. I'm going to try and find it. Here we go. John said, Russia's been placing paid advertisements on rockets. Can we pool our funds to place an NSF merch plug on the side of Starship? Can you imagine that?
That'd be so cool, actually.
That would be fun. I remember that. Max, do you remember there was a real silly but quite viral render of a space shuttle with the SRBs in like Pepsi and
Yes.
Bud Light or something.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. It looked.
We'll have to find it.
It was blasphemy, but like it looked.
Yeah.
It was something. It was something.
It was incredible. It was like literally every part of the orbiter, the external tank, and the SRBs were covered in advertisements. I think it was during some funding crisis for NASA or whatever. They said this is the way you can pay for it all. Oh my goodness!
I mean, it would be cool to eventually see like Ship 40 or the Ship 40 or Ship whatever logo on ship be replaced by like by our logo or something. Like that would be incredible. Like that would be absolutely massive. Hopefully one day we can get to that point, but that it remains, I think, a dream for now.
Indeed. Delta Bravo with a perfectly reasonable question. Anyway, to let us know who's speaking. Thanks. Yeah, of course. Well, I'm Chris Bergen. I'm the spare wheel who started NSF 21 years ago, and then luckily found a load of people who are talented to take NSF forward. Max, introduce yourself and what you do.
Hello, my name is Max. I am a spaceflight content producer here at NSF and currently in the field now in Starbase, Texas, waiting to see Starship hopefully launch in about 4 hours' time. So that's who I am, and that's where I'm speaking from.
Ryan, say hello to everybody in chat.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan Weber. I do lots of commentary. I'm on just about every single Raptor site I can make it to, which I usually make it to all of them. And I do pretty much all the dedicated Starship articles for the news site side of NSF, including a launch article, which got written, then didn't get really used because they didn't launch. So we had to kind of update it and everything. But looks like they're still going for it today. But yeah, that's who I am.
Yeah, if you go on a URL called www.nasaspaceflight.com, you'll find the top article at the front of the page is from Ryan Weber, the launch article. There we go. So there's a nice little synergy there because we're talking about the early days. Another one here from Side who says, this is from the olden NSF forum days, which, by the way, is still going. And by the way, little leak for you here. The forum software is getting a major update. It'll look exactly the same. It'll feel exactly the same, but it'll be like proper up to date. So we've been waiting for that for ages. Mark is working on it in the background. Because the forum started in 2005 with the site. It was literally the new site and the forum only. And the forum has been going since then and will continue to go from there. People think, why don't you just take it all to Discord, take it all to Reddit? No. We'll keep the old-fashioned way because that archive goes back 21 years. And it is kind of like a really good resource. But the question is, from the old forum days, what did you think when you first heard Falcon 9, like in 2005, 2006? It was around that time. SpaceX Falcon 9 was the first non-shuttle vehicle we covered. When the forum first started, it was just for the orbiters. It was just for shuttle. We were a space shuttle site. And I remember there was an occasional Delta II launch and things like that, but we concentrated on shuttle. I got an email from someone called Elon Musk. This is a true story, and I'm saying this live on air because if I was making it up, I'd be called out on it by Elon or one of his people. I got an email from Elon Musk. I didn't know who he was. I'd heard of him from PayPal, but that was about it. And he said, would you like to talk to me about my rocket? Or words to that effect. And we did 4 interviews with Elon, 4 articles on site. You'll go back to the old days of the site. You'll see the interviews with him talking about Falcon and the path. There wasn't too much on the big future. There was no reference to Starship or anything like that. It was all about Falcon. And we basically went through that. We covered it ever since then. Literally was because he got in touch. We did an interview. We got invested because of the interview with it. And that's where we started covering SpaceX right from the start.
Because MCT wasn't really much of a thing until like 2014, 2015 is when they reduced MCT. For those who don't know, MCT is the Mars Colonial Transporter. It is the very, very, very early days of the Starship program, back when they were still figuring out Raptor. Back when Raptor was thought to be a possible upper stage, I think, Hydrolox engine for even Falcon. And then they made subscale Raptor, and then they turned Raptor into Methalox, and then eventually became what it is today. But it went from Mars Colonial Transporter to the Interplanetary Transport System, which I still think is one of the better names for Starship. And honestly, I think one of the cooler looking Starships with the bigger version of Raptor. And then that evolved into eventually Starship and the multiple versions until we've got what we have today. But yeah, that would have been even, like way before they even thought. I think they always had the goals of making life multiplanetary and going to Mars, but they didn't really have an inkling of how to do it yet because they still haven't figured out Falcon 9. So
I'll tell you another funny story about that about Elon and us is he follows us on X and whatever, so he knows who we are. He did his first spaces on Starship. He said, "I'm going to do a space on Starship," and it was like past midnight my time. Yeah, and so he said he's going to do spaces on Starship, and I basically logged in like everyone does on the spaces. And the first thing he says was, "Right, we're going to talk about Starship. I'm going to have Chris Bergin talk." I was like, what? What? I was not expecting it at all. I was the only one he called to speak as well, and he made me like host of it. I was like, oh. He says, you ask me questions about Starship. And I was about
there.
5
I
or 6.
remember that.
Yeah. I remember 5 or 6. And the funny thing was, I was on my phone. I wasn't on this like professional mic I'm on right now. I was on my phone and I listened to it back, and it sounded like I was eating a sandwich at the same time as talking. It was horrendous audio. So I was like, oh, this is grim. And I managed after about 5 or 6 questions to get to encourage him to let me bring more people in, because I felt bad because there's all these like, top people on X or whatever, like normal people who cover rockets and stuff. And I was like, we've got to get more people in, because I'm going to get absolutely, nailed to the mast here if I just basically dominate this. Oh, that was funny. It just basically just called me out straight away. I was like, Chris Bergen's going to talk now. I was like, what? Anyway, back to questions, because we're going to rabbit hole here. Oh, this is a good question, Ryan, because it is an important factor about turnaround here. Pinhead wants to know how much launch pad refurb was needed after the last launch.
So it's not really a good gauge because it was the first ever launch out of the pad. So they did a lot of extra stuff, like some mods here and there. They also did additional inspections because it was the first ever launch out of that pad. They wanted to see how the pad held up. So it's not really a good bar to determine how quickly they could be able to turn around this pad. What SpaceX did say in their latest episode of their Starship docuseries is that they built this pad to do a launch every 60 minutes indefinitely. That's what they said they designed the pad to do, which I think with some more deluge modifications, there's some little stuff more with the top plate, and then adding some more deluge to the walls of the flame trench, I would say I don't know if they can hit that. They did design it to do that. We will see how well it holds up and how quickly they can turn it around, because I know everyone's always like, oh, when the scatofungus returns is what everyone calls it, when the scaffolding returns to the pad. But the older launch pad needed that for safety railing and stuff, because there was a lot of stuff they had to do on the top ring of the pad. There was burn plates that would have to get replaced or fixed and things like that. Well, that's not the case with this one anymore. Any scaffolding they put up is for purely inspections only. And I will be curious to see if they even put up the scaffolding floor again after this flight. We'll see if they do. They did it for last one, but that is mainly because it's the first ever flight. If they think the thing is fine and it can hold up just fine, they may never even put that scaffolding floor back up. They may just put some lifts into the trench, do some inspections, call it done. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it handles this next one and what they do inspection-wise going forward.
Conan and Tools says your forum is older than me. Brilliant. That makes me feel awesome.
Oh, God.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Awesome.
Dear. It's true though. We have. I get emails now and again, which is really, really cool, from people who are in school saying, I don't know whether they're emailing me, but I'm honoured that they do, saying, what should I be studying to get into working for like SpaceX or Blue Origin, for NASA, things like that. And it is really cool, but also reminds me of the fact that we started on SF before they were born. I was like, oh, now I'm feeling the age. Oh, really cool. Logan Simon says, Elon has said the best way to predict the future is to build it yourself. That's pretty good. That's a good philosophy of how Elon approaches these things, because a lot of things are crazy, like the chopsticks catching a booster. We thought that was, when I remember when Elon tweeted that, or X posted his tweet back in the day, I actually thought that was one of the jokes, a bit like the bouncy castle for Dragon. Did anyone else in chat think when Elon first mentioned catching boosters with chopsticks was a joke? Because I did.
Yeah,
did you do right?
I remember that.
What Max, did you?
100% thought that was a joke.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was a joke because Elon was, he did do jokes on X quite a lot, and I thought that was one of them. But then suddenly we start seeing the construction of them. Was it? When was the first time round we saw chopsticks being constructed? Was it Sanchez?
No, so this would have been summer fall of 2020, right around when they did the first stack with the LR 11350, when they put ship 20 on top of booster 4, and its non-completed heat shield and all that other jazz, when they rushed those two vehicles so they could do a photo op stack. It's 2021, right? 2021. I'm getting my years mixed up. And basically where they landed SN15, so that landing pad area, is where they built the SQD arm, which was originally yellow tubing, and that's where they started to build the chopsticks, right there, and the carriage. They built all of that at the launch site, assembled it, and then installed it on the tower in about December of 21. And then they first used it, I can even tell you when they first used it. The first ever stack with those was February 10th of 2022.
I remember that.
Ship 20 and Booster 4. When they first stacked a ship it was just the ship though. Because Booster 4 could not be stacked with the sticks with the way it was designed. They couldn't do that until Booster 7. And so the first time, I'm trying to remember the first time they ever used Booster 7 on that. I think it was like January or October. It might have been October of 22 when they finally stacked the booster on the pad with the sticks. And of course, the first catch was October 13th, 2024 with Booster 12. But
yeah, dude, that was the first stack at Pad 1 using the sticks, and that was right before the full stack presentation back in like right before Valentine's Day in 2022. I was there for that full stack. I was out kind of near the production site, watching it happen like super slowly, like watching it for the first time. That was my first ever time in Starbase, was for that presentation. So that's kind of wild. That's kind of wild to think about now, because we're 4.5 years away from that now. Like that's kind of scary. That's kind of scary to think about.
And that SQD arm is it'll come off soon. It looks like they're going to scrap that SQD arm entirely. We've seen parts for in Caesar's recent flyover over in Sanchez. There are parts for a completely brand new SQD arm to get installed in that tower. The sticks are staying. They have not been really touched since they stripped them of the landing rails, cut the ends off. They've kind of just been moved them back and forth manually to get them out of the way. But at some point, they will go ahead and rebuild that up. The new backside of the tower, a lot of that stuff has arrived. So they'll be installing that up probably between the gap of this flight and the next one. But either way, yeah.
Archangel, I'm going to quickly deal with this one because it's just come in and I want to make sure Archangel gets the right thing. Please check your link for the Discord. I clicked it. It said how to connect to YouTube to Discord. The actual link is just an instruction thing. The actual integration between you becoming a Capcom or above member and YouTube then sending your membership to Discord is automated. There's no link to click as such. So that is just a link that's in there to explain to people who aren't sure how it works. So that's right. The link is right, but that is not how you join Discord. Sheriff Trace is gifted 5 team memberships. Sheriff Trace is always in chat because Sheriff Trace is one of our team, one of our mods. So that's really cool. Jawar says, making Chris feel better. I'm older than the internet. I think so am I, actually. Bodger Pad Rats gifted 5 red team memberships. Oh, now Rad Pat. Yeah, Bodger, you keep making me do a tongue twister there with that one, but very much appreciate your support. How many? This is a support message from Apex. How many boxes of purple crayons can a Starship carry? Someone's going to AI that and work it out. That's all I can say, and I'm not even going to attempt it.
It'll carry about that many boxes. About
that many boxes. Okay. We were talking about catches. We're going to go back to the Chinese version. The Long March 10 used a cable catch method. Would SpaceX consider this option? No, because they've already considered their option and they've employed it unsuccessfully too. But I will ask Max, what did you think of that video of the Chinese booster being kind of caught in a pulley system with wires? It was pretty bonkers.
Yeah, very much so. Although alarming considering what it has to fly through to get that, I think we're just so used to having like there being so much open room on one side of the tower for ship and super heavy, especially super heavy, not having to fly through a pretty tight opening. But also the scale of the rocket isn't really it doesn't come across well in that video because it's actually a very sizable first stage booster. But it looks small in comparison to the rest of the hardware there, right? It looks like almost like it looks almost like I think it's Electron's first stage. I don't know, like a smaller orbital class rocket for sure. It is certainly a novel method of catching your first stage and recovering it. But the amount of infrastructure that is there to, I guess, continually do that kind of worries me, especially if you want to scale your booster up in size and what that would entail for the rest of your hardware there in question as well. I don't know, just seems risky, and especially if there's an engine failure, it'll torpedo itself right into the middle of the deck there, and then you possibly lose everything to the bottom of the ocean or wherever else it is. I don't know. Props to them for pulling it off for sure. I did not think it was going to work. I'll be blatantly honest. But it was certainly I think that the word I would use was startling or startled.
Unique.
I think perhaps unique. Yeah, that's a word for it for sure.
I would warn people this might go on for a while because I know what Ryan's like with this, but Rogueman says for Starship and booster names, I want booster named Red Dwarf and this partnership named Starbug, which is a great Red Dwarf reference because they're the two vehicles, but oh dear, dare I do this? Ryan, what name would you give them based on your sci-fi knowledge?
It's a lot. Boy, I have too many names I would give the vehicles.
I'm well aware of it.
Like so many different names to give based off of. By the way, we just passed T-4 hours to the opening of the window. Everything's still on track. By the way, we haven't heard anything whether they are I should say this: they are still going. They have not said that they aren't. That's what I'll state. That's how I'll state it. Boy, like there's so many good ones: the Daedalus, the Odyssey, the Enterprise, the Yorktown, the Hornet, the Normandy, the Agamemnon, the Babylon 5. Like there are so many different names that I would give. The Pillar of Autumn. The Long Night of Solstice. Like, there's so many good names to give.
Ryan, I could probably round it down a little bit because I think the reference there on the naming is more about the two vehicles in one, booster and ship. I'm wondering in the sci-fi annals of history where there was a large ship and a smaller ship named after, like Red Dwarf. And,
Voyager and the Delta Flyer. I don't know.
There you go. You see, yeah, there you go.
Man, there's just so
I see
many
Chart.
different.
Yeah, Chart is going for it as well.
The White Star. I see the White Star. The Galactica. The Donna. Oh, that's a good one. The Donager and the Rocinante. Actually, it's not the Rocinante. It's the Tachi. It technically would be the Donager and the Tachi because the Rocinante was the renaming of it. But, yeah.
I think I still maintain the opinion that I'm not sure what I would name ships in general. Like I'm very bad at that, but there's one that I feel very, very strongly about. And we talked about it on the last Stakeout, Chris, is that the first starship to carry people to Mars, the first ever crewed starship to Mars, I still think should be called the Mayflower.
Yeah, that was a great naming. Yeah, I love that. Didn't Elon say he was going to be Heart of Golda?
Yeah, he was going to say the heart of gold.
But that was the first Starship to Mars in general, though. Not with a crew on board. As far as I'm aware, unless I misread that.
But that is a great name.
I mean,
if I had to name a booster, I'd probably honestly name it like Honey Badger, because it doesn't care at all.
First ever ship to Mars to carry people. I'm sorry, like, I don't, as much as I want it to be the Enterprise, I don't really want it to be the Enterprise. I want the Enterprise to be a name for a ship that stays in space. Stays in space and goes between planets. That's where I want the Enterprise to come into. To carry the name forward as a ship that constantly gets reused and is the flagship of Earth fleet. I don't know. We'll go with that. That's where I want it to be. That's a personal opinion of the Enterprise. But it's hard to go with like good. You can't like not go with good carrier names like the Hornet, the Yorktown, the Lexington, the Saratoga, the Boehm Richard, the Ticonderoga. There are a lot of good old carrier names from the old Essex class carriers, or even you go to the Courageous and the Ark Royal for the Royal Navy. We could just keep naming names all the live long day because there's a lot of good ship names.
Yeah, I did warn chat. You might go on forever on this. This is your thing, but we do have to say goodbye to Max now because Max is going to be doing photography things related to this Starship launch attempt. So thank you, Max, for joining us.
Of course, thank you very much. And not just photo things yet, sir. Mind you, I may or may not make an appearance on the launch stream when that begins in about an hour and change time. So that's where I might be heading off to first, just so you're aware. But good hanging out, everyone. Thanks very much for coming to hang out with us this morning. I guess now afternoon. Crikey, time's going fast. And hopefully we can see Starship off the ground here in just under 4 hours.
Hopefully, I do believe returning is EJ, if I'm not wrong. We'll soon find out.
You're finding out right now, Chris.
I'm finding out. We found out. There we go. We found out EJ's back. So there we go. So let's go through some of these where, you know what, EJ, what amazing timing. Because Metal Main wants to know, is the only reason SLS is a thing is because New Glenn and Starship aren't human rated yet?
Oh.
That's a loaded question.
So, Metal, how much time do you got? No,
I said that's a loaded question.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is that SLS was conceived at a time where there was no commercial launch market at all. There was nothing. Congress kind of made this a thing in the wake of Constellation Project Constellation being canceled. They wanted super heavy lift because there was no commercial market for super heavy launch. I mean, there really still isn't, considering, we don't have an operational vehicle on the screen, but we're getting there. It's close. But maybe in the future, when New Glenn and Starship are operating on a regular schedule, get to that coveted hour launch turnaround for Starship that Ryan is very passionate about, as we saw before. Then maybe. I mean, personally, this is very much my personal opinion. People disagree with me on this, and that's fine. That's okay. It's okay to disagree. I think that NASA should always have their own in-house rocket until NASA could procure Starships wholesale. NASA could buy the pad at 39A and then buy a fleet of Starships and operate them themselves for their own, kind of deals. Like NASA doesn't engineer, the government doesn't engineer their own airplanes, right? They buy them from Boeing or from Northrop Grumman or from Lockheed Martin, right? If the spaceflight industry got to the point where NASA could just procure vehicles wholesale like that, the government can buy C5s, or not C5s, C-130s, we'll say. Then maybe there's not a need for SLS to exist. But until we get to that point, I'd say that, SLS exists for a pretty dang good reason. It's because we don't have human-rated super heavy lift to get to the moon. I mean, that's going to change soon for sure. But, you know, I don't think it's wise to hedge your bets on a promise, right? Chris, you know what I'm talking about. No, space station freedom. It'll be everything we want. Oh, never mind. Here,
Yeah.
have the ISS. You know,
Hey,
all
how
this.
about this? AJ, I think we've talked about this before.
Yep.
But do you remember when the plan was to have a circle, in fact, of external tanks, expended external tanks, as habitable mass for a space station?
Man, I really wish they did that. You know, the shuttle, you know, they wanted to do all this stuff that Starship wants to do with the space shuttle, like build crazy space stations, make transfer vehicles, go out into space, go back. We'll get back to the moon by the 80s, you know, if we switch to the space shuttle and it'll be cheaper, right? Like, I don't like hedging the future of the space program on a promise. And now, don't get me wrong, Starship looks like a pretty darn good promise at this point. And New Glenn, you know, no slouch either, right? But, you know, until NASA could, you know, like buy a Starship and be like, oh, you know, I'll take one Starship, please, and then use it to go service their telescopes or whatever. You know, I think SLS needs to be a thing for a while, but it's certainly, you know, like not the only reason it's a thing because of a, you know, New Glenn and Starship human rating. If anything, I think a human rating for New Glenn and Starship is going to be kind of the nail in the coffin for that thing. But, you know, Orion should still be around for a while, right, Chris?
Could be. Programming note, we do have the member multi-stream madness running now. What people are saying, what's that? That is where, because we have over 20, I think it's 28, I'm not too sure the entire number, but it's over 20 cameras will be set up for this launch attempt around Starbase. You get to see a screen, which is literally a producer-style screen of all the cameras all the time, where you can literally just act like a producer almost by having access to all the cameras all the time, rather than the live stream you're seeing right now, which has currently got one screen on the full screen right now. You'll have all of them. So that is for all member levels. That includes Wiki's become a Red Team member. And it includes Drama for Your Mama. This is the username, is amazing. It was become a Pirate member. So there we go. Those people, I've got it, include the people who were gifted as well earlier. All member levels get access to that as well. So just check the membership area of the YouTube channel. Toby says, thanks to you guys for the awesome banter. Props to the English bloke. Hey, from another English in New Jersey bloke who drinks Yorkshire tea with water from a kettle. The correct way. There we go. That's so refreshing to hear. That's always a pun. We're sorry we need him. Wiki also says to Ryan, what about Prometheus and puddle jumpers? The size difference would be in play there, wouldn't it?
Well, it's kind of the same thing for saying the Voyager and the Delta Flyer too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of size differences on that front. There aren't many sci-fi vehicles that have a much bigger ship with that ship. Unless you're talking like deploying a CR-90 or you know, CR-75 or CR-90 from like a Venator or a Star Destroyer, or something along those lines. I don't know. That's still pretty small size-wise. So yeah.
Archangel, I've seen Archangel. We're doing troubleshooting with Archangel in chat. I think it takes within an hour for YouTubes to talk to Discords and make it integrate. It's not instant. I know that it's never instant. Oh, hang on. But Archangel, patience. It'll happen. If it doesn't, I'm watching out for you. Don't worry. We'll look after you, make sure that everything's sorted, and we'll get you the advice you need. Ryan went, oh.
It looks like they're starting to chill down the LOX subcoolers for the booster. So they are starting some of the chill down process. They usually do this way before, just so they keep the they'll keep these chilled down, and then when they get closer to the methane reclaim vent turning on, which is not for another about hour and 20 minutes at this rate. It'll be about T-minus 2.5 hours when the methane reclaim vent will turn on. Shortly before that, they'll start chill down of the ship and booster methane subcoolers as well. So they're probably doing all the LOX subcoolers right now. And then they'll do the methane subcoolers when they're getting close to actually needing those. so that when they go ahead and start flowing liquid methane through the supply pipes, when it gets to the subcoolers, it is chilled. So, you don't accidentally heat up the methane too much, and you can keep chilling down the rest of the line. So it's just the first stage of chill down for stuff. It's only the LOX side subcoolers right now, and it's only LN2. I don't see them using the LOX pumps yet. I don't think they're not. The chill down line is not chilled yet for that. Those probably won't happen until they get closer to actual methane start chill down either. So it's just the first stages. But it just goes to show they're still trying for today. They haven't stopped yet.
Good. That's good news. We like good news. Again, we're still 3 hours and 46 minutes from the opening the window, and the window itself, Ryan, lasts how long?
90-minute window. So from 5:45 p.m. Central Time to 7:15 p.m. Central Time.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance. I mean, personally speaking, I want to see the launch better. So we might have to deal with the cloud layer. I don't know if it'll clear out at all before launch. Probably not. The cloud layer is probably here to stay for today. However, and I know a lot of people like seeing the launches, if we have to have a cloudy launch for the next flight, which could be an orbital flight, to be nice and sunny and clear, I'll make the trade. Personally, I'll make that trade 100%. We still have a lot, as we've been talking about, there are a lot of Starship launches up ahead. If we have some cloudy ones, it'll be fine. We'll have some beautiful lighting ones early in the morning, later in the evening. We're going to have some amazing lighting ones as we go, and I cannot wait for the first night launch. That's going to be fun. So.
Oh, Samuel in chat says Moya and Talion. Is it Talion from Farscape? Farscape was amazing.
Oh boy, I need to do a rewatch of that too.
That's been a while, yeah. I mean, it
Cameron
had
Mitchell
Jim
and
Henson
Nala.
puppets in it, unbelievably, but it kind of worked. It was just good stories. I mean, that's the product of sci-fi. If it's a good story, it doesn't matter, does it?
Oh yeah, like Babylon 5's CGI is outdated. It's the 90s. It's outdated CGI, that's for sure. But it in some, especially in the later seasons, it looks pretty good. But boy, I love the storytelling of Babylon 5. It's great.
Yep. EJ, 80K BM wants to know what year do NSF, I would say SpaceX more like, stop saying numbers like Booster 21 when doing a live stream? Well, when SpaceX stopped calling it Booster 21 for a start, wasn't it?
Yeah, we usually just say what they say, guys, to avoid any confusion. My one exception to this rule is calling the pads. SpaceX can't decide whether it's pad A or pad 1 or pad B or pad 2. I call them this pad and that pad.
Fair enough. There we go. We've got lots of support. I'm going to quickly go through these before I hand over. That's why I paused there, because I think I'm handing over to Sawyer next, would you believe? But we'll wait until Sawyer comes into our area of commentary. I know I'll tell you one thing. I want to do this first because that's more important than STS-93, and I can come back to that. And anyone wants to know about STS-93 can wait till the shuttle Sunday. We'll do it on STS-93 in the near future. That's what we'll say. Space Atlas in artwork. Why is Orion at the top of ship's nose cone instead of a header there? How? I'll try and translate this. Hang on, here we go. How would that plan work through the thanks for the coverage? Oh, right. In artwork, why is Orion at the top of
the
ships?
renders? It's at.
Oh,
it's
right.
not,
there we go. In renders. Okay.
Basically, and even SpaceX confirmed it that they're going to put a docking port in the tip of the nose cone. It was during the first attempt of Flight 13. Why? Well, HLS is going to have an airlock in the tip of the nose cone. That's how it's going to be designed. So to best simulate proximity ops and docking, you're going to want to put it at the tip of the nose cone. And there's a range helicopter coming back for another refuel. That's why they're putting it there. Now, how they're going to rebalance it out, will the ship be reused, how the ship will look, we'll find out when that flight happens.
Very good. There's a helicopter returning. Well, I mean, it must be about 5 or 6 trips now for the refueling. It's certainly spending a lot of time in the air.
They're making sure the range is nice and clear. They're busy for the next. Assuming it goes at the top of the window, they're busy for at least the next 3 hours, 45 minutes.
Very good. And I do believe now we're going to hand over to Sawyer. So, Sawyer, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. Good to have all of the shuttle communication going on there at STS-93. Again, it's hard to believe that yesterday is just the anniversary for that. That's wild. So, but yes, I may have been a little bit busy the last couple hours and haven't been up to date on what's going on. So for me and others who may not know where we're at, someone want to kind of fill us in on where we're at this point?
Yeah, unless EJ wants to.
Go for it, EJ. Hi, EJ.
Hey, how you doing, Sawyer? No, Ryan, it's all you, dude. Go for it, man.
Oh, it's all me. Copy that. All right, so we are net minus 3 hours 41 minutes 12 seconds to the opening of a 90-minute window for Starship Flight 13. The chopsticks are opened. The liquid oxygen subcoolers for ship and booster are in chill down, which is normal to be this early. The rest of the tank farm will really kick into gear not for another hour and 10 minutes or so. That'll be around 2.5 hours before they intend to try to go. A lot of times that they'll hold that tank farm basically in a holding point until they're ready to push into prop load. But as of right now, they are still on track for a launch. We have not heard anything to the contrary. SpaceX they definitely do have decision points along the way. I think their biggest decision point will be whether or not they want to push and try for any time in that 90-minute window at the T-minus 50-minute mark, which is go for prop load. At that point in time, SpaceX will have to make the call whether or not it's good to load the vehicle, whether or not the range is green or the range is red, or if they think they can thread the needle and find an opening in their 90-minute window to fuel Starship and get it off the pad. As of right now, they are still going for it. If they're not, they'll tell us. They'll make a post and tell us if they're not going to do it. So all indications are they're still going.
That's what we like to see. And I mean, that's the thing when it comes to SpaceX is never count them out. I mean, there was one launch where all of us at the Cape were like, this is so ridiculously windy. It's crazy. I don't know how they're going to launch this thing. And it did. It was like 30-mile-an-hour plus winds and it went. And that was Falcon 9. This is a much bigger vehicle. Take that as you will of, how much the wind will impact it. But still, there's lots of time to see what SpaceX does. And as was just mentioned, it's a 90-minute window. And once it's fully fueled, you have about 15 minutes or so of wiggle room anyway. So,
I mean, Sawyer, yeah, speaking to SpaceX just sending it, another mission I can think of that they were like, yeah, let's do this. I don't know if you remember DM2, little mission called Demo Flight 2. Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley, they scrubbed one day, and then the next day they launched it in between rain clouds. I remember it raining on Dragon Endeavor and saying to chat, there's no way they're going to do this. And then right as they got to close to T0, the sun came out and then they launched. And then it started raining again right after they launched. They
I remember
between storms.
I went up to see it and I was on the other side of the storm cloud, so I didn't get to see it. So yeah, I remember.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. But yeah, again, SpaceX getting to SpaceX, for better or for worse. Oh boy. Well, again, you saw there some of the chill down lines getting ready to get frosty, and hopefully in about 3 hours from right about now, we would start to see propellant load begin on Starship. Let me now go ahead and take a look through the queue here at some of the questions. A reminder, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. And that way it makes it easier for us to see, because there's about 16,000 of you, and I want to make sure that I can actually see all the questions through all the messages here. let's see. Here we go. Six String Simpleton is wondering, at what point is Starship committed to launch? Is it tower line chill, go for prop load start? I mean, we've seen that they can stop the engines pretty quick, but I guess at what point does it all take control there?
Committed to launch. So if you're talking like one way or the other, it has to go. They don't really have that point as far as I'm aware. What they can do is they can start all 33 engines, and especially with the, it's not the same as Pad 1. Pad 1, basically, there came a point at which once they started a lot of the engines, they were more or less going one way or the other. If they had enough engines to go, they were going. Because the way the clamp system worked on the old pad, they were going to lift off one way or the other if they throttled up. The other thing is they just don't throttle up and whatnot. So what they do is they start the engines at like half power. It's idle, and then once all checkouts are done, they'll throttle up on pad 2, and then they'll release the clamps and go. If for some reason something doesn't check out, well, then they won't. If you're talking in reference to, okay, they're starting to fuel, either they go or they abort, the fueling, I mean, at that point is once they start fueling, I mean, they're locked into a 15-minute window, basically, to where either they go or they hold for a little bit or they don't go at all. Falcon 9 is, once they start loading, if for some reason something happens, whether it's weather, whether it's range, whether it's something with a vehicle, tank farm, whatever it is, if they get into fueling, if they can't make that instantaneous window, they're done for the day. They're done. They have to detank and safety vehicle and whatnot. So Starship's got a little bit of leeway just because the sheer amount of propellant on board the vehicle. They can maintain temperatures in a relative usable way for longer than Falcon 9 can because they use sub-chilled propellant, but that's about it.
So basically, it sounds like at T plus 0.001 would be when they're committed.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if we're being pedantic about it. Let me see here. Got a bunch of support that I want to make sure we get through, and that includes Papa John becoming a PadRat member. And a reminder, any level of membership, PadRat and up, gets access to 2 new streams. And spoiler, if you are a member and you go over to the channel and you check it out, you might see them. You might see a member's multi-view, which is all the different cameras that we have out there, and there'll be more as they get turned on prior to launch, as well as the behind the scenes, where you get to see what it's like for the team that will be producing and putting together the live launch broadcast and all the people working the robotic cameras and listen to it. It's really awesome. That is active now for all levels of membership. It's fun to go check out. Heather said, I'm listening from South Padre Island. We'll be watching Flight 13 from the water. Thanks to all at NSF for bringing us edutaining content. Boy, I can read, I promise.
Edumacating?
Edumacated, yes. Very edumacated. Tenacious Dragon asking, New Glenn plan on launching as much as Starship? I mean, EJ, do we know what their ultimate goal was? Because I know Blue was looking at building 2 or 3 different launch pads, but they haven't said hourly launch cadence like SpaceX has, right?
No, I don't think that they're doing an hourly launch cadence. Keep in mind, this is just kind of me extrapolating, based off of what we know about Blue, what their plans are for space. Now, don't get me wrong, that involves a lot of launching. A lot. I don't think you need hourly to do what they're trying to do. New Glenn's a big rocket. New Glenn 9x4 is an even bigger rocket. I mean, New Glenn 7x2 versus 9x4. They're both big rockets. You are going to need a lot of pads, but Sawyer, okay, this is very much my opinion. I really don't think that Blue needs to go much higher than launching maybe once a week for New Glenn with what they're trying to do. Learn to live and work in space. Weekly launch cadence, maybe twice a week, maybe. I think that'd be good. And, eventually getting New Glenn up to the point where it launches as much as Falcon 9 would be great. I think they can do that. I think that is well within the realm of possibility. I just don't think they're going to go for hourly. That would be, if anybody from Blue is watching out there, if you guys want to go hourly, I will cheer you on every step of the way. Please do that. Because, the only thing better than having one rocket that launches every hour is having two.
Not a bad point there.
Right?
I think they serve different purposes. Obviously, one of Starship's significant roles is Starlink. And yes, you could argue that there is Amazon Leo, and that they banked a lot of their launches happening with New Glenn. But I don't really see as much of a demand for that. SpaceX is kind of creating their own demand in a way, but hopefully we get competition, because competition is good to have the two different heavy lifters running and see who builds satellites for which specific ones. New Glenn off the bat is allowing for regular size satellites, whereas right now Starship is all flat packed. So that kind of diverging paths at this point, we'll see where they go. Of course, Blue has to start flying again, especially since Starship and Blue have roles in the human landing system, so basically getting people onto the moon, and Artemis 3 happening next year. So, Crafty Geek, cool stat. The payload volume of Starship is approximately 14 40-foot cargo containers if you could ignore actual rectangle pegs and a cylinder packing constraints. For the next Purple Crayons question.
Good to know.
I hope that made sense to someone. Cornbread Smoke on the Water. Forward 79 saying, week on loss of England still hurts. Fly, ship, fly.
Yeah, third place isn't bad.
Yeah, like third place in the AL East. Yeah.
Huh. All right. All right. I'll remember that.
Yeah, that's fine. Contis Rebello is asking, why do they still need more than 100 tankers to refill the tank farm after draining the propellant from Starship following a launch abort? Is the drained propellant lost? Ryan, that sounds like a you question.
The drained propellant isn't lost. They recover as much as they can. But anytime you see one of those vents on, like you see, the box fan running, the methane reclaim vent running, the subcooler vents running, a lot of that is LN2 they are just dumping overboard. And then they also do the same to liquid oxygen when they run the new liquid vapor return bleed-offs on the new liquid vapor return tanks, which liquid vapor return, you're talking liquid and gaseous oxygen that's being used for chill down is getting returned back to tanks. Either they're recondensing it and reusing it, which I don't think they are, or they're just basically putting it in tanks so they can bleed it off over time. The other part of that is also when the tower vent gets turned on, currently at least, because I think it's going to go away next flight. I don't think all the systems are hooked up yet, but when you see waterfall happen on that tower vent, like you literally see that frost, those clouds drop straight down onto the roof of the tower. They are literally dumping liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is getting dumped out of that vent and onto the top of the tower. I think that's part of the reason why they're going to get rid of the vent, because the tower, a lot of things don't usually like being immersed in liquid oxygen. It's not usually the greatest for hardware and mechanics and stuff like that. But they use a lot of stuff up, and they only recapture, I don't know the percentage of what they recapture, but they recapture what they can. So eventually you have to top it all off again. And of course, the tank farm also bleeds off stuff over time. You recondense what methane you can over time, but you do lose stuff over time as well. So that's why they have to come in and reload it all, because you can't recapture everything. That's nearly impossible to do.
I mean, you can only do so much, and eventually the plan is to have that air separation unit to be able to make some of it yourself, so it's a lot less trucking in that you have to do. Because I remember one of the concerns that was raised, at least, when they were talking about the, the flight every hour or even every day, basically the nation not having enough liquid oxygen to be able to supply all of the launches and the other purposes it serves, like in medical situations. So, I mean, that's one way to combat is just make it yourself.
For how much SpaceX wants to launch, the United States as a nation does not make enough liquid oxygen for it. It's hilarious. I don't think it was Berger on an article on that one. It was like if there's a certain launch cadence and like the U.S. straight up just can't make enough liquid oxygen per day to supply a significant number of Starship launches, which is one of the reasons why SpaceX is building their own air separation units, which basically takes, the oxygen and nitrogen from the atmosphere plus the other particulate gases, and what they do is they condense it with a bunch of compressors, and then they condense it in a couple of different stages. Then they go in and they then cool it up. They then cool it down. And when they go to cool it down and liquefy the gas, they can then separate the gases separate the liquids out, because the liquids, each gas or element, I should say, whether it's nitrogen or oxygen, liquefies at different temperatures, so you can then separate them and then you purify them by getting out any of the contaminants and whatnot. So you can then take your liquid oxygen off the ASU and go right into the tank farm, your liquid nitrogen right into the tank farm. And then I think they're even going to do liquid argon, so they have argon gas for welding. I think they might have a way to pull that off the ASU as well, which helps. It's one less thing you got to truck in all the time, and you can just grab it off the ASU and run it over to the production site to be used in Star Factory, in the bays, and everything like that. So it's one of the ways they're trying to get around that. Now, the ASU you see there, which is that tower in between the other two towers, that can do about 900 metric tons of liquid oxygen a day. So the full stack holds like 3,500 plus. So you're talking 3.5 days to do it if you just do it off the ASU. Now, if you truck it in from the Brownsville ASU alongside that and other ways, you can refill every single day and still launch, but you won't need as many trucks in. So they could, in theory, do daily launches out of Brownsville, but right now they're only authorized for 25 a year currently out of Starbase.
And again, the plan is also to have these air separation units and systems over at the Cape, so that way they could do it there as well.
You guys arguing about baseball in chat there?
No.
No.
I'm literally watching chat as I was talking.
Well, I didn't want to flood the conversation here with baseball stuff because this is a Starship stream.
I'm just laughing. I'm reading and I just started laughing and I had to bring it up. I'm sorry, I had to.
This is deep seated. All right, don't worry. It's fine. It's fine.
Admittedly, EJ and I went to the first baseball game that we went to together, and the only was a Red Sox game. So I'll give them that.
Yep.
Which I was rooting for the not Red Sox because, go ahead, roast me, chat. I'm a Yankees fan. Anyway, getting back on topic here. Starship, yeah.
Yep, Starship. Actually, Sawyer, I had a question for Ryan. So Ryan, you know, how many ASUs do you think they're gonna need to handle, like, let's say 5 launches out of Boca a day? Like, you say we don't have the liquid oxygen infrastructure, and yeah, that's true. But you were acting like that's not a linear problem to solve. Like, couldn't you just make more ASUs? And like, how many would we need to do 5 flights a day?
Or you make a bigger ASU, but the problem is you run into the power issues. So just build a nuclear reactor down there. Fusion reactor, right? Fusion.
I like this logic. This is a good train of thought. Do this.
Or a ZPM. I don't know.
I mean,
point
okay,
module might help.
that's stretching it a little bit. I'll take a BWR Mark III nuclear power plant. That'd be fine.
There are ASUs out there that can do 5,000 tons of liquid oxygen in a day, but those things are gigantic. They would probably take up most of the launch site. I don't know the footprint entirely of those, but I do know those can be built. You can build larger ASUs. The problem is the power requirements as well as and whatnot. The thing with ASUs too is you don't start and stop them. That's not what you do with those things. When you turn that on, it stays on. It's not economically viable to just turn it off when you're not going to use it. So when you make an ASU, here? What?
Something happening at the roadblock?
Are they leaving?
Saw a cop just pull away.
Uh-oh.
Did they?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just
no, that's fine. That's entirely fine. I don't know if they left.
Well, there goes the other one.
SpaceX security there.
There goes the second one. There were two.
And then the LBJ one is still there. On highway there. It's still there. We don't know, and we don't know who those people are that are going past. They might still be. Those are probably still SpaceXers. Are the only ones that are allowed past. At this point in time.
Don't say it, Chad. Don't say the S word. I swear.
I'm not going to say the S word. Oh, no, I will not say a thing until SpaceX confirms anything. So we will watch to see. It could have just been they're moving away to go do something else. Maybe they're doing some final closeouts. As Chris is saying, maybe they're going to Brownsville for sausage rolls, although they're going the wrong way for that because Brownsville's the other way. They were going towards the production site.
Let's see where this Cybertruck goes that's coming in. If it goes beyond the cones, then that tells us something. But if not, and it just turns...
Well, the movement team still has to move the stands away. The booster stand and the ship stand are still at the launch site. Those are the last things that move out. Once the last of the tankers leave, that's the last thing that goes. And that indicates pad clear once the transport stands leave. As of right now, that roadblock is still in place.
They just let a car through.
What?
They did just let the car through, though.
Yeah, but that could have easily been part of the movement team to move the stands. I mean, or SpaceX security helping to do final closeouts at the launch pad.
True.
As of right now, we'll wait and see here.
They have a red team, right? Could be that.
Well, the pad's not clear yet, so
that too.
Like, the pad isn't clear. So as of right now, we are going to wait and see. I think they were probably just leaving to go do something else as of right now. So there's still a bunch of tankers there. All those have to leave, and then the transport stands leave, and then we'll have pad clear. So,
cool. We still have time. And again, they have a 90-minute window. So if things are running a little behind, or they need to check something, or they're concerned about weather and want to push it later, they can. They have 90 minutes of wiggle room there.
Yep, they have wiggle room. They have not said anything yet. We will wait and see. Either way. Yeah.
Exactly. You got to just stick with us here, and we'll have all the views and updates and anything going on. And by the way, if you're not following us on the NSF socials, X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, you should, because as soon as we get any updates, we will also share it there. And a reminder then that you can check that out. And of course, you'll get to see all the other photos from our team and everything like that. So there's a lot of cool shots and videos and things. Plus, history of spaceflight on, I know we do it on Facebook and other platforms like STS-93 today. So all of that.
Thanks.
What are you giggling at? A little worried there.
I just said yikes, that's all.
I was just laughing when you mentioned STS-93 again. That's all.
Okay, good. I'm like, did I miss something? Did I say something?
I think, I told chat not to say it, and some people did say the S word, but a lot of other people said Scooby-Doo. So you know what? I think instead of the S word, we should just say Scooby-Doo in its place from now on.
No,
know?
better yet, Scrappy Doo, because no one liked him.
I mean, okay. Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Rubber Raggies.
So yeah, weather permitting, it might Scooby Doo today, and we don't know. See, it rolls off the tongue well.
Oh God, someone used a Scrubby Doo.
Hey, no, that still counts. All right.
No, I didn't think it did because it wasn't just. It was in a thing.
No, not you. The chatter, not you.
Anyway, before we get too far off the rails, this isn't a flame trench. This is still our countdown to launch stream. And as of now, we're still 3 hours and 17 minutes away from the opening of the launch window of Starship's 13th flight. Let me thank some people. We had a bunch of people becoming members, which again, that membership any level allows you access to our members multi-view and the behind the scenes stream, which are both live as we speak. IN281VE upgrading to Launch Director, one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. That gets you access to the NSF Discord, like Capcom and above, and your name at the end of all of our NSF Lives and Flame Trench shows. So thank you for the extra generosity there. Chris Ray is wondering, if ship performs well this flight and booster has more issues, could we see a situation where we have the first ship catch before we see another booster catch?
I wouldn't say that's out of the realm of possibility. It's just, yeah, I mean, that could happen. I'd say that's reasonable, Ryan.
That would be kind of hilarious if they caught a Block 3 ship before they caught a Block 3 booster.
That would happen to SpaceX, though, right? Like, that would happen.
That would happen to them and only them. I mean, maybe if everything was perfect and they thought and they needed to test the booster again on a landing burn or something, and the ship does perfectly and they think they can get to orbit, then maybe they at that point you don't have to worry about getting the booster off the pad if it's not there anymore. The tower's just ready to catch ship. Maybe. I hope we don't see that. I want them to catch the booster next time, because if they have an issue with this booster, that pushes the flight out of KSC down another flight.
No,
again.
My beloved.
That would push it again. And I like Sawyer, Max, D. I know you guys don't want that, Jerry. Oh, I don't know if whatever, Jerry.
Wow! Ouch!
It's not even here.
We always make fun of Jerry because he has the coincidence of having flying a drone twice and witnessing 2 rocket static fire and then both blowing up. It's happened twice. So,
if I had a nickel.
I hope he doesn't fly a drone when booster goes to static fire on 39A. Please don't do it.
Well, you can't. KSC
that's
and Cape
true.
Canaveral
You
Space
can't do
Force
that.
Station
That's a good thing.
no-drone zone.
That's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're very emphasizing on the rhyming there. The no-drone zone.
Anyway, Jerry does awesome stuff. We always like to give him. We give everyone here, or we give all each other crap for stuff. We always do.
Part of the community. We have fun with it, but we're all close and we're all coworkers and we all enjoy doing this. So
it's like Sawyer being a dirty Yankees fan, but we still tolerate him anyway.
And we tolerate Red Sox fans. It's fair. Moondog, thank you for the support. Cornbread was talking about smoke on the water putts. That was a question. Yes, I know the song by Deep Purple. I know that's what you're referencing, Cornbread Miss.
Well, hopefully in 3 hours and 13 minutes, we will see some fire in the sky.
Dun, dun, dun. Anyway. Yes, the guitar riff that everyone at Guitar Center hates. Jamie Tackett, words of encouragement for launch today. Words of great encouragement. Good, good, good. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Amaze, amaze, amaze. Rocking Grace, save Earth, save Aaron.
Marcus, are you guys going to be doing a dedicated launch stream, or is this the place to be? We will, but the good news is you don't have to go anywhere. It'll instantly redirect you over once we do. So you can hang with us here and then keep the conversation going once we get over to the launch stream. Archangel with more important numbers here. According to ChatGPT, Starship could carry around 100 million plain M&Ms to orbit, slightly fewer after accounting for containers, pallets, and packaging. Peanut M&Ms would be heavier, so less for them. I always remember one of the astronauts that I met. I know I've met a bunch, but
sorry, Flex.
Of course, they were joking though about the M&Ms that they took with them because they would show their presentation videos, and they're like, the thing is though, we're not allowed to advertise for anything, so the M&Ms had the M's removed. So they were joking that there was an astronaut in the office whose sole job it was to lick the M's off of all of the M&Ms so that they could fly. I thought it was funny.
Wow.
I thought it was funny, okay? Anyway. Bob Fillmore gifting 10 Red Team memberships and R.L. Logan gifting 5. Thank you all so much for that. Bideford with a $100 support here saying, is there a prayer it will launch based on weather improving? Pretty please, guys.
Is there a prayer? Byford, I don't know if there's a prayer to the weather gods, to Zeus, to who? Who are you praying to? I don't think prayers ever work. Not in my business. Not in my experience, at least.
God.
You gotta try.
Yeah, I mean, hey. The universe could just shout into the void. That works. Works
Rain
for me
dance,
sometimes.
rain away
It
dance.
works for you sometimes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everyone who does, go for it.
Wait. Yeah.
Chris Bergen, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy green launch weather.
Chris Bergen.
Amen.
Remember, orbiter, external tank, SRB. Amen.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, we should give Starships benefit of the doubt. Stop saying words. Let's see here. NCC 1017 was asking earlier, because we mentioned Florida, as we continue to see the gray weather here. By the way, it was nice and sunny out here today. What'll happen to the original LC-39A mount once Falcon goes away? Because for those who don't know, the Starship pad over at KSC at 39A is within the fence of it. It's kind of near the original launch mount for, Apollo shuttle Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, but it's not on it.
I want to see a Starship pad on it. There, I said it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know how that's gonna work though with the design though.
What do you mean? Just the tower where the fixed service structure is. Chopsticks facing south. It'll work. Trust me.
What about the launch mount? It has a flame trench, but that one still had to be repaired every time after a shuttle launch because of how torched it would get.
Are we acting like SpaceX wouldn't put the thing that you see on your screen on top of the 39A flame trench? Like, wait a minute.
How are you getting the vehicles there? You'd have to. No. Because if you're talking the way you are, unless you would have to expand the size of the concrete pad so that you could go around the other side of the tower. That's one thing you'd have to do. That's for one. I mean that's just more concrete, and then the entire inside of the flame trench would have to be coated in steel. With the way they do their stuff, and then of course you'd have to install the diverter plus the ridge cap plus the deck and everything, and then either tie it into the existing system or build another system off to the side. I mean, to modify that pad, it would take a lot. It wouldn't look like 39A anymore. Part of me wants to say if once Falcon stops launching, you just preserve it as a historical site and the Starship pad next door. at that point. I think that's what you do. Not like you need another pad at 39A. You are at that point. By the time that happens, EJ, not only do you already have 5 pads at total, you've got 2 at Starbase, 3 at the Cape, possibly even more. Who knows if they're going to get any more pads at the Cape or anything like that. Plus, you might be working on the stuff already in Louisiana, which they haven't bought the land yet, and then probably stuff at Vandenberg too. Do you really need another pad at 39A when you already have one plus everything else?
Yes.
To modify that much modification because I know what that pad was designed for. I know what it was designed for, but can it actually take a 10,000-ton thrust booster without foundation modifications? Can it? I actually don't know. I know how overbuilt that pad is. Trust me, I know. I've researched the thing, but can it actually take that? It is something SpaceX would have to look into and make sure it can, or is it worth it even modifying it? Part of me wants it to preserve too. I don't want to change too much. But, I mean, there's also saying that 39B, I mean, once SLS is done, that should be New Glenn 9x4 or whatever is next for Blue Origin. I think that pad would work great for that. It's just that the roll up the ramp to it is kind of a little of a weird thing to do with Starship for me. But I don't know.
So demolish the HIF, buy the crawler transporter, and put Starships up there on that.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah.
I will say, we pretty much, in this answer, almost had a fully fueled range helicopter, but... Which, for those wondering what that helicopter was.
I think there's one tanker left right now. And and they're starting to clean up down there, and the rest of the tankers are waiting for the helicopter to get out of the way so they can then leave. And if there's only one tanker left, then the next team after that tanker to leave is going to be both transport stands. And then once those leave and whatnot, that is pad clear. So we're getting close. And we're even 35 minutes away from when the tank farm is supposed to start, when we're supposed to see the methane reclaim kick in. So, yeah. We're starting to get there. We're getting closer and closer. Oh, there's 2 tankers left. So...
But who's counting? Oh, wait, we're Texas Tank Watchers.
We're actually counting. We're Texas cryo
watchers,
tanker watching. There you go.
There we go. Wesley is wondering, while we're talking about the refueling here, if Pad 2 is designed to support a launch every 60 minutes, why does this take upwards of 5 hours, EJ?
Starships is still a new launch vehicle. Dare I say it's a little teething. It's still teething. We're still doing test flights here, right? So it's going to take a second to get to that point. But I mean, if you think about it like this, you don't want to build a pad that's good enough for the rocket, for the version of Starship that's flying right now. You know, particularly when it comes to flight cadence, you don't want to do that. You want to build a launch pad that's designed to handle launching every hour, even though you're not doing it right now. You know, that might be something you want to do in the future. Now, you know, we were just talking about retrofitting 39A, et cetera, et cetera. The funny thing is that during the shuttle program, Sawyer, you're absolutely right. The flame trenches at 39A and B had to be refurbished because they were not necessarily designed for high flight rate. The flame trenches at 39A and B are bricks. It's just they basically took a big brick oven, and they just, bricks that you'd use to make a brick oven, and they just put that in the walls. So these trenches do have refurbishment times. Heck, even the deflectors, the flame deflectors from the Apollo era were designed to be rolled in and out of the trench on rails. And each 39A and 39B each had 2 flame deflectors that they could roll in and out. So one could be used and the other one could be refurbished. Yeah, that's right. They were on train tracks. They just pulled them out. Now, when NASA switched to the shuttle program, these pads had downtime. They had to go around the downtime refurbishing the deflectors, it's a double bidirectional deflector for the shuttle, and also the deflectors that are above the pad trench to deflect the SRB exhaust into the trench. Those things needed to be refurbished. Everything needed to be refurbished because they didn't design for scale, even though, that was what was intended with the shuttle program. But, the road to Hades is paved in good intentions, right?
There's the last two.
Yep, last tanker trucks are leaving. So this pad really is designed to handle not necessarily the launch cadence that's right now, but the launch cadence that SpaceX thinks they're going to need in 5 years' time.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to work their way up to it. It's one of those things, again, it's incremental. Falcon 9 wasn't launching every 3 days when it first started.
That's right.
It took years. Although this might be a little bit on the faster side to getting that cadence up because they have the experience that they've learned from building, designing, and upscaling Falcon all these years, especially since we're already on Starship V3. So, just some thoughts in there on that. Let's see here. Chumslinger, thank you for the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. We're all happy to be nerds together. Fares on the Rise saying, chilling lines also consumes a huge amount of cryogenics each time they move material to and from the rocket. When we were talking about propellant loss, right, Ryan?
Yeah, there's a lot of loss when even just chilling it down. The propellant boils off as you're trying to chill down lines that are, air temperature. So you're boiling them off, and you try to, especially on the methane side, that's why there's those 2 reclaim tanks, and the methane reclaim runs well during chill down because you don't really want to vent the methane off. You try to recapture that as much as you can. As you can see, the LOX subcoolers there are nice and frosty. The 2 vertical tanks in the back there, those are methane reclaim tanks. That's where they take the gaseous and higher temperature liquid methanes that they've used for chill down, and they recondense it back into liquid to either put back into the tanks or reuse it elsewhere in the system rather than venting it off in the atmosphere, which you don't want to vent all that methane off in the atmosphere. You can do a little bit, but too much is not great. It's a really bad greenhouse gas. So the less you can do, the better. But basically, that's kind of what they do. Yeah, you lose a lot in chill down as well.
Yeah, I mean, they try and reclaim as much as they can at least. But, I mean, part of it is also having large storage tanks, which Budwijan, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, saying, great coverage question, are the trucks delivering only for one launch? Or, like, how big is the storage for propellant? Go Starship, go SpaceX, go NSF. Do we know a number of how much that is?
I don't remember how much it is per tanker, because it depends on whether it's liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, or liquid methane on the actual weight. But volume is volume. But I don't remember the standard weight for a lot of those off the top of my head. But in terms of what they've got at Starbase right now, this isn't currently what they have. There's a little bit less in total, but based off what we think they're going to have once it's all said and done, they could have somewhere around 13,740 metric tons of liquid oxygen, 6,100 metric tons of liquid nitrogen, and then about 3,200 metric tons of liquid methane, along with some LOX bleed tanks that they use for the liquid vapor return. So once it's all said and done, that's kind of what we think they're going to have. Looks like they're getting ready to get rid of the rest of the stuff around here. They remove those cones so they can probably roll the transport stand through. But they've got a lot. They've got a little bit less than that. They've got about 4 less LOX tanks than that because we think they're going to bring 4 more LOX tanks in or something along those lines. But they still have enough for about 2.5 launches worth of prop, or like 2. It's kind of like 2 at the moment, give or take. So that's kind of where they're at. The reason why they top off every time is because when you go ahead and do a launch, you always want enough for a scrub. So that's why they continually top things off. And the tank farm is never really held always at max capacity. They're always
not
running. What? Oh,
It's Scooby-Doo.
Sorry. It wasn't in reference to the mission. It was a reference overall, but whatever.
Yep.
But yeah. So that's kind of what they do. And cops going down to the beach.
Yeah, we saw a few of them. Is that just like a final check to make sure everyone's off the beach?
I would guess that's a final check before they roll the transport stands and close everything else off. That's my guess, because I don't know why else they would head all the way to the beach, other than to make sure that the beach is completely clear and everything.
Or to go surfing, you know? It's with the waves going around because of Bertha, you know? Just go for a little surf while you're out there waiting for the launch, getting bored.
I'd do it.
Oh, I know you would.
Huh.
What's huh?
Hey, Daniel, if you're listening, want to show us the Richardson roadblock? Or I can ping him here.
Why? What are we seeing? Or not seeing, I guess, is the question.
Yeah. So
there you go.
as of right now, the roadblock is kind of empty, which is odd. It's odd that roadblock is pretty empty. We don't really know why it is. The roadblock at LBJ is still up. It is 100% still up. The beach is still closed, and they're not letting anyone through. And as of right now, all the tankers are gone. So the next step towards launch is to completely. Basically, they got to start evacuating the village coming up here. And then they kind of close some stuff off here and there. They remove both the booster transport stand and the ship transport stand will leave the launch site. Behind them, along with them, will be the last of the safety crews at the launch site and everything else. So all that will also leave. That indicates pad clear. And then if they are still going for it and everything else, the tank farm will start up in about 25 minutes with the methane reclaim vent coming on. And a little bit before that, like in about 15 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, we should see the methane supply line start to get frosty as they start to move liquid methane from the main tanks through the supply line to chill it down and go all the way to the pumps and subcoolers. That is kind of the first step before the methane reclaim vent comes on, and then they start reclaiming the methane that they're using to chill that down. But at this point in time, other than the roadblock at Richardson looking empty, which is odd, everything is still on track, and there's nothing from SpaceX to say otherwise.
Looks like those transport stands are on the move now. Am I seeing that right?
Those will be leaving. Yeah, you can see them right there at the bottom left. That's the next thing to leave.
That's one step closer. That's what we like to see. By the way, my cat is up here, so if you hear purring, you can just say hi, Jake. There's a poll,
Jake.
by the way. When Ryan says, do you think it's good news coming or bad news coming? Right now, it's about 60-40. 60% bad news, 40% good news. Let's see here. Celestial Destination. Vast wants to use Starship to launch the 7-meter Haven 2 core module in 2030. Shouldn't SpaceX start testing a new payload door / fairing, quote-unquote, soon then? I'm going to be honest. I feel like right now the priority is going to be HLS, and then they would consider the private side. I don't know. What do you think, EJ?
I think they could do both things at once, Sawyer, to be honest with you. People are like, well, where's the HLS stuff? Guys, there's got to be HLS stuff inside a Star Factory. You guys see that big rocket on your screen? That needed a big factory to get built. And that big factory is something we cannot see inside. So, Sawyer, there's no doubts in my mind that they can work on both of these things. at the same time. Like, obviously, there's prioritization with, stakeholders. NASA gave them like $2 billion to build them a lander. So, prioritization, but yeah, that factory is huge. There's no way they're not working on something like that.
Let us look in, SpaceX, please. Let us
Let me in. Let me in.
Archangel, with more fun numbers here. If you could capture the heat from Starship, you could cook about 20 to 40 million pizzas simultaneously. So no. 116 Ministries, thank you for the support. Pudini asking, any speculation about how noisy the air separation unit will be? Is it just a sand dune away from Boca Chica Beach running compressors 24/7?
Yeah.
Never heard one, so...
It's going to be running compressors and large electric motors 24/7, as well as the cooling systems will be running basically 24/7. I don't know how loud it'll be. The compressors are inside of a concrete building, so I don't know how loud those will get or how loud the cooling systems will be. So that we'll find out when it happens. When it goes online, which it's still a ways away. There's a lot of electrical stuff they still have to do and whatnot. So,
yeah, there's still a lot of things that need to happen with it. It still hasn't gone there yet, but I mean, it seems like once that is ready, it's going to be running 24/7. By the way, did we see a ship flap test there?
Did we?
I was trying to look. I didn't see them move
It looks
too
like
much.
moving from here, but I
may have blinked.
It looks like it is actively moving.
I don't see it moving.
I could be blind.
It's possible. I could be blind too. That's always possible.
Yep. I know.
I haven't seen them move in the last couple minutes now.
All right, Alex in the back channel saying they have been stationary for a while, so I don't know, Mandela effect here. Berenstein Bears, there you go. Sorry, just wanted to catch that while people were saying it in chat and while we're looking at it here. Which, yeah, you can see the sky's a little bit gray behind it right now, but there's still plenty of time. As a reminder, there are 2 hours and 50 minutes now until the opening of the window for Starship Flight 13. And it is a 90-minute window, so that means they can launch anytime within those 90 minutes. It would just have to be that at, I can't do math, 37.5 minutes before the end of the window, they would have to start tanking. That's all. But still plenty of time. Let's see here. New Normac was wondering, in the future, will it be possible to have a stack on both pads and still have launch? I mean, EJ, not that Shuttle has ever done that before. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's going to be possible. They're going to build that, as they refurbish Pad 1, they're building out the provisions to facilitate dual launches. But, I mean, I'm not necessarily sure we're going to see two starships lift off at the same T0. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want that either. That'd be pretty cool. If I had $1 million, I'd tell you what I'd do, man. I'd launch two starships at the same time.
Yep. Go ahead, Ryan. Say it.
There was the
it's still going so far, but...
the roadblock at LBJ is gone.
It looks like we actually saw a bus that was going into the village around that area.
It looks like a couple more cars went to the pad. Some buses went into the village.
There's your answer, by the way, on the uh-oh.
I don't know what's going on, but there is no longer a cop car sitting...
Again, we're haven't heard anything official, just waiting to see it on the screen so we can confirm with our eyes here. Hopefully we can get that up on screen. Been waiting for official confirmation here. Sorry, we're looking at everything here, trying to get it up at the moment. Just trying to see if we can get the roadblock on screen for you so we can all take a look at it as well. But yeah, we're about 2 hours and 47 minutes till the opening of the window. Yeah, there it is. There's cars, it looks like, going through.
Yeah.
And
the
beach closure is gone?
Today's road closure is gone.
Okay.
That's... Yeah.
Ryan, you did
that
this.
That says a lot right there.
I didn't do this.
You did this. You said the Scooby-Doo word.
All I'm going to say is usually with the road closure gone, but nothing from SpaceX yet, although I wouldn't be surprised if we hear something shortly. That usually means that they're not going today if they're just going to remove the road closure from the website. That's a very, very likely. We're not. Yeah. So yeah, just so for anyone. So for anyone just joining or has been here a bit, the roadblock at Richardson vanished, and then the roadblock at LBJ just vanished as well. On the beach and road access portion of the Starbase City website, the road closure for today has been pulled. With that being pulled, it is very likely at this rate that SpaceX is no longer targeting today. We will wait for and we will show it to you when we get a post from SpaceX on whether or not on the next day that they're targeting and whatever not, just to hear it straight from SpaceX. But with the road closure moved and people allowed to just go through, it looks like that is it for today. So
that's what it appears to be at this point.
Yeah.
I mean,
we will hang around for official confirmation from SpaceX, obviously, when we get the actual post from them. But yeah, hey, and why is it me? Why is it on me? I said earlier on, I'm fine with a bad weather launch as long as next one is fine. As long as the weather for the next one is better. That's what I said.
Well, we got the from you, so that was what it is.
Oh, okay.
And the text is officially out from the city. The beach is now open, which means our secret shop is also now open at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We hate to use this shop, but it's fun to get it because we don't get that many scrub shirts for Starship. So there you go. I watched the whole stream, and all I got was the Starship scrub, which we appreciate all of you that stuck with us through these last hours here. And again, these are only available for a limited time. You can see the clock there at the top, only for the next 7 hours. Once that clock hits 0, then that's it. There is no more scrub merch, and hopefully we don't actually get another one. But it is a second scrub, which means we need a second scrub shirt. So for those of you who managed to get it yesterday, well, guess what? We got another one for you here. You may recognize this one. The Eat, Sleep, Scrub, Repeat shirt that we've had for Falcon. Check it out, though. This is the Starship version. You got the ship in there with the cross sign through it. So I love that. I mean, I don't love it, but I love it. And the idea of repeating. Such a cool new design. Again, very rare, brand new. So if you want to get it, now is the only time. Because about 6 hours, 58 minutes from now, the shop is closed, and that shirt will be unavailable until if there's ever another Starship scrub, which we don't hope for, but grab it while you can. I know we say that the patches are limited supply, but this is extra limited.
So, I will explain to everyone here that as of right now, SpaceX has road closures for tomorrow and Saturday. Technically speaking, they don't have any more weekend closures, but whatever at this point. They've got road closures for the next 2 days. They also have TFRs, so temporary flight restrictions for the next 2 days. And the notices for the Note TAMs, the Note Mars, which are notice to air missions, notice to mariners, as well as debris zones, all that stuff. A lot of those notices cover like the next 5 to 7 days. is basically what they cover. The TFRs and the closures are only the next 2, so those are the backup windows. So SpaceX has those backup windows for the next 2 days. Currently, tomorrow is a high of 90, sunny and breezy, with southeast wind 13 to 20 miles an hour, so it's a little bit windier, but it's been windier than that on Starship launch days. The real kicker will be what it is higher up, but it's sunny. And then if they want to make it, if they have to push to Saturday, Saturday is a high of 90, sunny, east-southeast wind 5 to 13 miles an hour. So the next 2 days, weather look way better than today. So it would be nice sunny launch. We are still waiting for a post from SpaceX.
And by the way, folks, if you stick around, we will have Adam Schuker, who's our weather person here at NSF, on to break it down in much more detail, to go through all of the weather phenomena, tracking everything going on with Bertha, and help break it down as to what the opportunities are for these days going forward. So stick around for that. That way we'll have a full forecast for you and get you a better idea of what it might look like in the coming days. What was that?
There you go. Sticks are closing around, about to just lower down. They're about to close around the ship. There's a pretty official confirmation too there. As sticks are closing around the ship, they wouldn't do that if they weren't going to be done for a little while. So that's another indicator right there. But yeah, Adam can obviously explain the weather a lot better than I can, and as Sawyer said, we'll get there.
In the meantime, we got a bunch of people getting the scrub shirt. Mark saying may as well add to the collection. Steven saying bind with the intent to remove future scrubs from Starbase. Yes, that is what we want. And Tad saying, at least I got a limited edition shirt. That is true. Wind Null saying, Ryan, be a better Thor and manifest less lightning next time.
What? I'm not Thor. If I would, I'm not an Asgardian. It would be kind of cool to be an Asgardian, but I'm not an Asgardian. Okay? I don't live 5,000 plus years. Okay.
Oliver Raymond, by the way, saying it's also your fault.
Should I just accept the blame at this point? Should I?
The internet has decreed that it is your fault.
Okay, the internet has decreed. It is my fault. Copy that. I will just deal with it, and
10-4.
We'll just deal with it. Copy that. Yeah. Okay. Copy that.
I mean, yeah. Chat. Let's see what you say. There's a mix of yeah and nah. It wasn't a weather delay. It was a Weber delay.
Yeah.
That was clever. I saw that. By the way, we had a bunch of people becoming members. A reminder, Pad Rat and above gets access to the members multi-view and the behind-the-scenes streams, which, don't fret, if you missed it for today's attempt, we will do it again for the next one. So become a member now, and that way you're guaranteed that when we go for the next attempt, whenever SpaceX says it is, that you'll be able to check it out and join us and check out all of the cameras that we have set up, especially as we get closer to launch. We get even more and more online, and the behind the scenes to see how the launch stream is produced, and to see the team calling the shots is really cool. Tyes was wondering, by the way, we'll get to some of the questions that I missed here as we were confirming all of that. Not sure if it was answered earlier, but does ship have any sort of launch escape from the booster prior to stage SEP? Can it ignite early if needed? Hope I'm not tempting fate. I mean, EJ, what do you? I don't know if there's like a launch abort system.
No, there's nothing in the sense of a conventional launch abort system here, like something like the last that you'd see on Orion, or the integrated launch escape system that you'd see on Dragon with the Super Dracos. Starship really doesn't have anything like that. And I know people are going to be like, what? But, Sawyer, they're trying to get airline-like operations, right? And if they're going to do airline-like operations, you're going to want to operate like an airplane. An A320 doesn't have a launch escape system. You get to V1, right? You rotate that plane, your FPM starts going up, the best solution is to just ride it, ascend no matter what, if you can, right? There's always a possibility that something could go bad, right? But hopefully with Starship, they're going to launch hundreds of these things before somebody ever sets foot inside one during a launch, right? So hopefully you get the empirical data to make it safe enough when you get to the point of human rating, right? Just like airliners nowadays are very, very, very safe. They fly hundreds of thousands of hours every day, right? That was the idea. I mean, it was also the idea with the space shuttle, but infrequency of flight kind of made that happen, right? You know, that's the whole idea. No launch escape system, you ride it out. Now, that seems weird for rockets, but it's not that weird when it comes to airplanes. So, airline-like operations is what they're shooting for. When they say that, they mean it.
Exactly. And they'll have to make it work. They will find a way to make it work, for being honest here. It's SpaceX. We can just say that. They will find a way.
And website updated for targeting Friday, July 24th. So 24 hours.
Okay.
There we go. It's official. There's the X post. Now targeting Friday, July 24th for Starship's 13th flight test due to weather. A key objective for the flight test is to get clear imagery from the ground of Starship's heat shield as it flies at a higher dynamic pressure during ascent, which won't be possible with today's weather conditions. Visibility is forecast to be ideal for a Friday attempt. There is the official post from SpaceX.
That's a fun. I mean, that makes sense as a and you remember the explanation for what some of the stuff they wanted to test is there was heat shield stuff and pressure related stuff they wanted to test on ascent, and they can't look at the heat shield when they can't see it from the ground. So
Actually, Ryan, I was talking with a viewer, you know, when we were, you know, answering questions in chat when I had a little bit of downtime, and one of the questions that people were asking is like, you know, why can't they launch in the clouds? Why can't you launch in the clouds? It's not that Starship can or can't launch in this weather. You could probably send it right now, but ideally, when you're doing test flights, you want a clear range. You want to be able to see the thing on the way up. Visual, like actually filming the rocket going up into space, is very, very useful for engineering analysis post-flight. So, you know, SpaceX tweeted that it's about, you know, their test flight objectives. Well, there you go. You need clear skies and a clear range to get a good test flight in.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that the clouds would be the issue, not in terms of anvil cloud rule, but just in terms of video and photography rule. That's kind of cool to know. And again, I know that it just says Starship Flight 13, but let's be honest, it's still Starship Test Flight 13, if we're being honest here. It's still a test.
And there's the post right there.
Yep. Came with a cool little time lapse of the clouds moving, but it's, yeah, cloudy. So there is the post from X confirming, targeting Friday, July 24th. The window should be exactly the same, with the window opening at 5:45 p.m. Central Time.
it is. Targeting July 24th, 90-minute window will open at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. On their website.
We'll see you guys tomorrow, right? Right? High five.
High five. Yeah. Don't rush it yet. We're still here. We haven't left yet.
Oh.
Right? Are we still here?
Are we? I don't. When does this happen in the stream?
Now. You're looking at now, sir.
Yeah.
What happened
it's
to
happening
then?
now? That was then. This is now.
Who?
Now be then. Soon. Anyway.
When will then be now?
Yeah. Soon.
Ugh. They're making
Oh,
a second
boy.
one, by the way. We'll see how good it is.
Forward 79 saying, look at the bright side. It's the weekend. Also, a flame trench is now possible. It is actually now not possible because, our flame trench usually starts at 5 Eastern, 4 Central. We'll be in the launch stream by then, an hour 45 until the opening of the window. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
Starship launch is
technically,
TFT, basically.
hopefully the flame trench is the flame in the actual trench over at Pad 2.
I mean, let's be real. That'd be way more spicy than we ever could be.
True.
Yeah.
Took you guys a second. You were like,
I mean,
what?
we were almost in unison on the true. So props to that, at least. But yeah, so let me just see what else. I blame 343 Quilty Spark. Regards 1058.
343 Guilty Spark. Did you say 343 Guilty Spark? Gee, wow. That's a weird way to say that.
I'm tired, okay? I'm tired, Grandpa.
That's too dang bad.
No, the Halo references will continue until morale improves.
Sorry, I bring shame to Master Chief. Anyway. So, as mentioned there, the scrub was due to clouds, but what does the weather look like for tomorrow's attempt? Now that we have it confirmed, I teased a little bit. We have Adam Schuker with us to kind of break down what we're looking at weather-wise for the coming attempt. Adam, do we have you?
You have me. Kind of like what we were talking about yesterday about the weather. Yeah, especially if you're wanting to view it from the ground, today is obviously not a good day because of the tropical disturbance off the north, just blowing lots of storms and clouds over the Gulf. And it's just kind of canopying with mid and upper clouds, which, hey, we were talking about that yesterday. That was going to be a thing of negative, especially if you're trying to view from the ground, which obviously, listen to what SpaceX said, they're trying to use their cameras to view from the ground. I still think part of it too is not only that was probably one of the key factors, but another key factor would have probably been that a lot of those dense, high level, mid level clouds. There will be a few thunderstorms inland just to our north later today, and that could static charge those clouds. So it still wasn't going to be an ideal day to shoot a rocket to those clouds. So regardless of anything, the clouds and being lightning downrange, those two factors right there seem to be the more common thing. A weather balloon just went up out of Brownsville because they're trying to collect data of the storm across the coastline. And I checked it. There's no wind profiles that I saw that was not within limits or anything like that. So it really is truly the clouds, plus there's still the scare of you can get a couple thunderstorms and those clouds are interconnected, which would cause the ample cloud roll that you would have to worry about. So with that being said, let's talk about tomorrow now that we got the official update going forward with that. So tomorrow, the weather actually looks very good. I was talking about this yesterday, and because of that, we're going to have fairly good clear conditions and all that. We have really good clear conditions for tomorrow. The clouds will be pretty much mostly gone. I mean, there could be just maybe a passing high level cloud, but I mean, we're going to talk about a night and day difference between yesterday and today. So I'm more ecstatic for it because of the fact I was kind of hoping that if people that really want to view from the ground and want to see stage separation, everything else, tomorrow's going to be just a much better day. You did mention the winds. The ground winds will be a little stronger tomorrow, but it still looks within limits. And even some of the winds as you go aloft are a little stronger, but there's not a super lot of directional turning. There's just a little bit, but not too much. So it still all looks within limits. So I really think tomorrow is going to be a good weather day. We're gonna see plenty of sun. I think we're going to see good conditions for a launch, and we shouldn't have a weather problem. And even if, say, not tomorrow, say they have to push for some crazy reason up to Saturday for a vehicle problem or something like that, even the weather still looks good then. So the next 2 days, weather's going to be great. The storm's moving inland. We're going to have good conditions going forward. So, hey, I love to say some positive news. I know yesterday I had to kind of say about some of the issues that could come up, and so here we are.
Well, obviously they weren't worrying about wind shear and wind direction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the wind profiles looked fine, mainly because we were actually kind of having another it's kind of a tuck low kind of between that other tropical system. So we're actually kind of underneath that, which calmed the winds down. So the winds themselves just did not look like that was going to be a playing factor. And this storm is actually fairly weak. It's not really causing a lot of excess wind fields. It's not like a big trough coming in. So the more of the player key is, you got some thunderstorms kind of brewing up. You got a lot of dense clouds. Well, guess what? You can have a thunderstorm 25 miles inland, and if it's charging those clouds, it's charging them all the way across. That's why they call it the amble roll. So that's still something I think even later this evening that we would have to worry about is just electrical charged clouds above you, and you don't want to shoot to those. But at the same time, the dense clouds, you can't see most of these clouds now are anywhere from 18 to 20,000 foot up, so you can't see past that. So yeah, if you're wanting ground cameras to look up, not a good day. So I think this will make a lot of people happy that want to view Starship from the ground, because you're going to have a much better opportunity to tomorrow. The weather conditions look great. Bring your sunscreen.
Yeah. There we go. So yeah, it seems like wind, clouds, all of that, not an issue for tomorrow. Great for launch, bad for people out in the Texas heat.
Correct. Bring your sunscreen, not your umbrellas. Oh, actually, no, you might want your umbrellas for the sun, not the rain.
Oh, I have used the umbrellas for sun before. It is a great tool. Parasols are not to be slept on.
There you go.
Awesome, Adam. Thank you so much. It's good to know that looks better for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
As Adam Schuker, everybody. Always appreciate Adam coming on and talking about the weather here, especially when it's positive news like that for upcoming attempts.
Thank you guys for having me.
Always a pleasure. You're always welcome. And there is the X post from Elon saying next Starship launch attempt on Friday. Wait, didn't he just say that the other day? Next Starship launch Friday, and then it ended up moving.
No,
to
he
Thursday?
said launch attempt on Friday, then he said dope Thursday, and now it actually is Friday. So he was originally right to begin with.
Right, that was the joke.
That's the joke. Yeah.
Yeah. He posted the exact same thing as he said back on the 19th.
Yep.
Jokes are funny when you explain them.
Yeah. I thought so.
Well, again, while the countdown is on to launch tomorrow, the countdown is also running down if you want to get the Scrub merch, which is only available for under 7 hours now. Coming up on just about 6 hours, I believe, remaining on being able to get it. Once it's gone, including the brand new design that we had, which is the Eat, Sleep, Scrub, Repeat, with the Starship on it as well, which someone did make a good point, saying, thanks for offering the option for front versus back graphic on the Eat Sleep design, which that was an option for the whole stream designs, both Starship and Falcon. Well, hopefully we don't need them again, but yeah, you've got the option there to have it on the front or the back of the shirt, which is really cool if you'd rather have, NSF or something on the front, and that way you have it on your back, or just show it off proud right on the chest. Eat, sleep, scrub, repeat. The option's there. And you see the clock at the top. Once that hits 0, the page disappears. So we've got so many people here that grabbed that. Going with the Hopper Eat Sleep t-shirt. What do we have? Boo, Scrubby Doo, and a bunch of other cool well wishes here. I'll make sure we get to see everyone that got the merch. Again, shout out to the merch team. I love what they do, and I always like to point out the fact that by grabbing merch, not only are you supporting NSF and helping us to put all these cameras out and provide the coverage that we do, you get something in return. You get to show it off. You get to spread the space geekdom to everyone. And if anyone asks, what is that? Well, now you can tell them, and we get more people hooked onto spaceflight, and the more people interested in spaceflight, the more things we can do in space. So, just wanted to make sure we point that out. Tyler Sherrick was wondering, by the way, how many good ship catches until crew flights? I'm going to go ahead and say we're quite a ways away, but EJ, I heard an ooh out of you.
Give me a moment, Sawyer. I just had a computer blue screen. I will be right back.
Oh, that was the ooh, was not a reaction to the question.
Yeah. Give me a moment. I gotta go get the Twitch stream back up and running. I will be right back.
Oops. Ryan, then. How many good ship catches till crew?
I don't think there's a number, like a finite number. And also, same thing with just launches in general. They need a lot of flights to ensure this vehicle works flawlessly. Because as we've been talking about, they don't really have an abort system. They don't have one. So they need to make sure this thing works perfect. So I don't think there's an upper limit to how many launches for crew. I would not be shocked if there are no crews on this vehicle during a launch until the mid-2030s or early 2030s. And I'm talking hundreds of launches. I would not be shocked.
Right now, for HLS, it's launching people to Starship on Orion or potentially other vehicles in the future. Yeah. The other concern is the fact that you've got no launch escape system at all. There's no way to get the crew to safety basically right now.
And
that's something I was speaking to real quick, Ryan. That's something I was speaking to before my computer decided to scrub as well.
Yeah.
You know, with no launch abort system, no launch escape system, with Starship, the only way that you're going to make this thing safe is by flying a lot. That's it. The only way you can beat it is with empirical evidence, just like an airplane, right, Ryan?
Well, a lot of airplanes are designed a lot, and then they do a ton of flight testing, obviously, before you sign off on an airframe to make sure it's good to go. But yeah, they're going to have to fly Starship a lot so that you don't need an abort system, basically, because there is none. There's no way to put an abort system into Starship, and if you want to RTLS, I mean, good luck. We were talking about this during the CTL. Like, RTLSing shuttle, we remember what was said about it. What was it? Acts of miracles interspersed with acts of God, I think was the quote, or somewhere around there.
That was John Young, right?
Yeah, John Young, during just before STS-1. And you look at Starship and you go, okay, well, what if you attempted to RTLS it back to the tower? There's a slight problem. Starship is still loaded mostly with propellant. Those sticks are not rated to catch a ship that has like its tanks half full or even more. They're not rated for that.
Well, see, Ryan, where my mind is going is that what if Starship does the flip and burn and then just sits there for like 30 seconds just burning fuel, just hovering in place? Then gets into the sticks. I mean, you could do that, or you could adjust your landing flip and burn, right? Like, I mean, it'd be a long burn. It'd be a 6-minute burn.
Hovering with you know how dangerous that would be? Like,
I mean, I'd rather do that than try to land on the sticks with a full fuel load.
Can you belly flop with propellant? Can you flip with a propellant?
I don't see why not.
That flip is designed. That flip is designed to like to work without liquids inside of your tanks. Like that amount of sloshing.
Okay, I mean,
you might collapse the dome.
So you could do the flip and burn at a much higher altitude, right, where the RCS is still working, right? So let's say like 20,000 feet, right?
And also to maintain your thrust to weight ratio, you can't light the RVAX. So if you sit there and hover, you have to hover for like 12 minutes to burn all of it off just using the center engines.
Okay, what
and
about
you're
this?
also reducing thrust levels over time, which means the burn's going to be into. So you're talking about a Starship hovering and burning for like 15 plus minutes.
Okay, how about this? In the event of an abort, you light all 6 engines, you go to a much higher altitude, but you do a radial out component burn on your ascent, just like a Falcon 9 boost back, right?
Okay.
And that burns off a lot of your fuel because you got all 6 engines. And then you just do the flip and burn at a higher altitude, come in and just send, burn, you do the flip and burn at 10,000 feet, right?
Are you talking like you do circles and burn in circles and then come up over the launch?
No, I'm saying ascend higher. What do you got to worry about? Your thermal protection system not working? No, it's good.
No. Okay, well then where are you landing?
The tower. So when you burn, Starship would nose up 90 degrees, radial out component relative to prograde velocity,
and then
increase
you have to
suborbital
arc
apogee.
It back over.
Yeah, it would work.
Okay.
That's some KSP stuff.
You gotta burn a lot though. And this is all assuming that if whatever went wrong, doesn't destroy the ship either, because you have to get the ship far enough away. And also Block 4 is going to even have more prop on it, so it's even a longer burn to do that. I just don't see how you can do it. Like, the only abort mode I can see for Starship is abort to orbit, which, almost 20, just over 27 years ago, we had something else do an abort to orbit with crew on board. And yeah, like,
I mean,
that's about the only thing I could see, and the only way that happens is if it's later in the later stages of booster ascent, or you maybe lose 2 engines off ship. But I'm talking more like a booster problem more than anything.
Good conversation, actually. I'm sorry, I'm just here sitting and listening and going.
Aircraft have to burn off fuel if you reject a takeoff post V1, right?
No, you don't. You can land. You can do an overweight landing if you have to. There's an additional inspection for an overweight landing.
You don't think Starship could get to a point where it does the same thing?
The overweight landing is the inspection on the landing gear. The chopsticks are not built to take that. It's not built. The ship is not built to do a flip and burn with propellant inside of its main tanks. And if you were to say, even if it were able to do such a thing, and you put landing legs on a crew Starship, then those landing legs have to be able to withstand a Starship that possibly weighs 1,000 tons. That's your overweight landing for Starship. We're not talking something small here.
I don't know, man. I just refuse to believe that SpaceX wouldn't at least incorporate some type of systems engineering for that type of contingency in this. I mean, they know good and well that they don't have a launch abort system. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? I can't prove it, though. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right. Well, we can't prove that.
There's no way to prove any of it yet.
I mean, but if I was engineering something for airline-like operations, I would want, just like you said, we engineered 737s, I say rejected takeoff, but it's not a rejected takeoff. Like, if you circle around and come back, you can land with a higher fuel load, right?
Or you go around, or if you're past V1, or you actually rotated and say you lose an engine on initial rotation. The 737, any plane that's got 2 engines is certified to be able to take off and keep climbing on that single engine,
at tops,
even at near max, in order to be able to do a go around and land, even if it is an overweight landing. Every single aircraft out there that has 2 engines is certified to do such a thing, at least under the FAA. It's all certified to do that. That is the thing about Starship, is they would have to figure out a way to pull that off. I mean, I guess I'm not saying that they can't, but I think you would have to beef up the chopsticks a decent amount if you to do that. And I just don't know how Starship handles a flip with props sloshing around in the tanks. That's completely different from any other type of, because if you do that flip a little too quick, the locks in that tank could slam up against the common dome and then collapse it. If you
I'm going to say that can't happen. That's why I said do it at a higher altitude where you're not, and then just hover the dang thing all the way down, right?
Again,
what, do you not have enough fuel, right? Like,
this is one of those questions that I would love to sit down with the directors of Starship Engineering and be like, what are your guys' ideas for solving this problem later down the road? Because there's no way they haven't, again, as you said, there's no way they haven't thought about it. I would love to know what their ideas are. Like, what are your contingencies if you have issues? Because you don't have an abort system. It's a question, it's one of those complicated questions I would love to ask SpaceX, and I would love to, I don't know if they'd ever give like a full-on answer, but even a partial one would be nice to we thought about a lot of this stuff, It'd be interesting.
Very great conversation, honestly.
Yeah, no, I see that. And Ryan, that when we have these discussions, when we have these conversations, that is the modus operandi that I'm going off of. That there's no way that the 22,000 strong staff of SpaceX, somebody hasn't thought about this. If we are able to come up with this in our pokey internet show talking about Starship, there's no way they haven't thought about it.
Which is why when I love when people go, well, can you tell SpaceX to do this? I'm like, they probably have thought about it and thought it wasn't either worth it or they can't do it now or whatever. There's a lot of times they probably have thought about things. But yeah.
Yeah, man. That's when I try to say this, when we have these discussions, that's where I'm coming from, But I'm also playing off the notion, like what you said, like we got Elon in front of us, right? We asked him these questions. I don't know. He's probably gonna be like, I don't know, maybe, like, right? So what do these, like, if you kind of do some logic extrapolation, like, what does this look like? That's how I go about answering these things. Like, could Starship RTLS? I mean, my first thought is no doubt, like, yeah, that'd be a little dicey to say the least, but okay, it'd be a little dicey. So what are the problems there? What are the problems associated with that? Like you said, prop slosh, all right? Fuel loads, chopsticks not being able to handle fully fueled Starship. All right, so what are the things you do, right? You have fuel dump, you can burn the engines, you can flip at a higher altitude, you can adjust your suborbital trajectory. There's things like that. That's where my mind goes. There's things that you can do with the ascent regime, during an RTLS that are entirely within the realm of possibility. They're a little strange, right? Just like a shuttle RTLS. If you guys ever saw the ascent profile for a shuttle RTLS, there's a reason why John Young said, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm not doing that. It's possible, you never know.
Yeah. And a reminder, by the way, for people just joining, the reason that you see the rocket there and all the red on the screen is, the weather was not favorable for today's attempt. Not so much the storm and clouds and everything, but actually, or the storms and rain or wind or anything. It was actually the clouds because of needing clear imagery from the ground of the heat shield as it flies. So as a result, they are standing down from today's attempt, and we'll try again exactly 24 hours after the originally planned T0, going for Friday, July 24th. The 90-minute window opening 5:45 p.m. Central Time. Dina or Dinah was wondering, do you think you'll ever make a patch for a scrub? I mean, we have the shrug pin, I guess. If that counts, not really a patch, but I don't know.
I don't know if we'll ever make a patch for a scrub, but we should make a patch for an RTLS. Yes, I brought it back up again. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Wow, that was a me level bringing it back full circle.
Oh yeah.
Stuart Young, thank you for the support. Anonymous, and if you have any issues with the order or the print fading, you can reach out to the shop team. They will take care of it. It's actual people. It's not like it goes to a random AI inbox. It's actual people that'll help you out with it. Also, I've been told by the shop team that the best way to make sure that your print stays on is to wash inside out and tumble dry on low heat. But thank you for grabbing one of the scrub shirts anyway. Rafael Palat is asking, do you think SpaceX would launch in these conditions if this was the last window for the weekend? Are they waiting out for the perfect conditions simply because they can afford to?
Based off their scrub tweet, I would assume it's they would wait for the right conditions. They wouldn't go today because they want to take pictures of the heat shield based off what they're saying. If that's exactly the reason why they didn't go today, then they wouldn't go today. So I think they were hoping the clouds would clear up at some point later on, and because it's not, they're not going to go. So,
and I don't think it matters about the window. I mean, after the hard start abort, or the abort that we had on the first attempt, we were thinking, oh, maybe 24, 48 hours if they go out and check it. And here we are a week later for attempt 2. And then we'll be there tomorrow for attempt 3. But I think it's more of a risk at this point to launch it just because than it is to launch in ideal conditions. Because it's all about data. All of these flights still are about data. Being at a point where they're comfortable enough with the data to then say, okay, let's go orbital. comfortable enough to say, okay, let's catch the booster, then the ship, and get onto bigger and heavier payloads and onto bigger and heavier projects. So that's something you don't mess with. At this point in the program, it's not like, oh, blowing it up is a successful test objective anymore, or, making it, clearing the pad like Flight 1. Now you want full success. You're going to need full success. So you want to take advantage of every opportunity you have for clear weather, clear skies, and perfect conditions, essentially.
Wait a minute. Does that mean... Oh, look at that shot. I was about to say, does that mean we can yell at clouds? Because I kind of don't want to, because look at that picture, but also I kind of do, because I want an excuse to yell
Old man yells at clouds.
Also, I don't know if I could yell at those clouds. That's very pretty.
I mean, if you were working at SpaceX, you probably would. Just saying.
Yeah, that's fair. Dude, the composition of that shot is just... I'm sorry. I'm not one to nerd out about photography. That's Max and D's job. But also, I like this. This shot looks sweet, dude. It looks like something out of like Prometheus or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those look cool.
It's cool. Obviously not cool for what happened, but that is a sick shot. See, going back to the earlier conversation, Ricky was saying, do like the aircraft and dump fuel.
See, I mean, the engines are the best way to dump fuel, though. That's the thing. It's not like a jet engine where you have to run it for hundreds of hours, on a full tank, well, not hundreds, but tens of hours on the full tank. The Starship can dump its fuel tanks with the Raptor engines in 6 to 12 minutes, depending on how many engines you can get to light, right? Like, also, you wouldn't want to dump fuel with the engines on. They tried that during Flight 8. That didn't work. I do believe that is a good way to do inadvertent smart reuse from what I've seen and eject the engines.
That was Flight 2.
Was it 2?
That was 2, where they did the LOX dump at the end of the near close to Seco.
Yes, you're right. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Sorry. Long day.
Exploded.
Excuse me. Yeah, you're right. What did I say? 7? What am I doing? Anyway, apologies, guys. Yeah, Flight 2. Yeah, don't do that. We wouldn't want to do that. So I'd say the engines would be the best way to do it.
I guess this conversation will never end. It continues on and on. Oh, boy. Walter was asking, on the Flight 13 patch, why is the outside ring of engines not firing? That is because this is the landing burn, because the hope is that we finally get this booster to land in the Gulf successfully so they can go for the booster catch. Also, how many engines on the landing burn? 13. And this is Flight 13. So it's also super appropriate. It's just great. I love it. Let's see here. Jack for SoCal is wondering, not our Jack in SoCal, I don't think. Wouldn't you just build an alternate landing site downrange to cover abort profiles?
In the future, if, Starship has multiple launch pads like Sawyer, I'm thinking, alternative landing site contingencies, like with the shuttle. When the shuttle would go to the ISS guys, they would launch northeast out of the Cape, and it would basically fly up the East Coast. And any runway that was over 10,000 feet would be good enough to handle a space shuttle landing if that contingency was needed. Heck, there were even runways built in Shannon, over in Ireland, for abort contingencies. There were runways, the Air Force Base in Rota, the U.S. Air Force Base in Rota, Spain. There's another one. There's another Spanish landing site. They're all over the place. Zaragoza, that's it. Yes. And even all throughout the UK, I do believe Mildenhall was a shuttle abort site. And I'm not saying we're going to have as many Starship towers as like 10,000 foot runways. I would be cool with this, but yeah, in the future, yeah, maybe Starship can just end up doing a point to point, right? And your Starship, your 2-engine Zaragoza, your single engine, Shannon or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I'd love to see it. Anything that gets it back in one piece.
Yeah, kind of like the call outs now with Crew Dragon, you hear like 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, the different abort location sites along the Atlantic.
Yeah, Alex is telling me Cuatro Vientos 2. See? Wait. Cuatro Vientos. Four windows?
Honestly, we need like Alex to come on and pronounce it. Just saying, I'm not even going to attempt.
Yeah, that's in Madrid.
See?
It's just a place where there's also like a military base of sorts that will have been like a very, very secondary, more like tertiary or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it was Moron and Rhoda, and then you also have Zaragoza, and then there was also Cuatro Vientos. So yeah, you've got like 4 different places that had runways long enough for the shuttle to land. Hi.
Alex is here, guys. I don't know if you knew that.
Apparently.
Yeah.
What's going on,
I was
buddy?
just typing the back channel, and now here's Alex.
Yeah, I was actually getting prepared for the launch stream, but then they canceled the launch today. I even appeared in the behind the scenes multi-view for members. So yeah, they had a sneak peek of some of my own graphics that I created my own that I was sort of preparing. It's like drawings of a few things that maybe if I have like a drawing behind me, it might be a little bit more interesting and more visually pleasant to explain certain very technical things about Starship, basically. You'll see.
Well, you'll
You'll
have
see.
to tune in tomorrow to see it.
Yeah. Or
Also,
go and become a member, and you'll get a
That
sneak
too.
peek.
Yeah,
You can rewind.
that is true. Also, someone was asking, when did you learn Spanish? At birth?
Yeah, I've been basically speaking Spanish since I was like 1. Probably even earlier than that, to be honest. As you can imagine, I talk a lot. I started speaking very early in my
Yeah.
when I was a kid. I also
talk
have
a lot?
been reading
No.
since I was like 1.5. So yeah.
Yeah, is that countdown timer how long you have until you finish your answer? Oh no, it's actually
No,
how
that's
long
the
the
scrub
scrub
merch.
mug, how long the scrub merch remains available, which is
Oh,
available
dear.
shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You only have 5 hours, 15 minutes, and 30 seconds to grab it. And of course, there is the design we had for the first scrub, but with the second scrub, we have a second design. And this is one of my favorites. We have it in the Falcon version that, again, we rarely get to use. But even rarer now, having a Starship version of it. Eat, Sleep, Starship, Scrub, Repeat. And it's available. I love the fact someone pointed this out, that you can either get the design on the front of the shirt or the back of the shirt. And yeah, you'll notice in the scrub part, it doesn't have Falcon 9 or something. You can see it's an actual Starship ship there. So get it for the limited time only that you see on the screen, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. When it's gone, it's
39.
gone. And hopefully tomorrow, Flight 13 and the booster and the ship will be gone, so we don't have to do this again.
Looks like a picture of Ship 39 on there with the leeward tile patches.
It's V3 at least.
Yeah.
It's accurate. V3. Oh, boy. But yep, so again, thank you to everyone who's already gotten it so far. I might actually have to get myself one of those because that is a really cool design. And a reminder that Scrub is the result of clouds. Old Man Yells at Clouds. Because SpaceX said basically they want to have clear views to get imagery from the ground of Starship's heat shield as it flies at higher dynamic pressures during ascent, which wouldn't be possible with today's weather conditions. As you can see, it is definitely on the gray and cloudy side there.
Does that mean then the Flight 13 patch is wrong because it's got clouds above it?
Oh.
Ooh.
No, it's not wrong because it'll do it when there's less clouds above it.
No, but like it shows like there's clouds above the booster and things like that. You know what I mean? Never mind. I was just trying to make a joke. It was horrible.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst. It's fine. By the way, I saved this one for you. Leah said earlier it was totally Alex's fault.
No, it was not. I did not do anything.
You sure?
I did not.
Oh, hi, Mark. Anyway, as we're bringing Alex in, I'm going to take a short moment here to take an EVA over to another room, but I will be back shortly. EJ, do you mind taking the reins for the time being?
I have the controls, man.
Your controls. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. So I'm back. Oh, I'm back in the host seat. It feels good. Feels good. Let me just make sure we get the host panel up here. All right. Now I'm controlling the questions. I have the con. Yeah. All right. Ship terms. Uh-oh. We heard an uh-oh for mine. What's up?
Yeah. You have the bridge, EJ.
Ah.
There you
Yeah. By your word, Arbiter. Because we're just mixing everything.
Yeah, we're just mixing everything. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, all right. If you guys notice that, up on the top left corner of your screen, Flight 13 has scrubbed for the day. The reason why that SpaceX gave us was that they want good imagery of the rocket on ascent so they can look at their thermal protection system and make sure to get good pictures of it on the way up. My guess would be so they can compare the thermal protection system, later in this mission. This mission is scheduled it's gonna launch tomorrow. 24-hour turnaround, hopefully. This mission is going to launch satellites that take pictures of the thermal protection system. And my guess would be that SpaceX wants pictures of, during ascent, on orbit, and landing, right? So the clouds that you see right there, I can't be mad at those clouds. That's pretty, dude. But those clouds that you see right there are kind of what caused SpaceX to void the attempt to launch today. Unfortunately, we started seeing signs probably about an hour ago. Ryan, what did we see there first? I think we saw one of the roadblocks go, right?
Yeah, the Richardson roadblock kind of started to disappear and vanish a little bit over time, which kind of gave us an indication, an inkling that we might not be going today. But the LBJ roadblock was still up. The sticks were still open. It looked like they were getting ready to kind of take the transport stands away, and then the LBJ roadblock just vanished. Cars started going through, and then the beach closure for today was completely removed. The road was open, beach was opened. All happened at once. The sticks started to move in and to go back around the ship. And then SpaceX put the announcement out that they were scrubbing today, as you said, because they wanted imagery of the ship's heat shield on ascent. And with the cloud cover today, they can't get it. So that's kind of what happened. But things were on course for a while there. But I think they made the call that they wanted to get I bet the ship team was like, we really want to get imagery of this, and we can't do it in today's weather. So let's just push tomorrow before we get into tank farm chill down and, prop load, so we don't waste, LN2 locks and CH4 and whatnot. So, and then, before you evacuate everything and everything like that. So before they really, really got into all the ops, they just nixed it, canceled it, and they're going to try again tomorrow.
Forcing me to do laundry at 11 p.m. Thank you, SpaceX.
It happens.
All right. So once again, not going to see any action down in South Texas today, but we're still here, hanging out, just watching the clouds go by, so to speak. There's still plenty of support to go through, so I'm going to do that here. All right, we got a store message from Matthew. Matthew got the Eat Sleep Starship Scrub shirt, saying, "This is the first piece of merch I ever purchased, not from NSF, but ever in your 46 years of life. Thanks for all you do." Hey, Matthew, thank you, man. We're happy that we're your first. All right. Ian with another store message here, buying another Starship Scrub t-shirt. Oh boy. Saying, Scooby Scrubby Doo. Yikes, row, Ian. Okay, Christian came in with a store message, another scrub shirt. Better luck next time. Now, note that we do have a
countdown clock up there. We only sell these scrub shirts within certain amounts of time from an actual Starship scrub. So it is a limited time, dudes. I'm pretty sure if you can't get it in the 5 hours, it's not going to be the last time we display this shirt. But a scrub does unlock the secret Starship Scrub store, which we get the. I watched the whole stream and all I got was a Starship scrub. Oh boy. Really wish we didn't have to sell so many of these shirts, but also at the same time, we do appreciate it, guys. It is pretty funny. That's a pretty good shirt. All right, we got Tyler with the store message. Find another scrub shirt. Love the merch. Looking forward to tomorrow's launch attempt. Yeah, let's manifest it, Tyler, right now. No, not launch attempt. Looking forward to tomorrow's launch. Period. All right. Period. Let's manifest it. We're gonna do some launch maxing tomorrow, chat. That's what we're doing. Okay, James, I got another store message with another scrub shirt. Thank you for the coverage. See y'all tomorrow. See you tomorrow, James. We'll be here. Same time, same place. All right, rolling with another store message with the collector's patch saying, this will add a good addition. This will be a good addition to my NSF stream watching wardrobe. SpaceX's loss is our gain. Yeah. Yeah, rolling for sure. All right, we got LNG with a store message, buying a scrub shirt. Thank you for your service. I mean, we don't sit here because we hate it. That's for sure. Ryan, we do this, and Alex, we do this. We don't do this, sit here for 10 hours a day because we don't like doing this, right? So, I mean, Alex, how much streams have you done in the last 24 hours?
Well, I was yesterday on the booster test stream, and then I was on the Countdown to Launch stream, and then I was earlier here in the Stakeout, and I was getting ready for the launch stream. But unfortunately, yeah. I shaved and got through the shower and everything.
Oh.
I had my Flight 13 not the scrub.
The shirt.
The shirt, yeah.
The patch,
merch. Yeah. Oh my goodness. My brain. See,
Words?
like I've been here talking too much for too longer. But yeah.
I think because you did what? Was it 3 hours, 4 hours of the? How many hours did you do the I forget how long the Stakeout stream is now.
3. The first 3. Yeah.
So you did the first 3. So I did these 3 plus the extra hour here we're doing since with the scrub. So and then 7 yesterday. So yeah, I'm at 11 the last 2 days. 11 hours of streaming the last 2 days for NSF.
Yeah.
A
lot.
Pathetic. No, I'm just kidding. That's
I was
a lot.
also
I mean, I've done 12 hours. I've done. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think I did a 12-hour stream on my end yesterday. Just a 12-hour stream.
Just.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and then pop in here. Been on the Stakeout stream for, let me think, about 5 hours. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's
you
fun.
came on about an hour before me. Yeah, that's about 5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good time. All right. So once again, guys, Starship unfortunately had a scrub. They SpaceX didn't want to launch it with these clouds. They wouldn't have been able to get good optics on the booster on the ascent. Now
and ship heat shield is another thing. But
ship, booster and ship, correct. Yeah, it's just a little too cloudy up there. Alex, do you think that Tropical Storm Bertha had anything to do with this, or do you just think it's straight clouds?
I mean, we had been saying this since yesterday's Countdown to Launch that one of the things that was sort of worrying was the clouds because of the flight profile. We were basically showing the graphic with the 2 temperatures, right? The dew point and the actual temperature, and when they sort of are closer or they touch, then that's when basically your humidity, local humidity, it's basically through the roof. So you've got an atmosphere that is very saturated, and that means even a little smudge in the air can create a cloud, right? And so it's very easy for clouds to form in that kind of environment. And so that, coupled with the fact that we had a thunderstorm nearby, was like, yeah, we'll probably have a very rainy morning. it was not sure that it was still going to be raining by the time of launch. I mean, right now we can see there's a lot of clouds and whatnot, but we saw the radar earlier. It's clear right now above the launch site. So in terms of the actual rain, it's gone, but the problem is there's still a lot of clouds, as you can see in this beautiful view, by the way. It looks like a picture, basically. And this is one of those things as well where it's like, if that is one of the main objectives, then of course I can totally believe that because it's very cloudy. Like, I can get behind that because when we had the launch attempt last week, on Thursday last week, it was crystal clear. It was blue skies all over. It was perfect weather. I wish it was today, just like last week, or like every single Starship attempt was like last week, because we've had other flights where, of course, they were not as worried about ascent imagery as on this one. And the thing about those is, like, I think it was flight 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken. Those two flights were rather cloudy. Flight 1 a little bit cloudy as well, but only on certain locations it was more cloudy than others. On, for example, from the hotel where Daz was located, he could see the stack and whatnot. But Jack was at Riverside and it was like super cloudy from his point of view. But yeah, you can see there's a big chunk of clouds there. It's not even just one, it's like a chain of clouds that covers from South Texas all the way to Georgia and even like the Carolinas. It's all the way there. It's a full chain of clouds. And so that if that is one of the main goals, to observe and analyze the ascent imagery of the thermal protection system during flight because of the higher dynamic pressure, it makes sense to just say, let's not go today.
I mean, another important thing to understand, guys, is that actually getting a good shot of the booster during ascent is a real good way to help do what's called telemetry corroboration. So, you see something weird on the telemetry, and the telemetry just looks like a line graph, right? It just, you have trends going up and down. It's just, right? You're not... if you see something weird on the telemetry, like a loss of thrust on an engine or something, right? And you have good cameras and good optics looking at the booster during ascent, right? You can see that telemetry is not lying to you. That is what happened, right? So that helps with what's called fault tree analysis and failure mode analysis, if that does happen. So, flying on a non-cloudy days where you can actually see the rocket is best during a test flight. I mean, Ryan, it's the same with airplanes. You don't fly 777 on the first time when it's raining, right? If it's a test flight, you wait until you got fair winds and clear skies, right?
Yeah, if you're trying to fly a functional test flight, which sometimes you'll do after you do major maintenance on like flight control systems and things like that, you try to fly it on a decent day, because it's when the weather's calm and whatnot, so you can get better. So like the pilots can get a better feel for it and make sure the plane is working the way it's supposed to. So you're not introducing extra variables and stuff like that in like a functional flight test or whatnot. Yeah.
Absolutely. And having good visuals is a big deal. I mean, guys, once upon a time, NASA just had IMAX cameras pointed at shuttle launches. Seriously, 70 millimeter film, because that gets you a very, very, very clear picture. They still do that to an extent, right? And, when SpaceX does launch, we get all these awesome views from different parts of the booster, and you get these great SpaceX tracking shots. I mean, not that our tracking shots aren't bad. I'm pretty sure D and Max do a pretty darn good job out there, and Jerry too. Don't tell them I said that. They can't know that they do a good job. That's how this works. All that stuff is used to get good analysis and make sure that your telemetry is good on the way up. Super useful. They don't do that just for our entertainment. They do it because they want to see what's going on with the vehicle. All right. There's still a lot of support here. Let's see. Daniel has a store message here, buying an NSF t-shirt. Love the coverage, love what you do. Thanks, Daniel.
We appreciate it. We got Liz with Core Extra Flame Trench. Loving it. Thanks, guys. Loving the conversation. Oh, Liz, my pleasure. I like bringing good conversations. I like asking questions and coming up with ideas that really get your noggin jogging. That's my goal at the end of the day. I want you guys to think. I think, thinking about this and considering every detail and considering like, okay, what would they do if this happened? Like what would SpaceX do if they wanted to do an RTLS, et cetera, et cetera? Liz, that is my jam. That's what I love doing. Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to get your noggin jogging too. Not just me and Ryan's. Ours are already going at like 8,000 RPM. We're on the red line. We're trying to get the revs up on your brain. That's the whole point of this. That, and it's really cool. I mean, it's really cool. And Alex too. I think Alex is past the red line for what it's worth.
I mean, it's possible everyone here is past the red line.
Hey, rev limiters. What that? We don't have that.
What's that? Why do you need that?
Need to worry about
that just makes things not fun.
Yeah.
YOLO. Am I right?
Sure. All right. So we got Jeff with another store message. Buying a Flight 13 patch. Love the NSF coverage as always. You guys are the best. Hey, we try. We try to bring you screaming red line facts. 8,500 RPM on the limiter. That's what we do. Or if, it's an aerospace stream, let's talk rockets. We're talking 300 bar chamber pressure here, 2,600 kilonewtons of thrust, 33 engines worth of streaming energy being released during the stakeout and launch streams. Boom. There's some math for you. There's some numbers. Some of you are like, what? Is he okay? And the answer is no. We've been doing this for a while today.
Is he okay? The answer is no.
Is he okay? Nope, not at all. Kendall with another store visit. That's the Starship Scrub shirt. Hopefully we see Starship Fly tomorrow. No, we got to manifest it. Kendall, we got to manifest it. It's going to launch tomorrow. We're manifesting it. We're launch maxing. Let's go. We got Drunar with $5 Canadian super chat. At Ryan Weber, if abort continue burning down the range, then boost back in RTLS with less fuel. That's what I said. That's what I said.
Well, so there comes a point where you hit bingo fuel and you turn around, basically. You hit that bingo fuel point where you turn around, burn, and then you run out of gas, and at that point you're on a trajectory back to the tower. Is that what you're saying? That's a heck of a maneuver to pull off.
That's the shuttle RTLS.
Yeah.
The shuttle RTLS was complicated, not just because it was, again, RTLS with a wind vehicle, but also there were a bunch of things at play. The first thing is that they couldn't separate the shuttle from the external tank with the external tank partially loaded or fully loaded. So they needed to burn through all of that propellant, which meant having to do basically like a really long burn. Normally, an RTLS also meant that maybe one engine or maybe even two engines went out. A one engine out capability that was pretty much ever since SRBs separate until they tell you negative return on the comms, right? Two engines out was almost always, for the entirety of that window, almost always a ditch of the orbiter, basically, or going to a transatlantic something, like a transatlantic landing or something like that. It will have even been complicated to do something like that because you're basically running on one engine, and that's a very heavy stack to loft outside and all that stuff. The point being that you have to time the burn such that, yes, you go out downrange and then you come back. So you turn around and then come back, but you cannot come back at a really high speed. You cannot come back with a really high angle because otherwise the shuttle will be re-entering at too high of an angle, too steep, basically, and it will have broken up. Not because of the heating, but because of the G-forces hitting on the shuttle, basically coming in at a very steep re-entry. And then also you have to not overshoot KSC because then you turn it back. You still need to drain pretty much the entirety of the external tank, while at the same time not overshooting KSC. So you need to time it nicely and all tidy so that you can do the return. So it's again, that's why John Young, he said that it was so complicated, because it was a maneuver where you had to basically come together a bunch of different really intercrossed things that will try to hit you in the back, basically. And that was not a great idea. Now with Starship, you have the option there that there's a lot more thrust from the engines compared to the weight of the vehicle. Like when the ship ignites its engines, its 6 engines in space, it has about a 0.9 thrust to weight ratio, which, because it's still lower than its weight, right? But because it still has some momentum, upwards momentum, it can probably stay up there for a little while, and whatnot. It's one of those things that you can, in theory, just put it in your computer, put it in code, and things like that. But it will take a while. Like, it's not an easy maneuver either way. Whatever you program into this ship, it will still be a complicated maneuver.
By the way, I should probably say what the actual full quote is for that. For those who are wondering, the actual quote was that an RTLS requires continuous miracles interspersed with acts of God to be successful.
Yeah. It's just a lot of things that need to go right and be timed correctly as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And with Starship, I'm sure we could try something. I'm sure SpaceX could try something, right? To, maybe even like look into it eventually. With the shuttle, doing that with a John Young on board and a Bob Crippen, probably not a good idea. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. It's a little dicey. If John Young was a crazy guy, he's the Jebediah Kerman of NASA astronauts, in my opinion, right? Like, he's like, yeah, let's do it. If he's like, no, let's not do it, that's like Jeb saying, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. And that's okay. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. Okay, so once again, if you're wondering what's going on, wondering why we're just sitting here staring at some clouds, it's because Flight 13, which was scheduled to go today, has unfortunately scrubbed. SpaceX wanted to make sure that they had good visuals on the stack, namely the ship during ascent. And there's just too many clouds today, guys. Too many clouds. But fear not. We have a 24-hour scrub in here, so we're about, well, let's see. What are we, 25 hours out? So 25 hours out from the next launch, give or take. It's a little bit more than that, but we are still here. We're just hanging out, just making sure we get the word out that, we're going to go again tomorrow, and then we're all going to come back here and do this again tomorrow. It's going to be great. Oh, boy. All right. Let's see. I'm going to just make sure we get through this support queue. I want to try to thank everybody that we can, because the last time I did Stakeout, I couldn't get through all of it. So that's my challenge for today. So we have Boyak. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We appreciate it. We got John Albright, 747, becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much. We got Richard here with a store purchase. I've already got every patch already. Got to add to your rare merch, buying the scrub shirt. There you go, dude. You got the whole collection. Starship patches. Collect the whole set. I mean, Richard, what happens when we get up to like Starship Flight 100?
We were talking about that the other day, that it's
Really?
going to be like with the Starlink launches, where they would always give out patches and everything when we would go there to see the launch, and then they just stopped because it became too common.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but that's, I think, what it's going to have to come down to at some point. Although, unless we wanted to do a Starlink 17-46 shirt and patch.
Oh. Is that the next Starlink launch?
I don't know. I just picked a random number. According to Next Space Flight, it's 17-51.
You were close.
It's just a pure guess, pulling it out of thin air. Yeah.
That was pretty close, man. That's funny. Oh dear. All right, we got a $2 super chat from Severin Fisher. Will there be commentary for the Slick 37A Module 9 lift? I don't think so, but we do cover that in our flyovers, the flyovers that we do, and the the updates. So probably not a live commentary, just because we really can't get a good view of it. Slick 37 is way out there. It's a little ways away.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it's Module 9 done. They still have the roof that they have to install on that, and there's a lot more work to be done on that pad too, as well.
Plus,
So
also, almost all of our Cape team is over in Texas. So
yeah, that too.
Yeah, so it would be nice to have more people and more cameras and more views. But right now, I think most people would rather have the cameras and views pointed at the giant silver thing on your screen.
Yep. Now you're talking about the Cybertruck right there, right?
I wouldn't call that giant.
But
I would call it a dumpster lid, but I don't know.
it could be a giant dumpster lid. Don't be sizist.
I'm not even going to touch this one with a 10-foot pole. Keep going.
Okay, yeah, we'll do. All right. Dimez Recon with a $5 super chat. Does DOS just live on South Padre Island now? I'm taking this from what somebody said in chat, but I think it's just time between South Padre Island and Ndoya, Norway. Pretty sure it's just those two. It's nice. All right, we got a store message from Anonymous here. Anonymous is saying, has anyone seen the Starship Artemis 3 prototype with the docking adapter in the nose cone? Could they fit a Dragon capsule inside of Starship for Artemis astronaut demos? For the Artemis 3, just have a Dragon just inside of Starship?
Feels too complicated for what the purposes of the flight is.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of with Alex. Like,
why?
But I mean, on one hand, I'm not going to say I don't want that. You could just take a Dragon pressure vessel and put it there.
But what would it serve, though?
Because it's awesome.
Okay. Yes, it would be kind of hilarious. It'd be awesome, whatever. But I don't even know. The funny thing is in order to do that, you would have to install the Dragon before you stacked the payload bay and nose cone over the forward dome. Because there's no door in the side to get a Dragon in there. So that's number one. Number two, what is it going to do for the mission? Because
stuff.
Like
no, I got nothing but stuff.
Yeah. Right? Like what? It's not the same thing
this.
as HLS,
right?
Dragon is Dragon, but HLS is totally different.
And they're not building any more Dragon capsules, as a reminder. So
that's weird.
Let's take one and waste it inside of this.
Yeah, so they can't chuck one away, which is what it would be.
All right. We got Steven here with a store message. Scrub a dub, like, comment, and sub. Oh, Steve, come on. No. I'm getting that off the screen. Get that out of here.
One token awarded.
All right. We got another store message here from JJ. What's up? Let's see. When will Sawyer go to a launch at Starbase? Can we get a shirt with Dodger Dogs on it? I'll answer the Dodger Dogs question, and I'll leave this one for Sawyer here. I'll talk to the merch team. I'll see what we got. That answers that question. Sawyer, when would you like your first Starship launch to be?
I mean, there's also the problem of the LA Dodgers logo is kind of copyrighted and all that. So, and I would imagine something with Dodger Dog also has all that stuff going on with it.
Yeah.
Soon, TM. I really don't have a good number for you. I was going to originally say Flight 15, but now if Flight 15 is from the Cape, I might have to reconsider. So I guess, how about this? Whichever coast it's on, I will plan to go for Flight 15. How about that?
You might watch it anyways, right? On the Space
exactly.
Coast.
It'll either be from Florida or for Starbase. I'll go for 15. There you go.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, there we go. All right, we got another store message here coming from Michael. All I got was a T-shirt. All I got was this Starship Scrub T-shirt. Thank you for thank you NSF team. Thanks for all you do. See you tomorrow. All right, Michael, we'll be here. We got
Richard here becoming a Pad Rat member. Richard, we appreciate you. Alan, we got a store message. Starship Scrub shirt. Got to buy more merch. You don't have to, but we appreciate it. You know.
Also the Rut Row.
Oh god. Rut-row Raggy. All right. We got Anthony with a store message buying a scrub shirt. So cool. Well, sort of. We got Claudius here with a store message buying another scrub shirt. Hey, great having Adam Suker on here to give us the forecast. Keep it up. Adam's our weather guy. You know, every space stream has a weather guy. Like my stream over on Twitch I have a weather guy too. It's not Adam. Adam's awesome, but I also have a weather guy. There's multiple of them, and they're not poor, despite what we said this afternoon.
There is another.
Yeah, there is another. You know what his name is over on Twitch, Alex?
What is it?
Weather guy.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I know it's not just a clever name. All right. I've almost gotten through this support queue. Couple more here. We got John Eric with a store message buying a scrub shirt. Better luck tomorrow. Yes, we got to manifest it, Jan. We'll do it. We got another store purchase from Steve here. You guys are the best. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. Yeah, no, not fingers crossed. We're going to manifest it. We're launch maxing tomorrow, Steve. We are launch maxing tomorrow. That's what's happening, dude. All right, we got Daniel with
tomorrow?
No, we're launch maxing. All right, that's what the kids say.
Oh.
That's what the kids say?
Yeah. Starship has aura, and we are launch maxing tomorrow. Okay, we will manifest it.
I dislike everything that came out of your mouth there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Yankees are a good baseball team. Did you not like that too? Yeah, see? There you go. Now how do you feel? Reverse Uno card.
Flip it, quote it.
All right. Alex, Daniel has a store purchase, but he also has a message for you. I'm gonna ping one over to you. How long can SpaceX leave Flight 13 stacked until they need to bring it in for reservicing? FYI, I prefer that it launch it as soon as possible.
I mean, they can basically leave it there probably for a few days. They're probably gonna be fine. Just from a commodities perspective, they don't really load anything until they are actually into the countdown, like into the propellant load sequence and all that stuff. So they can just basically sit there for a while if they want to. As to what exactly is the limit, I don't know, because of course SpaceX has not. They don't go around and say, "Hey, we can do this, we can do that." We just have to figure out a bunch of this stuff, right? They sometimes just say we can do this, we can do that for a few things, but not in particular for this. I can imagine that perhaps if it is for too long and if there's weather in the area, they might not want to keep it out there for a long time. But other than that, it seems to me that it could be just like Falcon 9, for example. We've seen Falcon 9s sometimes staying out there for a week on the pad, and it's been fine. SLS has been staying out in the launch pad for like months sometimes. So imagine that one.
I mean, they've kept stacks on for several days at a time. I think the longest time they ever kept something stacked was the Ship 24 Booster 7 days, where the third stack of that full stack was. They stacked it on January 9th, 2023, and they didn't destack it till January 25th. When they did some propellant testing during that. They did a propellant test on the 13th, on the 18th, and then a wet dress rehearsal on the 23rd. That was that big methane vent, if everyone remembers that. And then they destacked that, and then they stacked it 2 more times before they ended up going to fly it. So that's the longest they've kept the stacked for. Otherwise, they usually do it when they know they're close to a test or they're close to a launch. They usually don't keep it stacked for very long because there's just no need to. So
people keep filling up the support queue. I'm trying to get through it, but all right. We got Anonymous with a store message. I caved and bought the scrub t-shirt. Keep up the great work. Hey, well, we appreciate it. Once again, don't feel compelled to purchase it if you want it, but we appreciate it, Anon. Thank you. All right. We got Juice with another store message here, buying another scrub shirt. I watched the whole scrub and all I got was this lousy yet very cool t-shirt. Let's hope the secret store won't open tomorrow.
We will manifest the secret store not opening tomorrow. It is going to launch. All right?
And
I'm saying it now.
But when it does, there is some other kind of secret merch.
Oh?
You'll have to watch the stream and see what SpaceX does, and then you'll see what it is. Fingers crossed.
Okay, we got Max Peck with a $5 super chat. It stinks that the scrub merch is only in black or navy, shows dog hair. Yeah, I hear that, man. Gray or tan would be great. All right, I'll let the merch team know, Max. Yeah, all you got to do is ask. Worst we could say is no. Well, I'm not going to say no. I'm going to say I'm going to ask the merch team, and then if they say no, then it's not my fault. It's great. The merch team is now currently not happy with me. I am getting scathing. Multiple people are typing in the back channel. Oh no. Merch team is like, why are you doing this, man? All right. We got Killian STGT with a €2 super chat. Thank you for all the support. We appreciate it. All right. We got Roy with a store message buying the scrub shirt. I've watched every Starship launch so far, and all I got was this scrub t-shirt. Yeah. Hey, scrub's not ruds, right?
You also got to listen to all of us making fools of ourselves, as we always do.
The merch team says I'm off the hook, Max, so we're good. We're good. Jason with another store message buying a scrub shirt. Scrubby dooby doo, where are you? Yeah, okay. So, all right, we can say scrub right now, but once we get within 24 hours, because it was a 24-hour scrub, we have to go back to saying Scooby Doo. I hope it doesn't Scooby Doo today. Okay, that will make it so you could talk about it in conversation, but you're not saying the scrub word. We could say it now. We could say scrub a dub dub. Thanks for the scrub. I hate clouds. All right, it's fine until we get. You could say for another hour and 15 minutes, and then once we get inside of T0 gets inside of 24 hours. You gotta say Scooby Doo, Scrappy Doo. All right, maybe Shaggy Doo. All right, he wasn't a dog, but it doesn't matter. Anything but scrub. Okay.
More of a Fred, but okay.
Yeah, Fred's good too. You could say it Fred's if you want. All right. We got Daniel with the store message here buying the scrub shirt. I already have the other Starship scrub shirt. No, I wasn't wearing it. Now I'll have another. Well, don't wear it tomorrow then, Daniel. Jeez. But no, cool. Appreciate the purchase. We got Andrew with a store message buying a scrub shirt. No break for EJ. Also launch tomorrow. Go. Yes. Launch maxing, dude. We will launch Max into the weekend together.
Wait, we're launching Max? Max Evans is getting launched?
Yeah, into the weekend. What did you think I meant?
Okay. Just making sure.
All right. Paul with a store message. Scrub shirt. Secret store is open for another 4.5 hours, guys. Just saying. Thank you for this channel. I watch everything. Bye-bye, Scrubby. All right. And then we got Sarah here. Space Noodle. Buying a Flight 13 patch. We have truly earned scrub t-shirts after watching so many since the days of Tank Watchers fly on Starship. Yeah, Sarah, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Oh boy. Before I was on NSF, I was tank watching just as much as everybody else here. I
should also point out for those who are still watching or just watching, the top left part that says scrub, that's because there was clouds. Yes, it was scrubbed because of clouds, but per SpaceX, it was key objective for this flight test is to get clear imagery from the ground of Starship's heat shield as it flies at a higher dynamic pressure during ascent, which won't be possible with today's weather conditions. Visibility is forecast to be ideal for a Friday attempt, and that is indeed what they are targeting, is tomorrow, 5:45 p.m. Central Time, the opening of that 90-minute launch window.
Actually, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that, right? They're not gonna, did I hear that right, Sawyer? They're not throttling down for Max Q? Is that what I heard?
That's an Alex question.
Alex, are they not throttling down?
I'm not sure if not throttling down or rather like not throttling down as much. Hi, person.
Yeah, see that? Hello, guy.
I believe those might be our folks out there. So I don't know if it is that they're not throttling down more than they're throttling down less. They said that they're gonna be flying through higher aerodynamic pressure. Oh my
You got
goodness.
this. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
You got this.
So that was actually one of the purposes of that ground visibility rule that they were talking about. Yeah, let me take a look here exactly at what it says. Yes. Finally, Starship's heat shield will have load sensing tiles to take measurements as the vehicle experiences higher dynamic pressure on ascent than previous flights, putting added stress on the tile attachments in exchange for increased payload to orbit capability. So yeah, it just says that there's going to be a higher dynamic pressure. It doesn't say, oh, we're not throttling down. It's only that they're just having a higher dynamic pressure, which can mean anywhere from we're still throttling down, but we're flying a different profile. That means we're having a higher max Q, a higher basically aerodynamic pressure. It could also mean that they are throttling down, but they're just not throttling down as much, which is also another thing that can contribute to a higher max Q. And then there's also, of course, the possibility that they just don't throttle down at all. Eventually, the goal, at least from Elon, that he talked about this like a few years ago, will be to not throttle down the booster at all. Like the booster will basically just pull through and push the ship up and be back within like 5 minutes. Like he was sort of saying the ascent burn of the booster should be like 90 seconds, not even 2.5 minutes like it is right now, or even 2 minutes like it is in certain mission profiles. It should be like 90 seconds, minute and a half, and it's back on the launch pad before it the clock hits 5 minutes, because it will just be pushing it with the thrust. I mean, the boost back burn, they're trying to do that with 33 engines. That's how you get back to the launch site in under 5 minutes, right? And the faster that you go out and the faster that you come back, then that means you're losing less performance overall to gravity, basically. So, yeah.
That's that's gonna be a little spicy. Yeah, no wonder. I mean, that, I've been saying like, oh, they want to get a good picture of it. They want to get a good picture of it. They want to get a good picture of it. But yeah, now that's something you're gonna want to see just in case. Those tiles are really, That's where my mind defaults to, the dynamic pressure buildup on the tiles, Ryan. Right? Like that's gonna, they could pop off. We obviously don't want that.
Yeah, you don't. I don't really want tiles to pop off. It's part of the reason why they're testing a lot of that stuff on ascent. I think part of the thing is they're trying to push it. They're trying to push this vehicle to the limits as much as they can right now with with the flight test that they can. Because if you don't have to like throttle down as much on max Q, you can get more performance out of the vehicle. And more performance means more payload to orbit. More payload to orbit means less tanker runs, and more stuff to where you're going. So better performance overall.
Yeah, exactly. The name of the game during the ascent, guys, is thrust to weight. The faster you can get up there, the better. That's more time focusing on actually going fast. And if you spend more time focusing on going fast than going up, right? I mean, obviously you got to go up there, because if you spend all the time going fast, you're going to find the ocean real quick, right? But the faster you can get up there, so you can accelerate to the orbital velocity. Yeah, that can really pay dividends in your payload mass to orbit. And we know that that's what SpaceX is trying to do. Okay, let's see. So once again, guys, we unfortunately for the day, we are not flying. We're going to see no action today. It's too cloudy. SpaceX wants to get a good shot of the booster during ascent, for what Alex was just talking about. Basically, they're not going to throttle down for max Q. They're going to try to get this thing as quick as they can up into space, right? So unfortunately, we got to stand down for the day. We're still here. We're still here, chat. Isn't that cool? We're still here hanging out, just answering questions, just, doing our tank watching thing. That's what we do. But we do have a 24-hour scrub. SpaceX has said we are going to go tomorrow. But we did have our local weather guy on here, Adam Suker, and Adam came in and said the weather is not going to be a watch item tomorrow. It's going to be nice and sunny out, no clouds. So, yeah, we, personally, I was about to say, well, we'll hope for a launch tomorrow. No, we are not hoping for a launch tomorrow. It will launch tomorrow. We are launch maxing into the weekend and possibly launching max.
No.
I'm not going to stop.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I think Destroyer, right?
I don't like
no,
Mr. Right before bad things happen, Weber.
Hey,
called
that's
you out.
not as bad as launch maxing. Come on, let's be honest here.
But I mean, you gotta will it into existence. I'll say that there are times where
right.
I've been to launches that scrubbed in Florida, and I'm literally just like, oh, come on, please, just go at this point. I've talked to the rocket. I will talk to the sky. I will talk to the weather. Just go. You can do it. You got this. You know it. So, I mean, yeah, I think I'm with EJ on this one.
Yep. So the timer that you do see up in the top left corner of your screen is the amount of time you have left to buy scrub merch. We'll get you the new T0 soon, guys. But yeah, because Starship did scrub today, we have a limited time offer for buying t-shirts that said, I watched the entire stream and all I got was this dang scrub shirt. So if you want to go grab that, you got about 4.5 hours left to do so. We'll get you a new T0 soon as we can.
Yeah, well, the T0, for those wondering, is 5:45, no earlier than 5:45 p.m. Central on Friday, July 24th, 2026.
Yep, same window, same times.
Yep. Like like James right there with the with the eat, sleep, scrub, repeat shirt. Only can get them for a limited time, but yeah, thank you for the store purchase, James. We appreciate you.
I also
All right,
a message
guys.
that just said again.
Again, yeah, right. So once again, we did have a scrub standing down for today, 24 hours. So we're gonna see some action tomorrow. It'll be great. All right. This isn't a question, but I did want to put this up on the stream. So Jason Levick, I saw what you said there, and I wanted to pop that up. Jason is saying, I found your channel during Starhopper. You space nerds reignited my inner space nerd. Yeah, that's how the space bug propagates, through knowledge osmosis. It happens. You're 44 now, and 1/3 of the way through your bachelor's of science in mechatronics and astrophotography as a hobby. Cheers. Whoa. Look at you. All right. That's what I'm talking
Wow,
about.
that's a lot of things.
That's a lot of things, yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Jason. That's what I like. That's what we like to hear. Yeah. One of us. Sorry. All right.
It's never too late to start. That's the thing.
That's
you can
right.
Be a space geek at 12. You can be a space geek at 82. It's not like Legos where it's up to 100.
Yeah. What's Lego being ageist like that? That's ridiculous. Where do they get off?
People like Dick Van Dyke can't play with Legos now because it's supposed to be only up to 99. Anyone can be a space geek, even over 100.
Yeah. See, I'm with you on that one. Okay. Oh boy. It's been a day. It has been a day. Let's see. I'm just looking through the questions here. Let's see. So this is Ari, the conversation we were having a little earlier in the stakeout about, hourly launch cadence. This is coming from Carlin Kaiser, who's saying an hourly launch cadence will happen in a couple of years. Just think about the number of pads they are building concurrently already. Ryan, what say you? Couple of years?
If if you're gonna build 5 pads, so what? Each pad is launching every 5 hours. But again, the question I will always go back to is, where is your propellant coming from? You gotta understand the scale that everything is at and how much prop we're truly using here.
In a couple of years, in fact.
Like, I doubt we get that into a couple of years. If they ever remotely reach an hourly cadence beyond all their pads, it's going to be in the 2030s or later. And I mean like mid to late 2030s or later. When they get even more pads, more gigabays operational, star factories operational, stuff like that. Because you're going to have a backlog of vehicles in case you run into an issue and swap things out and refurbish. And there's so many little things in order to actually support, like, to support hourly flights or even as an airline. There's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into it. A lot of logistics, parts, fuel, having the vehicles, having to be able to swap things out when things are broken, working around the weather. There's a lot of different things and whatnot. So, yeah. I think it'll be a while before something happens.
Yeah, I mean, but like the airline industry didn't happen overnight either, right? Like, so yeah, that took some time to get it to where it is. It took a couple of world wars too. But what? Huh? Okay, cool, sweet. Nobody caught that one. Excellent. All right, moving on. Right. Let's see. Bodger 1058 had a €5 super chat. Ordered the scrub merch. I will have so much fun explaining to everybody at the office what it's about. Oh yeah, I'm sure your coworkers are gonna love that, dude. I'm sure they're gonna love it. That'd be just fine. All right, so we got Sabrina A with a store message saying, "Oh, Starship Flight 13 women's shirt. All right, Sabrina, third time's the charm for Flight 13. Hey, sounds right to me." Sounds right to me. We got Christian with a store message. Texas Tank Watchers mug. Been watching since Star Hopper days. Thanks for all the coverage of the Starship development. Like I said, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, Christian. We do this because we love it. Like, this is truly a labor of love. Let's just leave it at that. A lot of us put in really long hours to make sure that we can get you the information that you guys want.
What?
Oh,
look at that. We had an from Ryan. Ryan, you're the one that I heard you first. Tell him what happened.
Yeah, we just had a road closure pop up for pad to production tonight. From midnight or 11:59 p.m. or basically midnight to 4 a.m.
Is the stool still out there?
So that they could be rolling both stands back tonight, and that's what the closure they're using it for. Rather than rolling them back for pad clear, they could be rolling the stands back tonight. That'd be my guess, because they didn't load anything out of the vehicle. This wasn't a scrub due to vehicle issues. I would guess that is the stands. That's my guess. So those would roll back to Sanchez. Basically. They'd roll back and park basically in the Graca Garden. That's my guess as to what that closure's for. They get them out of the way, then they don't have to do it tomorrow. Basically. And if for some reason there's an issue with the vehicle and something else happens, a Scooby-Doo happens again, then they'll roll them back out again. But the hope is that that's where they stay parked. That's my guess is it's going to be both transport stands.
I hope so. I saw it for a second and I'm like, oh, please tell me the stands are still out there. Please.
They are. Yeah. I would guess transport stands. Yeah. That's my guess on that.
Cool. All right. I did the Denzel Washington, hand on chest, like, oh no. All right. Okay. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
All right.
As long as you don't fly Starship upside down, it's fine.
Yep. Yeah. We'll make sure not to do that.
And then there are the 2 beach closures for the next 2 days for flight.
What do you mean? I can't go surfing tomorrow?
You might be able to do it in the morning.
Oh, you know,
before noon, before they close the road, you might be able to do it. Otherwise, you know,
that would be pretty cool. And also, thank you for saying Scooby Doo.
Yeah, I'm trying.
No,
okay,
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Hey, I'm just doing it for you. It's for your own protection, okay?
I will say the only way to know for sure what they end up doing in that closure is to watch Starbase Live 24/7, our live 24/7 cameras that we have at Starbase, and that you can see all the action going on. ABP.
Yep. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have Starbase Live on pretty much throughout my work, like entire work day, and I have long work days. It's on the whole time.
I have it on 24/7 on a monitor on my my upper left is what monitor it's on. It sits on at all times is where SBL sits on, and then I've got some other streams set up on other ones, and then Discord up on all. But yeah, so
cool. Yeah, we're all tank watchers at heart. Like I said, this is we do this because we love it. It's a good time. It's fun, and we appreciate sharing it with everybody here. Okay. All right. I'm just we got a new member. Brian Taylor became a Pad Rat member. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Every little bit helps, man. Thank you. It helps. And guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. Most of it goes into just keeping these cameras going and keeping the internet going for all these cameras. Like this is when I say we do this because we love it, that's exactly what I mean. Let me put it to you like that. I think that's a good way to put that. All right. Let's see. Oh, all right. OG Rocket Gazer. Alex, I'm gonna send this question your way. All right. Do you think they would retrofit 39A to static fire starships? Like the actual pad proper, not the Starship pad, like the one that the Saturn V launched off of. When they removed the crew access arm, this was your first thought. It has been retrofitted before from Apollo Shuttle and Falcon 9.
Not anytime soon.
To be honest, though, that's not a bad idea to do ship testing down the Cape.
Yeah, but you need to hook up then the tank farm to the pad, to the mount.
Yeah, make all those runs.
Yeah. So.
What? Okay, I got a question, fellas. Is there something I'm missing here? Why do you guys act like laying some pipe down is like this hard thing to do?
Because we have not seen them doing that. It's what I mean. Like, if they want to do that, that's like what, another 6 more months of work that they will need to.
Yeah,
do?
plus
for SpaceX, 6 months is like an eternity. So if they're targeting hourly launches in 2 years, imagine what 6 months means for them.
That's
you know
like
what I mean?
12 years.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like doggy years.
Yeah.
So do pad? Oh, geez. So do pads age faster or slower? I'm confused. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Still confused. Excellent. All right. Moving on.
They removed the crew access arm because they don't need it right now. They're just putting Falcon Heavy in there. If they ever needed to use again that pad for Falcon 9, they still have the crew access arm out at Roberts Road. We saw it on the latest flyover of the Space Coast. So
yep. Ryan, what do we see in there besides a really nice crane?
This is nice LR 11,000 that's been there for a while. That's our outpost camera at Rocket Ranch looking over at Massey's. They are about to remove the cap, or they're in the process of removing the cap on S39.1, one of the three big test tanks that's over there. They disconnected a lot of the hardware they had testing that. That did 16 cryo tests, and then the one over to the left, the other big one, which is B18.1, which was the booster aft one, that did 16 cryo tests for those of you who were in here earlier. And then 18.3, which was in the Super Crusher, has done 20 cryo tests. So And then you can't really see it because there's a bunch of stuff around it. But like right to the right of 18.1, the left test tank, there is a booster LOX landing tank inside the old nose cone jail that got tested. I think it was last night. That's got its third cryo test under it. So SpaceX is still testing Block 3 hardware. And they are, it looks like they're finally done with some portions of it too. So it's nice to see them finally finished off with some of this stuff. It goes to show that they're comfortable with where they're at with the vehicle, and any other modifications will be from flight tests, unless they make another test tank, which, I mean, it's SpaceX. They might make another test tank.
So that's a shot. That was a shot over at Massey's. That's SpaceX's testing site. But what you're seeing right here is a live shot of the Flight 13 stack, which unfortunately is not flying today. It's a 24-hour turnaround. SpaceX just didn't want to launch it with all these clouds. They wouldn't have been able to get a good picture of the booster on the way up. And for these test flights, guys, that makes a big difference. You definitely want cameras on this thing during the ascent, because that can help you, if something does go wrong, or just good continuity for the test flight that this is, you could figure out, how well your proposed tests did. In this particular case, they're going to introduce a higher dynamic pressure on the stack during ascent, meaning that they're going to try to get out of the atmosphere as quick as possible. Most rockets, even rockets like Falcon 9, will throttle down their engines to, just kind of coast up to prevent dynamic pressure, or to prevent compression load on the top of the vehicle from dynamic pressure caused from accelerating too fast while you're still in the atmosphere. They're just going to send it with this flight. And you really want eyes on that. You don't want clouds to impede visual sight of the vehicle when you're doing a test like that. So we do have a 24-hour scrub. It is going same time, same place tomorrow. We're going to do the Stakeout stream and the launch stream again tomorrow. We will be here. But for now, we're just sitting here answering questions and having a good time, just kind of taking it all in. The nice gray abyss of clouds with Ship 40 and Booster 20 and the tower on Pad 2 just sitting there. Also Starhopper. Starhopper's here too. I would say Wave Starhopper, but it's, it's there. It's there. Yeah, there we go. We just had the ticker update. If you look at the bottom of the screen, the next attempt is tomorrow between 5:45 and 7:15 p.m. Central Time.
Basically, 25, a little under 25 hours from now.
Yep. Our T0 right now is 24 hours and 55 minutes right now. And then up in the top left, because we did have a scrub that opened up our special scrub store to get the special Starship scrub merch. The secret store was open, and you have 4 hours and 10 minutes left to be able to buy the super secret squirrel scrub merch. I can't believe I said that without stuttering.
Squirrel
super secret. Yeah, super secret squirrel scrub. I can't say it again.
There's Adrian.
Super secret squirrel scrub merch.
I don't.
Anyway. That's going to close in 4 hours and 9 minutes. All right. But the T0 for the launch right now is just a little, as Ryan was saying, just a little under 25 hours from now. All right. So, we got not necessarily a question here, but a statement that I kind of wanted to address from Amy Carcatera here. Amy, what are you saying? 2 scrubs don't look good for SpaceX. This was supposed to help raise their stocks for the day. Ryan, it's a test. It's a test flight. It's testing. This happens when you're testing a new vehicle, right?
This happens just in general. Things get canceled. Like, things happen, things break, weather happens. That's what happens.
Yeah.
They wanted clearer skies so they could look at the ship heat shield better and look at the stack while it ascends. And they weren't going to have that today, so they scrubbed. The last time they scrubbed at T0 because there were some engine issues. We don't really know what. Hopefully, we'll learn about that within the next 25 hours when SpaceX goes live and they talk about it. So, yeah. Hopefully, we'll learn about it at some point here. I hope they give us at least something, not just like, we had a T0 scrub, we swapped some engines, and that's it. I kind of hope Dan gives us a small insight on what exactly happened. I'm hoping.
Sawyer, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, here's the thing. Sure, stock or whatever goes down for a day. I don't think their main concern right now is stock. Their main concern is vehicle and getting the vehicle to launch safely. Can you imagine what would happen if it failed on launch? You don't want that. They'd rather be careful and make sure that everything is right. And this has nothing to do with stockholders. This is just SpaceX's methodology of, we're going to do it right. So let's take the time, make sure the weather's the way it's supposed to be so we can learn the most data, so we can get to orbit quicker and start deploying V3s quicker and get more company payloads out quicker. Because that's what they want to do with this rocket, is fly it, not just test it.
I mean, Amy, you know what really would tank the stock? If it didn't work. So wait a day, wait for the right conditions, give it the best chance of success that you can, and then go. So don't fret, it'll be all right.
Like scrubs, not ruds. Can
right.
you imagine how much the tank would have sunk if the first attempt was? Well, I'm going to keep saying it because it becomes a new phrase now. If it nucleated itself,
It's bad juju. Don't even bring it up.
No, I don't want to think about that.
Although I will say, Blue is making some pretty good progress down there. They're making progress a lot faster than I thought they would. And I don't know if you guys were watching Space Coast Live the other day. I saw an Ares 1 launch mount get offloaded off of a Blue Origin barge. Did you see that?
I saw that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw that. I was like,
what are they up to?
What?
Yeah. So guys, just I'm not going to ambush the producers. The producers, this isn't on the screen. But if you watch the Space Coast Live, or you're just interested in spaceflight hardware, like Ryan and I and Sawyer and Alex are, we love this stuff. Blue had a barge that was dropped off at 39A, the 39A turning basin, because 39A has a deep water dock, right? So they could bring in. It was originally made so they could bring in Saturn V stages, right, by a boat. Blue showed up with their barge with a device called the MTS, which is the mobile testing stand, which was their second stage testing stand that they could bolt to LC-36 and hot fire second stages. They brought the MTS and an Ares 1 launch mount, particularly Ares 1 LM1. So that's launch mount 1.
Where did that come from?
It was
from
being
Launch Complex 12.
Yep,
which
Alex is right.
Blue Origin's, one of the Blue Origin's launch pads. It's not being used as a launch pad, but Blue Origin has the lease of it.
I wonder what they're going to do with it, or if they're just bringing it over just to get rid of it.
So, interesting thing. I went and did some digging just on a side note here. The opening for the Ares 1 launch mount, the diameter, I mean, it's a square hole, but if you put a circle inside of it, you put in the diameter, it's 7 meters. I don't know. You make of that what you will.
And it goes in the square hole.
It goes in the square hole. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
7 meters? Wasn't Ares 1 like almost
So it's
4
3.7, Alex, right? It's 3.7, but the skirt of the SRB is a little bit bigger. And then you got to remember that the skirt is on, think like the Starship Block 2 booster catch pins, but turned upside down. So they're sticking out into the trench. The actual hole is close to 7 meters, dude. Interestingly enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what they do.
Yeah, it's very very interesting. So yeah, some very interesting progress coming from Blue there, just on a side note. But that's not what you see on the screen here. What you got on the screen is the Flight 13 stack. That's Ship 40 and Booster 20. They were poised on the pad for a launch attempt today, but SpaceX decided not to go because it's too cloudy. They wanted a good picture of the booster on the way up, and there's I don't know if you could tell from the picture. There's a lot of clouds down there. There's a lot. There's a lot right now. So I'm just going to plow through a little bit more support here. The support queue is piling up again. We got Frank here with a scrub shirt. Scrub today, launch tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. That's right. All right. Got a camera here, a camera shot here. Yeah, that's a wide out shot there from the Margaritaville Hotel on South Padre Island, who was nice enough to let us put our cameras up there. Yeah, it's a little cloudy. Still just a little cloudy.
Little cloudy.
No big deal. Right? It's no big deal. We got Papa Vickers becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much. We got an anonymous store message here buying the Flight 12 collector's patch. Starship does not always scrub, but when it does, it scrubs twice. Better only be twice. Third time's a charm, as other viewers were saying, Anon.
Stay locks thirsty, my friends.
Stay locks thirsty, my friends. I don't always drink locks, but when I do...
Not where I was expecting that to go.
Yeah, don't drink locks. That's bad for you. It's really cold.
That's not great. No.
Yeah, don't do that,
Bob.
No, not great, Bob. All right, we got an anonymous store message here. Keep up the great work. Love the stream. You guys always make watching a scrub so much fun. Hey, we try. We aim to please. All right. Okay, cool. I got a couple of more store messages here, and then I think our time with you for the day is complete here. We got Kevin with a store message going, Scrappy Doo. That's right. You could say scrub. You could say scrub for another 45 minutes. And then after that, we don't want no Scooby Doos. It's a famous, SLC punk song or something. It's not.
I told you,
Wait.
Scrappy Doo, worse than Scooby Doo. So it's
yeah.
perfect.
Hey, you know what? It's sticking, man. We're just gonna have to call it a Scrappy Doo. We don't want no Scrappy Doos. All right. Don't go chasing deluge systems. All right.
I think that next message goes along with it.
Yep. Gaw, $2 super chat. As TLC told us long ago, I don't want no scrubs. All right. It's true. And then Kevin, last purchase here of the day for the stream with a Eat, Sleep, Scrub, Repeat shirt saying, thank you for being you. Your brain is swelling. Well, yeah. No, that's, dude, we aim to put as many wrinkles into your brain as we possibly can. But I do believe we are out of time. We are out of time for the day. So I wanted to thank everybody for watching today. Unfortunately, we didn't see some action, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see some action tomorrow. We will manifest this launch and we will make it happen. Ryan, thank you for joining us here. We appreciate it.
Pleasure as always. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow on the Stakeout stream again when SpaceX goes for tries again. It's should be most nice and sunny tomorrow, and let's see if Flight 13 will actually get off. I kind of want this thing to go.
Is that optimism I'm hearing?
I'll give you guys optimism at the end. How about that?
I'll give you some optimism. All right. Sawyer, thank you for being with us. Thank you for doing the hosting. You did a lot of hosting today. Appreciate it, man.
My pleasure. And guess what? I'll be doing a lot more tomorrow with you all as well.
Yeah, you took my spot.
Yeah. I mean,
it's all right.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's yeah, no hard feelings, right? It's fine.
No, you're better at it anyway, but don't tell anybody I said, oh, we're still live. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All good, man. Thank you for being here. Alex, thank you for being here too. I know your voice is on its way out, dude. You got to get some rest.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just,
good?
It's been a lot. Hopefully in about 24 hours and 45 minutes, we're going to have that launch.
That's what I like to
Need to
hear.
wait a little bit more.
Yep. Be sure to follow NSF on all the socials. We got X, Instagram, Facebook, at NASA Space Flight. We post everywhere. We give you updates. If you want to, if we're not here, that's a quick way to look. We had Daniel Brock doing the production thing on the back end, and then Ryan Caton doing the production before him, pulling the levers, pushing the buttons, flipping the switches. As for me, I'm EJ. I've been your host for the last couple hours here on Stakeout. I stream over on Twitch, guys. If you want to go check that out, we have some fun over there. Ryan and I go and play Battlefield. It gets fun, and Sawyer too. We play BF6, but I mostly do STEM content over there, talking about rockets, playing Kerbal, having a good time. But this has been the Stakeout stream. Thank you everybody for watching. We do appreciate you, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow for another one for Attempt 3 on Flight 13. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll, Atlantis. Throttling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
This is the final go no go poll for today's operations.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing because no one had ever done something like this before.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Max Q.
Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost a Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is saved.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.